Hey guys, tonight we'll step into the hush of an age-old study. You feel the whisper of parchment curling like a soft, sleepy cloud. You probably won't survive the ink's midnight dance without a proper bedtime. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop in the comments your city and the time you're reading this. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step into a study that smells of dust and old ink. The walls echo whispers of scholars once gathered in Alexandria's great library. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen myth? In these pages, the spell for ink came from starlight. Historians still argue whether the exact source of antiquated inks remains lost. The light from the single lamp flickers like a pulse in a quiet storm. You feel your pulse sink with the lamp's breath. The air carries a faint scent of cedar and papyrus, a gentle perfume of memory. You notice a dust mote spiraling, a tiny comet twirling in the dim room. Your fingers brush the edges of the desk, feeling the worn wood's roughness. A single quill rests beside an open book, its feathers soft to the touch. You pick it up, the feathers settling into a familiar rhythm in your hand. The ink bottle, black as a moonless night, glistens under the lamp. You tilt the bottle, watching a drop slide down the glass. The drop lands on the parchment, a perfect circle that expands slowly. It spreads like a small galaxy, drawing your gaze deeper. You watch the ink absorb the fibers, filling each crease with silent words. A faint, almost invisible voice hums through the room, like distant lullaby. You realize the ink is not just pigment, it's a living memory. As you write, each word feels like a step on a forgotten path. A breeze enters through a cracked window, carrying salt from an old sea. You laugh, imagining that breeze as a tiny sailor, steering the ink's voyage. The study feels like a cavern of history, echoing with countless whispers. The parchment trembles, like a sleeping dragon about to breathe. You inhale, feeling the old air tighten with stories. A soft chime rings in the corner, as if a hidden bell has just rang. You move closer, curiosity pulling like a tide. It's a brass key, dusted and half hidden beneath the stack. You pick it up, its weight familiar, as if it belonged to you. The key taps against the bookshelf, a gentle metallic rhythm. It feels comforting, like a lullaby sung by a grandfather. You turn the key, a faint click releases a hidden latch. Behind the shelf, a narrow passage unfurls, lined with scrolls. Your heart beats faster, as if you're stepping into a dream. The air here is cooler, tinged with the scent of old ink. Each scroll is bound in leather, mottled with age. You brush a scroll, its cover creaking like an old door. A faint glow emerges from within, as if the ink breathes light. You open the scroll, the parchment whispering as its fibers stretch. A phrase unfurls. When ink falls, it carries the soul of its writer. The words feel warm, like a fire held in a hand. You pause, listening for the echo of ancient syllables. Each syllable lingers, a gentle echo in the quiet room. The ink seems to pulse, matching the rhythm of your breathing. You close the scroll, feeling the weight of secrets. A cat, unnoticed, prowls across the floor, leaving a faint paw print. The scent of night blooms, an aroma of salt and cedar. You decide to sit, the chair creaking softly beneath you. The lamp casts circles on the floor, each a tiny universe. You light a candle, its flame dancing in the darkness. The flicker creates shadows, as if the study is breathing. A gentle warmth spreads, comforting like a blanket. You start to read the scroll again, but this time you listen. The ink writes itself in your mind, forming shapes like constellations. You trace the lines with your fingertips, feeling them beneath skin. The letters feel like tiny stepping stones across a midnight river. Your thoughts wander, following the ink's silent trail. You notice patterns, shapes repeating, like a secret code. The code speaks of a forgotten city, hidden beneath salt. You feel excitement, a spark rising in your chest. The room hums, the air thickening with anticipation. You realize the study holds more mysteries than ink. A soft rustle, like a page turning, beckons from the corner. You glance toward it, curiosity rising like a tide. A hidden compartment slides open, revealing a silver tablet. The tablet is etched with symbols you've never seen before. It glows faintly, as if a hidden fire burns within. You touch it, and a rush of warm light floods your hand. The light pulses, matching the hum of the room. Suddenly, the whisper of ink grows louder, like a chorus. You feel as though the ink is telling you a story, but from another tongue. You shift your gaze, searching for familiar shapes. The room's faint glow guides your eyes along hidden paths. A hidden door opens with a soft sigh, revealing a staircase. The steps are carved with ancient runes, glimmering in the candlelight. You step inside, surrounded by the scent of old parchment. The staircase spirals upward, each curl a mystery. A draft swirls up, carrying the scent of lavender from distant gardens. You brush past a mural, showing a woman with ink flowing from her fingertips. The mural's eyes seem to follow you. You pause, feeling a shiver along your spine. A faint click echoes in the stairwell, a hidden mechanism waking. A panel slides, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside, a single scroll lies on a pedestal, glowing softly. The scroll's parchment is translucent, like moonlit water. You touch it, and the heat warms your fingertips. The ink inside shimmers, shifting colors like a rainbow caught. You flip the scroll. Words appear in a language you cannot read. Suddenly, a melody whispers through the ink, a tune of ancient whispers. The melody resonates with your heart, pulling you deeper. Your eyes slide over the swirling letters, searching for meaning. As you trace them, the ink breathes, forming shapes of birds. One bird flutters away, leaving a faint trail of light. You chase the trail, following it to a hidden chest. The chest is heavy, carved with symbols that vibrate. You open it, the lid sighing like a relieved sigh. Inside, a single feather rests, dripping with silver ink. You feel its weight, as if holding a secret. The feather feels alive, a pulse in your palm. You inhale, the air thick with anticipation. The scent of ink mingles with the faint smell of coffee. You wonder if this feather belongs to a sage or to a ghost. A laugh bubbles up, a nervous chuckle at the absurdity. You place the feather back on the chest, feeling the paper seal. The seal cracks, a sound like a distant drum. The ink within the feather begins to shimmer anew. You watch as it spreads across the chest's surface. The spreading ink forms a map, leading to a buried treasure. Your pulse quickens, every beat a drum in the quiet. You step back, the study around you humming. A subtle vibration passes through the floor, as if the building is alive. The room hums like a song, a quiet lullaby. The ink story wraps around you, pulling you into a dreamscape. You breathe slowly, letting the words sink into your mind. The ink's pattern shifts, arranging itself as a familiar phrase. It reads, "Ink remembers the heart that writes its tale." You feel a gentle warmth on your chest, like a sunrise. The study brightens, the lamp flickering to a steady glow. The cat, now asleep, curls at your feet. You smile, feeling that the journey is just beginning. The quiet turns to a calm, a soft, comforting tone. You notice a faint scent of parchment, teasing your nose with a memory of ink on old leaves. The scent curls around, teasing your nose with a memory of ink on old leaves. You inhale deeper, and the room seems to hum with silent stories. A dust mote floats, catching the light like a tiny, wandering lighthouse. Your fingertips brush the desk, and the wood sighs under your touch. The desk's surface is uneven, scarred by many hurried scribbles over centuries. You feel the paper beneath your fingers, warm from a recent fire. A hint of resin lingers, as if the parchment itself remembers beeswax. You hear the faint rustle of pages as the old wind moves. The whispering scriptorium feels like a secret club for dusty scholars. You glide a hand across a row of leather-bound tomes, breathing slowly. The leather smells rich, as if it had once been kissed by rain. The scent of ink, fresh as morning dew, tickles your nostrils. You wonder how such a quiet room could hold so many lives. The walls are lined with shelves that reach toward a vaulted ceiling. Light spills across cracked wooden panels, filtering in the soft hush of afternoon. The silence feels deliberate, as if the room is a living library breathing. You pause, feeling the weight of history perched upon your shoulders. The idea that these pages could still whisper at all makes you smile. You smile, realizing that the secret of ink lies in a gentle touch. The scent of parchment grows stronger as you lean closer to the nearest tome. The page beneath is smooth, as if it has been rolled and re-rolled countless times. You feel the paper's fibers, a tapestry woven by ancient hands. The smell of leather and ink mingle like old friends sharing tea. A faint whisper trickles up, carried by the humidity of the room. The whisper is not malevolent, but curious, as if the book is eager to be read. You close your eyes briefly, letting the scent draw you deeper into the past. You open them again, noticing a thin line of yellowing ink that marks a margin. The ink glimmers, as if it contains starlight, faint and fragile. History unfolds slowly, one breath at a time, inviting you to stay longer. The story of the Library of Alexandria, burned twice, claiming knowledge lost in time. You chuckle softly, because the idea of a library burning twice feels like a tragic joke. A quiet laugh escapes, as if the books themselves find humor in their own fate. The notion that a great library could be lost twice sparks an internal conversation. Historians still argue whether the earliest Hebrew script was written by divine inspiration or by a bored scribe. The question lingers like dust motes dancing in the lamplight. You turn the page, and a faint scent of wet earth greets you. The earth scent feels oddly comforting, as if the parchment has absorbed seasons. The idea that parchment could hold the weight of seasons feels poetic. A tiny crack in the binding gives the sense of a living entity. You run a finger along the crack, feeling the wood pulse softly. The sound echoes faintly, like a distant echo of a faraway heartbeat. The heartbeat seems to sync with your breathing, as if the room is alive. You imagine a quirky tidbit about an ancient scroll that contained a recipe for fermented milk. The scroll was discovered in a cavern, and the scribes seemed to take delight in the tang. You smile at the absurdity, because ancient people could produce so many odd wonders. The scent pulls you to trace a faint line of dark ink that runs like a river. The ink glows softly, as if it knows the secrets of the universe. You imagine a shy astronaut waving from a faraway galaxy and laugh gently. A joke inside your head about a cat wearing a tiny crown. A real cat is in the room, perched on a bookshelf, eyes half open. The cat seems to nod along with the soft hush, as if approving the storytelling. You feel a kinship with the feline, sharing your love for ancient ink. The cat jumps down at the sound of your breathing, curling into a sleeping knot. The warmth of the room and the cat's gentle purr create a soothing rhythm. You sit on the wooden chair beside the open book, feeling its weight settle. The book seems to breathe as it opens, exhaling a soft breeze of stories. A single feather falls from the ceiling, landing gently on the page. You pause, because the feather feels like a message from the ancient world. The feather's feathered bar is soft, and you sense its origin as a dove. You smile at the bird's kindness for delivering such a tiny gift. The cat, curious again, licks the feather, turning the moment into play. You laugh softly, knowing the parchment is alive with such tiny performances. The room hums, as if the walls themselves were breathing. You press a finger against a dusty corner of the table, feeling the texture. The texture is like sand mixed with fine stone, reminding you of desert nights. You think about desert nights when stars guide the wandering travelers. The memory of wandering gives you warmth, like a campfire in a moonlit square. The book responds with a small whisper, as if the pages say welcome. The phrase feels like a secret handshake between you and the ancient ink. You chuckle, because the idea of a handshake with ink makes you imagine a comic strip. A stray laugh echoing through the room makes the candles flicker slightly. The candles, small cast, tiny stars upon the desk, shining soft. The soft shine feels like a hand reaching for your shoulder in a gentle nod. You close your eyes again, breathing in the scent of old and new together. A memory of a distant city where ancient libraries once thrummed. The thrumming feels like a drum in the distance, pulling your mind gently. You open your eyes, noticing the faint glow of a single book's light. The book's light pulses like the rhythm of your own heartbeat. You inhale, feeling the paper's texture under your fingertips again. The tactile sensation reminds you that ink and paper are partners in a dance. The dance rhythm aligns with the flickering candles, creating a visual metronome. You wonder whether the ancient scholars used a metronome of sorts to write. The idea of a written metronome feels whimsical, like a clock made of ink. You giggle softly at the thought, feeling your tension melt away. You feel a subtle shift, as if the air has become colder. The chill is not cold, but a refreshing whisper that invites contemplation. You press down slightly, grounding yourself with a gentle, steady breath. The steady breath aligns with the rhythm of the candles, creating calm. You feel the library's pulse, a quiet heartbeat that matches your rhythm. A sudden whisper echoes, as if the walls have a tongue. The wall's tongue speaks softly, asking, "Do you read, traveler?" The question feels like a call from an ancient librarian, echoing across time. You breathe deeply, feeling the question settle into your thoughts. The response comes as a soft exhale, a sigh of contentment. The exhale feels like a shared secret between you and the room. The room responds with a faint glow, as if the walls breathe. The glow shifts, gently painting the desk with soft, shifting hues. You observe the colors, noticing they match the parchment's subtle ink flow. The matching dance continues, synchronizing with the tick of the old wall clock. You trace the clock's hands, feeling their age under your fingertips. The hands rotate, counting moments like beads on a thread. You imagine each bead holding a sentence, each turn a story. The idea of bead sentences feels surreal, like a necklace of words. You smile at the notion, realizing storytelling can be as simple as beads. The desk shudders slightly, prompting a subtle jolt of curiosity. You lean in, feeling the vibrations echo faintly against your palm. The vibration hums in sync with your heart, a quiet connection. You realize that the room itself is writing, whispering in the language of vibrations. The whispering sound is faint, like distant fish calling. You imagine those fish as ancient scholars swimming through ink waves. The idea of ink waves feels playful, like a surfboard on a page. You giggle again, feeling the absurd humor lighten your mind. The page beneath you rustles, as if agreeing with your laughter. You think of how writers used ink to paint worlds as painters with their brushes. The painting sense brings warmth, like a sunrise, over the page. The sunrise appears to glide across the parchment, turning black lines gold. You feel the transformation, a gentle metamorphosis of words. The metamorphosis is subtle, an invisible hand turning ink into light. You notice a crack of color blooming on the edge of the page. The color spreads slowly, like an ember warming the page's soul. You imagine the ember as a thinker's mind, glowing within ink. The thought of glowing ink feels oddly comforting, a friend beside you. The friend, you sense, whispers ancient truths, old as the stars. You inhale deeply, absorbing this quiet wisdom like a soothing tea. The tea scent is faint, a reminder of the herbs used in old rituals. You realize the study is alive, breathing, humming, and speaking softly. The humming feels like a lullaby for the ink, keeping it calm. You smile, feeling yourself gently drawn into the study's embrace. The embrace is warm, not hot, like a blanket on a winter night. You lean further, letting the warmth sink into your bones. The study's heartbeat slows, syncing with your deep breaths. You feel at peace, as though you're resting on a quiet shore. The shore is paper, the waves ink, and the wind your own thoughts. You close your eyes, breathing in the gentle rhythm of the night. The night outside is quiet, far away, but the room feels it. You feel the subtle shift of the moon's glow onto the desk. The glow changes color slowly, from deep blue to soft lavender. You observe how each color change feels like a sigh from the ink. The sigh sounds like a promise, an invitation to stay longer, to read deeper. The sigh sounds like a promise, an invitation to stay longer, to read deeper. You slide the quill to your palm, feeling its steady weight. Its wooden body hums softly under your fingers. You notice the tip glistens with a faint lacquer sheen. The ink inside the barrel feels thick and dark. You hold it gently, as if cradling a secret. A single droplet trembles above the quill's nib. You watch it rise, a tiny comet about to fall. The glass of parchment waits for the first splash. It feels like a small stage set for one act. Your breath settles into a soft, rhythmic pattern. The room stills, waiting for the ink to speak. The quill's weight settles deeper into your wrist. The surface gleams like a polished mirror in sun. You imagine a tiny lighthouse in the ink's heart. The droplet hovers, fragile as a newborn sigh. Suddenly, it cracks open like a starburst. A silent hush embraces the room's corners. You feel the quill vibrate with invisible energy. The movement is almost a whispered lullaby. You glance at the parchment, an ancient canvas. Its fibers whisper stories of distant summers. You note the tiny smudge at the page's edge. Historians still argue whether the earliest Hebrew script was written by divine inspiration or by a bored scribe. You smile, Knowing debates stretch farther than ink. A quirky tidbit floats in your mind. A 17th century chemist blamed ink fumes for predicting storms. You giggle at the idea that ink could be a weather oracle. The droplet, now a cascade, splits into 2 silver streams. Each stream kisses the parchment like a gentle kiss. The ink spreads, forming a silvery curve. The curve expands, blooming into a tiny heart shape. You observe how the heart's edges soften. The ink feels warm against the cool parchment. You inhale deeply, savoring the scent of dried herbs. The scent hints at ancient baths of Jerusalem. The ink begins to dry, setting a delicate lace. You trace the lace with your fingertips. You feel the ink's subtle resistance. The quill stands upright, ready for the next drop. The quill's weight anchors your focus. You lean closer, the world shrinking around you. The quill's tip taps softly on the parchment. A faint metallic sound echoes down the hall. You wonder how many scholars tapped this same beat. The quill slides, leaving a narrow line of ink. The line arcs upward, a gentle curve of meaning. You feel the ink settle, calming the room. The air tastes faintly of burnt cedar. You taste a hint of ancient spice in the air. The quill's weight seems to balance the universe. You close your eyes for a second. The quill speaks. You hear the ink whisper about forgotten names. A name echoes. Moses, son of Amram. You feel the name vibrate in your chest. The parchment hums with a slow, steady pulse. You picture the quill as a tiny conductor. It directs the ink chorus with a gentle hand. The ink drips a second time, forming a droplet. A droplet rests, then releases a soft splash. The splash creates a ripple across the page. You watch the ripple shimmer like a pond. The ripple carries a symbol, a stylized letter. You interpret the symbol as peace. The meaning blossoms, filling the quiet space. The quill's weight steadies your breath. Your breath now syncs with the ink's rhythm. The ink begins to form a word. The word stretches across the page like a river. You feel the word whisper ancient wisdom. You lean back, letting the ink settle further. The ink glistens in the candlelight. You notice the tiny crystals forming on its surface. The crystals reflect the room's soft glow. You smile, seeing colors emerge from ink. The quill rests, ready for the next stroke. You feel its presence like a silent companion. The room is quieter than a library in full night. You imagine the quill as a silent librarian. It records every breath you take. Your fingers glide to the quill's handle. The quill feels warm, almost like a palm print. You lift it, feeling the exact balance. A second droplet trembles above the tip again. The droplet's surface ripples with micro waves. You watch as it decides when to fall. Time slows, each second stretching like a sigh. The droplet finally drops, making a tiny splash. The splash echoes a faint splash echo. It forms a tiny circle of ink. The circle fades, turning into a spiraling design. You feel the spirals trace a hidden map. The map seems to guide your mind. You focus on its tiny arrows pointing forward. quill's weight steadies against your palm. You sense the quill's life humming softly. The parchment beneath feels thicker where ink flows. You trace that thickness with a finger. It follows a faint path, almost like veins. You think of veins carrying life, ink carrying ideas. The idea sparks a moment of realization. You realize every stroke breathes life into thought. Your breathing syncs with the quill's slow rhythm. The room's silence turns into a gentle hum. You pause, letting the silence deepen your focus. You hear the quill whisper, "Let it heal." You feel a warmth spreading through the desk. The warmth feels like a sunrise on paper. You watch the ink bloom, slowly filling words. The words form a sentence that reads, "Begin." You sense the sentence as an invitation to journey. You feel the quill's nib glide with elegance. Its movement feels like a dancer's graceful twirl. The ink follows, drawing delicate petals. Petals fall like snowflakes into the page. You see each petal as a memory fragment. Your mind weaves them into a coherent tale. The tale unfurls like a gentle tide. You feel the tide surge, pulling in stories. The tide carries echoes of a distant desert. The desert echo recalls the scent of frankincense. You inhale, feeling ancient incense in the air. You imagine a caravan of merchants near a spring. The caravan's wagons rustle in the wind. The wind carries the same quiet as the quill. You lean deeper into the paper's texture. You feel the ink's subtle sheen under light. The sheen seems to flicker like fireflies. You think of fireflies dancing at twilight. The thought brightens the room with gentle laughter. You laugh softly, noting the quill's quiet humor. The quill continues, dropping a new line. The line curves, forming a spiral. The spiral spirals outward like a galaxy. The galaxy emits a soft, comforting light. You feel the light warming your fingertips. You hold the quill's handle longer. The quill begins to vibrate in harmony. The vibration seems to sync with your heartbeat. You feel a sense of unity, of two rhythms. You pause, savoring the quiet connection. The room exudes a faint perfume of sandalwood. You notice the scent as a calm ocean. The ocean sound blends with ink's hiss. The hiss is a gentle lullaby. You close your eyes for an instant. The quill's weight feels like a steady drum. You feel the drum's beat aligning with breath. The breathing pattern fills the room with peace. You think of a monk chanting at dusk. The chant echoes in the ink's slow fall. You realize the quill plays a quiet meditation. The meditation lingers like a soft echo. You inhale, absorbing the parchment's essence. The parchment tastes like old parchment, mild and warm. You feel the quill as a living entity. It speaks in droplets, in shapes, in patterns. You listen as the quill sighs with contentment. The sigh feels like a sigh of relief. You feel the sigh ripple through the desk. The desk feels like a large, slow animal breathing. You sense the animal's heartbeat echoing your own. You smile at the absurdity of a desk that breathes. You glance at the quill's tip, poised for the next drop. The drop gleams like a new moon. The moon glows, calm and bright in the ink. You feel the glow soften around you. The glow turns the room into a gentle cocoon. You pause, listening for any sound outside. Only the faint rustle of leaves outside. Leaves whisper old stories in the wind. Leaves match the ink's rhythm of silence. You feel the wind's touch on the parchment. The touch calms, like a hand brushing a cheek. You feel a sense of closeness between ink and hand. The closeness reminds you of a secret partnership that writes in whispers. You think of secret gardens hidden under stone. Stone feels rough under your fingertips. Your fingertips trace hidden patterns in stone. Patterns feel like tiny ink droplets. The ink's journey mirrors the stone's hidden veins. You notice a tiny pattern of stars. Stars twinkle on the parchment, aligning with ink. You feel the stars calling to you. The call invites you to write a dream. You open your mind to the dream's possibility. You let the quill glide, guided by unseen muse. The quill's tip becomes a needle of thought. It stitches ideas into a tapestry of ink. You watch the tapestry form, thread by thread. Each thread glints in the soft candlelight. You feel a gentle tug from the tapestry. It pulls you into the fabric's narrative. Your heart beats to its soothing rhythm. You realize each pulse echoes ink's calm. The calm settles like a blanket over time. You wrap this blanket around the desk. The desk feels secure, warm, and alive. You hear a small creak as the desk settles. The creak seems to say, "Welcome." You smile inwardly, thankful for the warmth. You let the quill rest beside its place. You listen to the room as it hums. You feel the hum become a lullaby. The lullaby invites you to stay longer. You think of a child sleeping in a cradle. The child's breath mirrors your own. Your breath is soothing, gentle, rhythmic. You feel your body relaxing deeper. You notice the quill's nib glistening once more. It glistens like a quiet evening star. The star flickers, casting a gentle glow. You feel that glow wrap around your thoughts. The thoughts settle like leaves in calm water. The water glistens in the candle's glow. You hold a gaze on the soft glitter. The glitter whispers, "Keep writing." You feel obliged to obey. The obligation feels like a gentle nudge. You rise, feeling the desk's support. The support feels like a hand guiding you. You reapproach the quill, reverent and grateful. The quill's weight steadies your focus again. The focus is clear, quiet, and intentional. You let the quill dip, dropping a final line. The line forms a complete sentence, a promise. The promise reads, "Stay, read, remember." You feel the promise resonate in your bones. Your bones hum with ancient contentment. You pause, feeling the room's breath. The room breathes a warm exhale. You inhale, drawn into the calm. You inhale as if breathing in a quiet dream. Your heart thumps to a slow, steady beat. The beat echoes the ink's soft pulse. You feel the beat in your wrists. You feel the beat in your eyes. You feel the beat in your ears. You smile, the smile lingering like a soft wave. The wave ripples across the page. You close your eyes, letting light dim. The candle flame dims to a gentle whisper. The whisper is calm, like a final sigh. The final sigh embraces the room. The room feels like a soft, closed book. You feel the book's cover close gently. The cover clings to your palm, warm. You imagine the cover's skin, soft and real. Your fingers feel its texture, alive. You feel a sense of being wrapped. You feel the wrapping as a tender hug. The hug is gentle and reassuring. The reassuring feeling grounds you here. You realize the ink, the quill, the room form a family. The family thrives in quiet harmony. You feel your breath align with the family's rhythm. You listen to the quill whisper one last word. The word says, "Thank you." You feel a gratitude blooming inside. Your gratitude is bright as a sunrise. The sunrise shimmers across the ink. The ink glows like liquid gold. You trace the glow with a curious finger. You feel the gold as a gentle heat. The heat melts any lingering tension. You sit back, feeling complete. The room feels like a sleeping giant. The giant's heart beats slowly within. You inhale as the giant inhales. The inhale is as deep as the ocean. You feel the giant's pulse through the desk. The desk feels like a living river. The river flows with ink and sound. You let the river guide you gently. The river turns the ink into knowledge. Knowledge flows like a tide in the night. The tide brings comfort like a lullaby. The lullaby lingers, wrapping your thoughts. You feel the wrap like a blanket of stars. The stars glow in soft, steady light. You find peace in that light. The peace feels as natural as breathing. You know you will remember this. This memory glows like a quiet lantern. The lantern flickers, comforting and gentle. You let it burn slowly in your mind. The mind warms, feeling safe and relaxed. The room exhales as if whispering goodbye. You hear the goodbye, gentle and warm. You feel the goodbye wrapping around you. You remain in the quiet. You keep breathing slowly and deeply. You let the silence soak into your bones. The bones feel light, as if in slow motion. You think of a comet racing through ink. The comet leaves a trail of shimmering thought. You feel its trail like stardust. Stardust sparks curiosity inside. The curiosity sparks a desire to write. You grasp the quill once more. The quill feels ready, like a new friend. You set it down beside the page with care. You feel the paper respond with a silent approval. You feel a gentle sigh of contentment. The contentment hums within the room. You listen, feeling the hum under your feet. The hum rises and falls like a slow drum. The drum feels soothing, like a mother's hum. You feel the drum's pulse synchronizing with your pulse. Your pulse drifts into quiet reflection. You reflect on how ink has lived. Ink has lived like a living being. You feel ink's presence, present and soft. You feel the present like a gentle touch. The touch invites you to stay. You allow the invitation, feeling calm. You inhale as if tasting fresh tea. The tea's aroma mixes with old parchment. The aroma is a gentle reminder of life. You feel life humming from the quill. The quill hums like a bird's song. You feel the bird's song in your marrow. Your marrow quivers in delight. You let them quiver together. Together, they form a quiet chorus. The chorus swells, a slow, deep song. You feel the song as a wave across your chest. Your chest swells, opening like a flower. The flower opens into the light. The light whispers rest. You feel the whisper in your ears. Your ears hum, gentle and clear. The hum matches the quill's rhythm. You smile softly, feeling content. The content is like a warm sunrise. The sunrise feels like a gentle hug. You hold that hug, savoring its softness. The softness seeps into your skin. Your skin feels alive, like a fresh leaf. You pause, feeling time stretch. Time stretches like an elastic band. The band gently pulls you toward rest. You let yourself surrender to gentle rest. You feel the sleep call like a soft siren. The siren sounds like a lullaby. You close your mind, letting it drift. Your thoughts drift on gentle waves. The waves carry you to quiet. The quiet is a calm sea. The sea glows with ink's light. You feel the glow in the dark. The glow is a small beacon. The beacon guides, gentle and sure. You follow, feeling safe. You reach the final breath of ink. I will end here. You push open the heavy oak door. Its hinges sigh like a sleepy old cat. Dust particles glitter in the slanted light, dancing like tiny lanterns in a forgotten corridor. You notice the smell of old parchment, an aroma that tastes of memory and moths. A faint creak echoes as you step, like a whisper from the walls themselves. You step closer to the desk, feeling the cool wood against your palm. Dust forms a soft blanket over forgotten manuscripts, each page a silent witness. You trace a line of dust, an invisible map left by generations. The dust trail bends toward the mahogany shelf, hinting at hidden stories. You pause, listening for the faint rustle of old pages turning. Each crackling sound is a subtle shout, an invitation from a centuries-old soul. Remember that weird rumor about ink predicting storms. Now it feels oddly relevant. The dusty path feels like a breadcrumb trail toward forgotten lore. You reach for a slender scroll tucked behind a stack of volumes. Its edge is soft, the parchment cracked like a tired map of continents. The wax seal glows faintly. Faintly, an old whisper from its maker. You lift the scroll, the air around it seeming to pause. Historians still argue whether the earliest Hebrew script emerged from divine inspiration or bored scribes. The quill tip feels oddly familiar, a phantom echo of a long-lost companion. A single drop of ink trembles, waiting like a nervous child at school. You lean closer, inhaling the scent of cedar and dust, a perfume of age. The dust trail on the desk swirls, forming a curve that looks like a question mark. It invites you to trace its path, to follow clues hidden in darkness. You follow the curve, fingers brushing the dust until a faint aroma rises. Each breath feels lighter, as if the dust is lifting your thoughts. The book on the shelf shivers, its spine cracking like a whisper. You pull it gently, the pages turning with a soft sigh. Dust settles on a title, The Lost Chronicles of Jerusalem. The cover is worn, its leather cracked, secrets stitched into the fibers. You flip a page, the scent of ink deepening, like a forest after rain. The words are older than the library itself, etched in a hand that feels olden. The dust trail you followed continues, disappearing into the margins of the next page. It draws a path through sentences, like a river seeking forgotten water. You feel the pull, gentle as a lullaby, guiding your mind. With each step, the quiet grows louder, silence becomes a chorus around you. The room seems to breathe, each shelf exhaling a sigh of old knowledge. You inhale deeply, tasting the faint sweetness of preserved ink. The dust on the desk whispers, "Follow through, seeker of light." You nod, guided by the quiet invitation, stepping further into the maze of pages. The drawer slides open, revealing a stack of faded manuscripts. The paper is thin, almost translucent, an invitation to peer inside. Your fingertips brush the margin, and a faint line of ink appears. It glows softly, like a tiny lantern guiding you toward truth. You continue, following the glowing path, each step deeper into ancient lore. The line curves, revealing symbols that feel like secret words. You feel your heartbeat quicken, like a whisper of excitement. The study breathes, and you notice a subtle shift in the air. A scent of sandalwood rises, warm and comforting, an old friend. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the scent fill you. The ink on the page sings a low, steady hum, like a secret lullaby. You listen, hearing every droplet as if it were a soft drum. You turn the page, and a new symbol emerges, shimmering in the glow. It feels like a secret key, ready to unlock hidden meaning. You trace the curve, feeling the ink flow as a living river. The paper warms under your touch, as if the study itself is breathing. You pause, feeling the air around you pulse with ancient power. The dust continues its subtle dance, tracing a new pathway through the pages. You follow it, your fingers brushing along, feeling the pull of forgotten knowledge. Each symbol feels like a step closer to a secret that has waited for centuries. The dust trail leads to a hidden compartment behind a book. You push the book aside, sliding it down, soft whisper of old wood. A small leather-bound journal appears, its cover etched with a tiny symbol. Its pages feel moist, like the memory of a recent rain. You open the journal, the scent of fresh ink filling your nostrils. The first line reads, "Seek the light within the dust." The words feel like a secret message, a promise waiting to be fulfilled. You feel a shiver of excitement, like a secret code finally unlocking. The dust trail beneath your hand turns a small, hidden glow. You sense the study reacting, lights flicker, the air shivers. It feels like the room is breathing, and you are invited to follow. You close your eyes again, letting the room's pulse guide you. The dust lifts, revealing a doorway carved into the wall. You step closer, feeling the cool stone against your fingertips. A faint glow lingers like a candle in the dark. The doorway seems to vibrate with a quiet energy and invitation. You turn the handle, the lock click audible, soft, decisive. You push the door open, stepping into a darkness that feels warm. The air inside is cool, tinged with the scent of wet stone. A single lantern hangs, its light a gentle ember drifting across the wall. Beyond the lantern, a corridor stretches, shoes echo softly on stone. You walk, each step a quiet drumbeat, a rhythm guiding you forward. The corridor's walls are lined with shelves, each holding forgotten tomes. Dust settles on each book, whispering their stories to you. You pick a book with a worn title, Secrets of the Nile. The cover feels warm when you touch, as if the stories breathe. Opening it, you see a map, red lines curling across the page. The map shows a hidden valley, a place where sunlight never touches. You pause, feeling the pull of adventure. Your heart races. The dust trail below your hand seems to guide you there, almost like a secret compass. You feel the study's pulse, humming softly, your breath matching its rhythm. The lantern flickers gently, casting shadows that dance across the wall. You take a deep breath, inhaling the cool stone and ancient dust. You step forward into the unknown. Your story awaits, ink bright in your hands. You remember a story, olden library, burned in 48 BCE. Its scrolls lost to flame. The memory flickers like a candle. It warms the dusty corners of your study. You feel a connection to those lost words, the same dust that holds the map. A soft sigh escapes from the walls, echoing the ashes that once danced. You trace the faint glow again, feeling the invisible hand guiding your fingers. Each step feels like a heartbeat, a rhythm of unseen guardians. Dust particles settle as if breathing, waiting for your touch to stir them. The study hums, a lullaby that feels old yet comforting. You find a narrow crack in the wall, like a secret seam. Curiosity pulls you forward, like a moth drawn toward flame. The crack opens, revealing a hidden chamber lit by phosphorescent moss. The moss emits a faint glow, bathing the room in a soft green. You step inside, feeling the cool air brush your cheek. The space feels alive, like a heart beating beneath stone. You notice a small brass plaque, etched with a curious symbol. It resembles a spiral, like a tiny galaxy within the wall. Your breath slows, a quiet acknowledgement of hidden knowledge. You press your ear against the wall, hear a faint hum. It feels like a secret conversation between walls and stone. You smile, imagining the room as a quiet storyteller, whispering myths. You step back, leaving the hidden chamber behind, but keeping its memory. Back in the study, the dust feels warmer, charged with unseen energy. You feel the rhythm of the world aligning with the ink's pulse. The walls seem to lean in, ready to share their secrets. You run your fingers over the dust trail again, each speck alive. A soft sigh emerges from below the desk, like a sigh of gratitude. You hear a faint whisper, "Keep searching, seeker." The world hums in agreement, a soft choir of forgotten ink. You feel the call, a gentle tug toward your next discovery. The dust settles, awaiting the next moment of adventure between pages. You breathe in, feeling the dusty air swirl like a polite whisper. The candle's flame flickers softly, its low hum settling into your ears like a lullaby. You lean closer, letting the smoke curl around your thoughts, gentle and inviting. The library breathes, a living thing, its silence humming in low frequencies. The wood creaks softly, as if sharing secrets over a midnight cup of tea. You giggle softly, imagining the hinges gossiping about your arrival. "Here we go," you whisper, a friendly nod to the ancient room. The floorboards groan faintly, their chorus a background score to the night. You pause, noticing the scent of old pages mingling with citrus. The citrus smell comes from an old clock, its gears ticking in the corner. The clock's hands move slowly, almost like a giant hand waving hello. You smile, thinking how even clocks get shy in the dark. The floor feels warm, a cushion beneath your feet, like an old pillow. Your shoulders relax, and you feel the weight of the day dissipate. The quiet library breathes again, releasing soft mist that curls. The mist mingles with the candle's flame, swirling around your fingertips. You see the mist dancing, reflecting the glow in a tiny prism. The prism shows fleeting colors, like a sunrise on a quiet lake. The colors fade, leaving the calm of ordinary parchment. You feel the calm, settling into your chest like a gentle blanket. You're breathing right, you whisper to the stillness. The stillness echoes back with a soft reply that is almost a nod. You notice a faint click, as if a lock had just slipped. The lock opens, revealing a secret compartment behind a thick book. Inside the compartment lies a small, ornate box, its lid shining silver. The box feels heavy, like a small secret held in a hand. You touch the lid, feeling a faint electric spark as your breath touches steel. The spark is a tiny, unexpected tickle, much like a friendly sneeze. You chuckle softly, amused at the metallic sting. The spark subsides, replaced by the glow of your candle. The candle's glow touches the box, warming its surface. You decide to open the box, eager to glimpse its hidden treasure. Inside, a folded parchment glistens, its text written in a quiet script. The script feels like a secret language whispered to you by a distant friend. Your fingers trace the edges, feeling ink as it dries on parchment. The ink's texture is fine, like a whisper of a breeze through grass. A single line reads, "In the quiet library's breath, you find your story." You smile, feeling that the message is for you personally. The words echo softly, a lullaby for your mind while you read. You read slowly, absorbing the rhythm of each syllable as it flows. The rhythm feels like a heartbeat in a quiet night, steady and soft. Your thoughts drift, carried by the words like leaves on a stream. The library listens, its silence providing a safe cradle for thoughts. Maybe they wrote you one day, you wonder, half as a joke, half amazed. The whisper of paper feels like a friend's breath, warm and steady. A faint scent of sandalwood rises from an ancient candle in the back. The sandalwood scent smells like a campfire, but softer and more aromatic. You lean into the scent, letting it calm your mind as it does for a baby. The room's breath grows softer, like a lullaby to a sleeping child. It's very peaceful here, you say, feeling your own rest approach. The quiet hum lingers, offering a quiet, comforting blanket. A hush of contentment sweeps the room, a gentle tide of calm. You feel the library's breath pulse in sync with your own heartbeat. You notice a small flicker of light by the window, a tiny dawn. The dawn glows, painting the room with an early amber light. The light fades, and you're pulled back to the quiet hum of candlelight. The candle remains steady, its flame a heartbeat in the dark. The quiet hum continues, weaving a thread through every corner of the room. Your mind, quiet, floats along the thread, finding rhythm in stillness. The thread seems to lead to a hidden door, a secret waiting. You hear a faint creak as the door opens, revealing a bright corridor. The corridor is empty, but the air feels alive, like a living story. The walls of the corridor glow, each one etched with tiny symbols. The symbols hum softly, a low melody that lulls nearby minds. Does it feel like a song? You ask, half joking, but intrigued. The song replies with a quiet hum, echoing your own breaths. You smile, feeling your thoughts align with the wall's steady beat. A breeze passes, carrying the scent of distant summer seas. You breathe in, finding that scent soothing, like a lull in a long day. The sea scent reminds you of childhood memories near a shoreline. The memories swirl like tiny boats on still water. Your mind settles, and you feel you're ready to explore more. You step forward, guided by the subtle hum and faint light. The floor remains warm, a comforting layer under your feet. The floor echoes a soft thump, signaling you are not alone. The echoes bounce, a playful reminder that you're surrounded. Your laughter mingles with those echoes, forming a gentle chorus. The chorus swells softly, then quiets, matching the rhythm of your heartbeat. Your chest rises, and you're ready to keep following the room's breath. You take another step, feeling the floor, walls, and light converge. The convergence creates a gentle circle, a circle of calm in the room. This circle reminds you of the library's promise to never let you lose. You pause, absorbing the calm, feeling the breath of the shelves close. The shelves whisper, "Keep exploring, brave soul," in a very subtle tone. You laugh, then pause to listen for the next whisper. The whisper ends, leaving a calm aftershocker, like a candle flickering in wind. You continue, knowing your path is guided by silence. You step into the next room, and the air is warm and fragrant. The light turns more brightening, as if a new dawn emerges. You slip the midnight scroll onto the polished oak desk, its edge humming softly. The ink glints like a silent sunrise, teasing your curiosity. You lean closer, feeling the parchment's ancient heartbeat under your fingertips. Each line whispers secrets about a world long forgotten. The ink's swirl is so delicate, it seems to waver like a shy butterfly. You trace the path of the calligraphic curves, an invisible dance. The scent of iron and parchment mingles, memories echo from centuries past. You remember the story about ink made from crushed beetles to glow. Such tales weave between myth and experiment, adding layers of intrigue. Historians still argue whether the original manuscripts were written by women. Olden scrolls once survived the library of Alexandria's blaze, an ember of resilience. You realize that resilience is written in the fibers of the paper. The midnight scroll's secret glows at night, revealing hidden runes. You tilt the page, and the ink seems to shift as if breathing. A faint glow pulses beneath the ink, like a quiet heart beating. It feels like a secret conversation between ink and light. Experts think this phenomenon is due to phosphorescent minerals in the ink. You run your thumb over a glowing rune, feeling a gentle vibration. The vibration is subtle, yet it hums like a distant lullaby. It syncs with your heartbeat, tightening the room around you. You hear a whisper coming from the parchment's edge, an invitation. The whisper is a soft echo, seek the hidden line. You shift the scroll, uncovering a line beneath the visible text. The hidden line is encoded in a language no longer spoken. It reads, "When night falls, the ink will reveal the truth." You pause, letting the words settle in the quiet room. The air thickens, as though the page is breathing. You feel the parchment warm under your palms like a sleeping cat. You wrap your arm around the scroll, feeling its secret pulse. The pulse syncs with your breathing, a rhythmical lull. You smile, amused at the absurdity of an ink-powered heartbeat. You wonder if this scroll was meant for someone like you. The clock strikes midnight, your study lights dim, leaving only the scroll's glow. You feel a sense of awe building like a slow tide. The parchment seems to lean toward you, its ink unfurling softly. You let the ink spread. It curls into a spiral over the page. A tiny silhouette of a star emerges from the curling ink. The star's outline glows like a miniature lighthouse in darkness. You think of this moment as a quiet cosmic joke. You breathe out slowly, letting the study settle into silence. Experts think the star symbol might represent knowledge, an olden sign. You trace the symbol with your finger, feeling a tingling echo. The tingling moves up through your wrist like a secret message. You close your eyes, letting the feeling guide you forward. The scroll's edge glows brighter, as if daring you to uncover more. You pull back the corner, revealing a faint inscription beneath. The inscription reads, "Truth waits, but only for the curious." You nod, feeling a new resolve grow inside. You hear a soft chime, an echo from the olden room's walls. The chime sounds like a distant bell, reverberating through the air. You feel the walls exhale, releasing a warm, dusty breath. The breath carries the scent of old leather and distant seas. You lean in, as if hearing a secret whispered by the floor. It says, "Keep searching, and you shall find what you seek." You smile, grateful for the midnight lesson. You let the lesson settle, preparing your mind for the next discovery. You reach for a nearby candle, its flame steady like a tiny sun. You light it, and the flame casts a warm glow over the scroll. You watch the flame flicker, imagining it as a tiny dance of fire. You feel the heat tickle your fingertips, a gentle reminder. You pause, listening to the crackle. As the study seems to breathe, the crackle is rhythmic, a subtle beat echoing the pulse you felt earlier. This rhythm feels like a lullaby composed for your ears. You sink deeper into the quiet, letting the sound guide your thoughts. The ink on the scroll shimmers, reflecting the candlelight's gentle flare. You trace the shimmering path, feeling it pulse like a heartbeat. You wonder if these pulses are encoded messages from a past scholar. You inhale deeply, grounding yourself in the quiet. You realize the study's silence is a companion, not a void. You feel a sense of trust building, like an old friend returning. The candle's flame drifts, moving gently across the parchment. You watch it dance, creating shadows that play on the walls. You realize the shadows themselves seem to respond to your breathing. They pulse with your inhale, a rhythm synchronized with the room. You laugh softly, amused at this living, breathing canvas. The canvas feels like a friend whispering, guiding your next step. You turn your focus to the scroll, letting the ink guide you. You sense the ink's voice is telling you to keep moving. A faint line of light appears, trailing across the page. You follow the line, feeling the paper shift beneath your touch. The shift is subtle, like a sigh in the quiet. You trace each tiny movement, recording the sensation in your mind. You think of a story someone might write about this. You feel the world outside fading, leaving only ink and candle. You breathe in, feeling the ink's fragrance mingling with the flame. You keep breathing, matching the tempo of the ink's pulse. You feel the pulse echoing through your bones. You allow the sensation to lull, like a gentle wave. The study feels alive, a companion whispering ancient stories. You feel gratitude swell, like a tide rising to moonlight. You close your eyes, letting the ink's rhythm guide you deeper. You imagine the ink swirling in the depths of your mind. You notice a faint humming, like a distant waterfall. The humming grows louder, but stays soft like a lullaby. You feel your thoughts drifting, following the sound's path. You listen, letting the study's quiet embrace you. You open your mouth, whispering thanks to the olden parchment. The parchment listens, replying through the gentle heat of the flame. You feel peace settle, as quiet as a soft snowflake. You breathe out, feeling the study's pulse slow. You feel the candle flicker, but steadier than a heart's beat. You imagine the ink and flame as two quiet lovers, holding each other. You whisper, "Stay," and the study sighs, breathing back your gratitude. You close the page, allowing the ink to sleep. The ink's softness echoes through the room like a lullaby's final verse. You feel a gentle pull toward another mystery hidden in darkness. You pull the cover back, preparing for the next secret. You lift the curtain of silence, ready to follow ink's invitation. The study waits, its whispering walls holding all secrets. You inhale slowly, feeling the night breathe its own calm. You feel the air soften like a blanket wrapped around you. You relax, letting the study's pulse slow into a hush. You listen, and the ink hums a lullaby for your thoughts. You feel the rhythm settling against your chest like a drum. You allow the rhythm to carry you into dreams. You close your eyes, drifting toward the ink's soft cradle. You feel your breath merge with the candlelight's gentle pulse. You sink deeper, letting quiet guide you to sleep. You surrender, trusting the study to guard your dreams. You slip the midnight scroll onto the polished oak desk, its edge humming softly. The ink glints like a silent sunrise, teasing your curiosity. You lean closer, feeling the parchment's olden heartbeat under your fingertips. Each line whispers secrets about a world long forgotten. The ink's swirl is so delicate, it seems to waver like a shy butterfly. You trace the path of the calligraphic curves, an invisible dance. The scent of iron and parchment mingles, memories echo from centuries past. You remember the story about ink made from crushed beetles to glow. Such tales weave between myth and experiment, adding layers of intrigue. Historians still argue whether the original manuscripts were written by women, casting doubt. Olden scrolls once survived the library of Alexandria's blaze, an ember of resilience. You realize that resilience is written in the fibers of the paper. The midnight scroll's secret glows at night, revealing hidden runes. You tilt the page, and the ink seems to shift, as if breathing. A faint glow pulses beneath the ink, like a quiet heart beating. It feels like a secret conversation between ink and light. Experts think this phenomenon is due to phosphorescent minerals in the ink. You run your thumb over a glowing rune, feeling a gentle vibration. The vibration is subtle, yet it hums like a distant lullaby. It syncs with your heartbeat, tightening the room around you. You hear a whisper coming from the parchment's edge, an invitation. The whisper is a soft echo. Seek the hidden line. You shift the scroll, uncovering a line beneath the visible text. The hidden line is encoded in a language no longer spoken. It reads, "When night falls, the ink will reveal the truth." You pause, letting the words settle in the quiet room. The air thickens, as though the page is breathing. You feel the parchment warm under your palms like a sleeping cat. You wrap your arm around the scroll, feeling its secret pulse. The pulse syncs with your breathing, a rhythmical lull. You smile, amused at the absurdity of an ink-powered heartbeat. You wonder if this scroll was meant for someone like you. The clock strikes midnight, your study lights dim, leaving only the scroll's glow. You feel a sense of awe building like a slow tide. The parchment seems to lean toward you, its ink unfurling softly. You let the ink spread, It curls into a spiral over the page. A tiny silhouette of a star emerges from the curling ink. The star's outline glows like a miniature lighthouse in darkness. You think of this moment as a quiet cosmic joke. You breathe out slowly, letting the study settle into silence. Experts think the star symbol might represent knowledge, an olden sign. You trace the symbol with your finger, feeling a tingling echo. The tingling moves up through your wrist like a secret message. You close your eyes, letting the feeling guide you forward. The scroll's edge glows brighter, as if daring you to uncover more. You pull back the corner, revealing a faint inscription beneath. The inscription reads, "Truth waits, but only for the curious." You nod, feeling a new resolve grow inside. You hear a soft chime and echo from the olden room's walls. The chime sounds like a distant bell, reverberating through the air. You feel the walls exhale, releasing a warm, dusty breath. The breath carries the scent of old leather and distant seas. You lean in, as if hearing a secret whispered by the floor. It says, "Keep searching, and you shall find what you seek." You smile, grateful for the midnight lesson. You let the lesson settle, preparing your mind for the next discovery. You reach for a nearby candle, its flame steady like a tiny sun. You light it, and the flame casts a warm glow over the scroll. You watch the flame flicker, imagining it as a tiny dance of fire. You feel the heat tickle your fingertips, a gentle reminder. You pause, listening to the crackle, as the study seems to breathe. The crackle is rhythmic, a subtle beat echoing the pulse you felt earlier. This rhythm feels like a lullaby composed for your ears. You sink deeper into the quiet, letting the sound guide your thoughts. The ink on the scroll shimmers, reflecting the candlelight's gentle flare. You trace the shimmering path, feeling it pulse like a heartbeat. The ink's sound becomes a lullaby, not a storm, soft, soothing, and rhythmic. You close your eyes, feeling the cadence wrap around you like a blanket. The world fades, leaving only ink's steady heartbeat and the quiet of the study. You notice a subtle shift. Ink lines begin to ripple, like waves on a calm lake. Every ripple carries a word, a phrase, a syllable of forgotten lore. You wonder if the ink remembers each story, replaying it with each drip. It's like a living library, each page a living organism. You feel an urge. Perhaps this ink can teach you to listen better. The sound deepens, a murmur that floats in the stale air of the library. You breathe in, let the ink fill your lungs, feeling its silence echo. The rhythmic drip invites you to slow down, to cherish each moment. You notice a faint tremor, like a gentle heartbeat, across the desk surface. The desk seems to breathe, matching the ink's steady cadence. You think of the wooden table's wood from centuries ago, carrying stories within. It's almost as if the desk and ink together form a quiet choir. You chuckle softly, imagining the desk humming along, a deep chest note. The music slows, a lullaby that soothes the mind to a gentle slumber. You feel your body align with the desk's pulse, an involuntary dance. You lean into the rhythm, feeling the ink's melody wrap around you. The ink's melody shifts softly, a tone like midnight choir. You realize each word the ink whispers is a breath, a sigh of old tongues. The ink sings, and you, dear viewer, listen as one would to whispered poetry. You imagine a scholar in a candlelit nook, scribbling with an enchanted quill. Your mind conjures a laugh. Maybe the ink has a sense of humor, too. You pause, feeling the ink's giggle, a ripple of laughter in your ear. The sound settles, a lull that lulls the brain into a calm state. You close your eyes again as the ink weaves a final melody. You feel the ink's vibrations travel through the floorboards, settling like moss. The room is quiet, a cathedral for thoughts that drift like feathers. Your mind floats, tethered only by the ink's gentle hum. You think of how the ink might tell future stories, stories you haven't yet read. The idea tickles you like a cat's whisker against a pillow. You smile, remember that joke about the ink that could whisper jokes. You let laughter bubble, a sound that syncs with the ink's soft chorus. The final drop of ink falls, settling, a whisper, a promise of tomorrow. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, tucked in by ink's lull. The ink settles, resting like a soft blanket, a protector of dreams. You let the study guide you into sleep, the ink humming behind you. A quiet sigh escapes the room, a final note that fades into darkness. You close your eyes, letting the ink's melody cradle you deeper into darkness. Your breathing slows, synced with the soft pulse of ink. You feel peace settle, a calm that feels like a warm cup of chamomile. And with that, the story ends. The ink slips back into whispering silence. You drift into sleep, trusting the ink's gentle rhythm to carry you. You inhale sharply, feeling the study's dust rise like a gentle cloud. The scent is heavy, a mix of old leather, parchment, and time. You feel each breath carry whispers of forgotten scholars. In the dim light, the air tastes faintly of ink and wood. You pause, allowing the scent to settle like a soft blanket. This aroma is the key to unlocking stories etched in fibers. A faint trace of lavender, a relic from a monastery's sacristy, lingers. You remember that lavender sachet used by monks to calm wandering minds. A curious fact: the Library of Alexandria was built in the 3rd century BCE. Historians still debate whether its treasures survived beyond the Great Fire. An odd rumor swirls. Some monks used beetle excrement to create glowing script. The idea seems fringe, yet the idea feels oddly true in this quiet room. You reach out, fingertips tingling against the worn desk, as if touching ancient skin. Every line beneath the ink feels alive, breathing in sync with your pulse. You notice a faint green glow, like liquid fire dancing within the letters. It pulses gently, a soft heartbeat echoing across the parchment. The glow invites curiosity, nudging you deeper into the study's hallowed space. You trace a delicate line that seems to shimmer as if freshly written. The ink's texture under your finger is cool, almost velvety. You pause, the silence thickening around the ink's subtle song. A soft breeze swirls, carrying dust motes swirling like miniature stars. The motion paints a dance of light across the page's surface. Your thoughts drift to a distant era, long before modern calendars. You imagine scholars sipping tea while writing, a rhythm of ink and contemplation. They whispered among each other, secrets woven into each feathered stroke. You feel the rhythm of their whispered voices echoing faintly in your mind. The room feels alive, a living repository of countless unsung voices. A tiny crack in the desk releases a plume of dust, a tiny thunderclap. The dust spirals like a miniature galaxy orbiting at the center of the study. You watch the dust settle, reflecting like tiny lanterns on the ink. The faint scent of lavender grows stronger, a scent from centuries ago. You inhale deeply, feeling a sense of calm wash over you like a tide. Your fingers glide along the paper, feeling each groove as if reading a secret script. The ink's path curves gracefully, guiding your hand in silent ballet. You are drawn into a trance, the line becoming a portal of thought. The ink swirls, forming a spiraling swirl that resembles a tiny galaxy. A subtle hum rises, a low frequency from the ink's molecular vibration. You sense the hum resonating with the rhythm of breathing. The hum relaxes your muscles, easing tension built up over the day. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the hum wrap around you. The hum fades, replaced by a gentle whisper of turning page. The page turns, revealing a fresh margin, a new chapter awaiting. You turn the page, the sound of papyrus whispering softly. The scent deepens, as if the paper drinks the air itself. You sense history breathing like an old tree's bark, alive and present. You walk around the desk, feeling the edges of the wood, rough yet smooth. The wood's grain sings a low lullaby, echoing the ink line's rhythm. A subtle aroma appears, cinnamon from a candle that is long burned. The candle's scent mingles with ink, creating a fragrant symphony. You breathe deeply, letting peace settle. You find yourself drifting into a soft trance. The ink's rhythm takes you deeper. Each drop becomes a step toward calm. You allow your body to sink into the desk. The desk feels solid, steady, unchanging. Your fingers rest, feeling the desk's texture. The texture is rough, but comforting. You feel the anchor of wood below. The anchor steadies your thoughts, letting them fly. The anchor steadies your thoughts, letting them fly. You linger by the desk, the candle still warming the corner. Its wax surface glints like a tiny galaxy. You notice the flame trembling, casting gentle shadows. The dance of light lingers on the parchment. You close your eyes for a moment. The room feels like a breathing organism. You inhale, and the scent of beeswax swells, a subtle note of pine, hinting at the old wood. You recall the anecdote about the ancient bead monks. They used beeswax to seal their scrolls. That tiny trick still holds the page together. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen, that odd story pops back, a reminder of strange histories. You stir the memory with a gentle laugh. The candle crackles softly, whispering stories. It seems to echo the ancient debates in the hall. Historians still argue whether the original flame of Alexandria burned for more than a year. The question adds tension to the flicker. You feel the flame's pulse against your hand. You note that 1666 marked the Great Fire of London. That fire changed candle manufacture forever. Later candles had a higher lard content. Lard was lighter, giving a steadier glow. You imagine a soot-laden street, darkness all around. The candle burns through that night, defying gloom. You watch as shadow shapes shift across the ink. The ink seems to breathe with the flame. Your breath syncs with the flicker's rhythm. You feel the study, alive like a giant, slow heart. You chuckle softly. Why is an ancient desk so dramatic? It feels like a silent movie, low budget but powerful. You lean forward, drawn to the subtle movement. A slight breeze nudges the candle's flame. It shivers, producing a tiny ripple. The ink's edges glimmer under this ripple. The page becomes a canvas of living light. You feel the study's walls resonating with the flame. You listen to the faint hum of the room, a low hum that only a candle can create. It sounds like a sleeping giant's lullaby. The sound seems to ease your jaw. You notice the wax drip falling slowly. Tiny white globes form a constellation on the table. A quiet star storm in a quiet room. You pause, thinking of ancient Greek candle makers. Some of them claimed their wax carried the scent of olives. The myth remains quirky, but beloved. Remember that the olive wax smelled like a Mediterranean sunrise. You pretend to taste the scent. The aroma hits your senses. Your mind wanders, a little amused. You wonder how history deals with such small details. Historians still argue whether taste can survive centuries. The debate feels like a cozy coffee house. You sip an imaginary coffee, a pause. The candle continues to flicker, steady or not. It sometimes leans toward one side, then back. The light slants, shaping ink into shadows. It paints the paper in soft watercolor. The scene feels like a slow dream. You notice the pattern of the flame's waviness. The rhythm matches your breathing. It invites you into a tiny world of quiet. The study feels as if breathing through the candle. You can almost hear the floorboards creak with each inhale. You recall the story of a medieval candle that burned 200 days. Some say it was made from goose fat. The tale remains curious, almost a legend. You grin at the absurdity. The candle's flame seems to remember that legend. You lean closer, the wax surface warm. A gentle glow kisses your skin. The heat is mild, not ablaze. It whispers through the parchment's fibers. You feel the ink shifting in response. The lines curve like soft waves. A subtle shimmer appears. You think of the first human to discover fire. Historiologists debate whether that spark came at the Sahara or Amazon. The question adds a layer of wonder. Your mind lingers on the mystery. The candle's flame flickers again. The shadows dance, playful and slow. You feel a sense of companionship from the flame. A quiet friend in an old room. The light travels across the page, touching the ancient script. Each letter glows a faint amber hue. The illumination feels like a personal embrace. You feel a surge of calm, your eyelids heavy, yet your mind alight. The candle's glow feels like a lullaby. You hear the faint rustle of parchment again, an echo from centuries ago. You smile, amused by the continuity. The flame twitches as if listening. It seems to respond to your thoughts. You consider the idea of time. You imagine centuries folded into one candle flame. Your heart rate slows, almost rhythmic. You breathe with the flame's cadence. The study's air fills with subtle scent, a trace of cedar, hinting at old cabinets. You feel the study's texture under your fingertips. You press against the desk's grain. The wood feels cool, comforting. The candle's flame shadows your hand. A soft glow outlines the curve. The study seems to breathe with each flicker. The candle is the heart of the room. You observe its dance with gratitude. A gentle breeze pushes a leaf of wax. It falls, forming a small halo on the table. It glows like a tiny lantern. You feel the pulse of history in that moment. You think of the ancient library's silence. History still debates whether those books survive in modern times. A question that keeps the room lively. You let the flame's motion lead you. The shadows shift, creating lines of light. You watch the ink's outlines become silhouettes. The page becomes a living collage. You feel the study's breath. A gentle exhale of dust, calm. Dust floats and settles into shapes, like tiny stars falling to earth. You smile. The room is poetic. The candle provides the light source for poetry. You lean back lightly, feeling the desk under your back. Its surface is warm from the flame. You let your thoughts wander. The candle's flame flickers, a soft star in your mind. The study feels safe, like a hammock of history. You hear a soft crack of the old wooden floor. You pause, absorbing the sound. The sound is like a whisper. It blends with the candle. The light continues steady. The flame's dance becomes a story of light, ink, and patience. You imagine someone centuries ago writing, their hand steady like yours. The candle lit their desk. You see his face in the glow. It feels like a connection, unbroken. You take a deep breath, filling lungs. The air has a hint of wax and cedar. You feel the scent soothing. The flame's warmth touches your palm. It gives you a sense of presence. You almost feel the pulse of a living thing. A quiet heartbeat. The candle seems to have its own heartbeat. It matches your breathing. The flame's flicker provides a soundtrack. You feel the study become a living organism. You notice the sound of the candle wax melting. A soft, rhythmic sound. It mirrors your breathing. The warmth of the light spreads. It wraps you like a blanket. The study's walls seem to pulse with the flame. You think of medieval monks. They used candles to read at night. feel the candle's light guiding your thoughts, the faint sound of wind outside the window, a subtle breeze, like a sigh of the outside world. You think of history as a living thing. The present and past intermix. The candle is a conduit. You find your mind drifting. You feel the world becoming quiet. The study's quietness is comforting. You lean into the candle's glow. The flame flickers gently. A little flick of light. The flame's dance is almost hypnotic. You feel the study's breathing. It is a gentle rhythm. The ink glistens under the candle. It feels like a secret. It feels like a whisper. The candle provides a soft glow. The candle breathes like a dragon. The room is calm. The flame gives a gentle heartbeat. The study responds. Your mind soothes. You notice a faint hum, a low vibration. Sounds like the low hum of ink molecules. It adds a subtle layer. The glow of the flame reflects on glass. A tiny prism. You smile at the sight. The candle becomes a small stage. The light moves. The shadows shift. You are the sole viewer. You laugh softly. Your mind feels light. The candle's light invites relaxation. The study becomes a sanctuary. You feel part of the history. The flame's whisper continues. You close your eyes again. The glow continues, never fading. It comforts, like a lullaby for the mind. The candle burns steadily. The light glows. Your breathing is calm. You sense tranquility. The flame's flicker is gentle. You feel the study exhaling with it. You notice a slight shimmer on the parchment. The ink shifts like a living tide. It feels like a secret conversation. You take another breath. The flame flickers slowly. Your mind wanders to a story. A tale of ink, light, and patience. You imagine the candle's flame as a character. It guides the ink. It breathes with the page. You feel a gentle connection. The study feels like a living memory. It hums with old secrets. You think of the quiet nights of scholars. They used candlelight to write. You feel like part of that lineage. The flame flickers, a small living ember. You are at peace in the glow. The candle keeps the study warm. You can feel its gentle heat. You feel the light on your skin. The flame's glow is comforting. The study feels alive. You realize that even in silence, there's sound. The whisper of ink and candle mix. You feel a calm peace. The candle's glow never falters. It seems to watch over you. You feel less alone. The study breathes, and you breathe. The candle's flame flickers in rhythmic harmony. You feel the world slow. The silence deepens. The study becomes a haven. The candle's soft glow is a guide. The candle's glow warms you. The light lingers on the ink. You smile in the quiet. The flame flickers. The study exudes calm. You inhale and exhale. The study's scent of wax and cedar comforts. Your mind takes a gentle pause. The candle light dances on the page. The flicker continues. You feel comforted. You are in sync with the flame. The candle's glow fades slightly. It does not die. It steadies. The study feels safe. You rest in the flame's gaze. You stay aware of the glow. The study is alive, breathing. The candle flicker is a heartbeat. You feel the world around you soften. You can't help but smile. The candle's warm glow lights your face. The ink glows faintly. You feel a gentle warmth. You let the flame guide your thoughts. The study whispers. The candle's glow keeps the calm. You sense the ancient words breathing. You imagine scholars reading. You feel their presence. The candle's light provides a soft soundtrack. You listen to that gentle buzz. The flame flickers, an old promise. The study's hum is a lullaby. You lean back. You feel at peace. The candle's glow watches over you. You hear no other sound. The flame is the only thing. The study breathes a soft sigh. You feel comfort inside. The candle's light will continue. It glimmers like hope. The study is alive. You close your eyes. The candle flickers. You feel the pulse. The light is steady. The flame guides your rest. The study's silence is a blanket. You embrace it. You feel the gentle heat. It warms your hands. You smile. The candle keeps you calm. The light lingers. You feel a peaceful final breath. The flame sighs. The study breathes. You close your mind. Your thoughts drift. The candle holds. The glow settles. It lights the parchment. The study feels whole. Remember every whisper, every flicker. The candle keeps the rhythm. The flame hums softly. The glow is eternal. The study is still. The flame continues. The ink stays glowing. Your mind slows. You embrace silence. The candle's dance keeps you safe. The study rests. You feel your pulse sync with it. The light lingers, patient. Your body relaxes. The candle breathes. The room remains calm. You let the flame guide you. Your mind stays still. The study sighs. The ink glows gently. The light is a guardian. The candle holds its glow. The flame flickers calmly. Your thoughts settle. The candle keeps the warmth. The study is at peace. You rest. The candle whispers. The glow stays. The flame is a lull. In the quiet, the study breathes. Your heart slows. The candle keeps the glow. You drift toward sleep. The flame keeps the rhythm. Your thoughts drift. The study keeps its breath. The light is steady. You are at rest. The candle keeps the light. The story lingers. You turn the page, its fibers whispering beneath your fingertips. The ink glides like a shy river, soft and slow. Each stroke unfurls, revealing a secret poem of old. You pause, sensing the parchment breathe. A faint scent of leather time's aroma fills the air. You almost taste the ink. Its bitterness echoes like old wine. The light dances, creating shapes that mimic waves. You feel like a child under night in silence. Historians still argue whether the original flame of Alexandria burned for more than a year. The answer glimmers, hidden in parchment, like a secret ember. You chuckle, thinking of a candle that outlived a century, then settle. You inhale, deep, letting the wax's warmth hug your temples. A whisper soft passes through the fibers, like a friendly breeze. You sense the words, alive, waiting for your touch. The page's edge shimmers, painting a halo around the ink. You smile, mild amusement at the page's shy glow. A quiet joke inside your mind says, "This ink could write a haiku about itself." You laugh softly at the absurdity, yet the page listens. The ink writes its own humor inside the page. The flame makes your night light feel like a comedy show. You sip on imaginary coffee while reading First Line. The flavor reminds of old tea in a tattered throne. You close, eyes letting ink flow through your breaths. You feel like healing river draining tension away. The study wraps around your mind like a soft cushion. It lets your thoughts drift further into ink like a cloud. You breathe slow and listen for ink's soft thud beating within. The rhythm matches your heartbeat, making study like a lullaby. You feel like an anchor beneath night waves of silence. The ink remains stable against time like an old anchor. You smile at the tiny cosmic moment between quill and ink. You hear study inhale deep, release the soft light drips. The light casts soft ripples on paper like a soft wave. You feel like a child under night sky of ink. The ink sings soft to you like a friend. Its voice tells stories of time and space. You listen enjoyment in each word within ink. The study remains alive like a living forest under moonlight. You think about how light gives shape to every soul within room. It reminds of old libraries where ink was told in soft speech. You feel the study becoming soul of an ancient mushroom shade. This image fills your mind with warmth like sunrise on hills. You breathe slow, letting ink be your sleeping companion. You notice tiny spark of light within ink streaks like fireflies. The study turns into a quiet forest of pages. You breathe deep, allowing silence together with dawn. The ink sings soft to you like a friend. Its voice tells stories of time and space. The page keeps its pocket of quiet. You hear soft whisper of ink like leaves rustle near door. The world outside falls into sleep like night blue. You stay inside ink, in silence safely. The ink drives you toward dream with a gentle push. You follow its stream through sleep like river. The study remains silent like closed book at night. You feel soft hug of ink around your mind. Your thoughts slip past pages like clouds above. The candle still glows within the heart of study. You notice the subtle shift in air temperature as the candle settles. A gentle breeze seems to carry the scent of distant forests. Your mind drifts to places where ink met parchment in the 17th century. Such places witnessed scholars debating ideas before the printing press. Modern scholars still argue whether these debates shaped European thought. You lean forward, the ink forming a quiet orchestra. Each line vibrates, echoing with centuries of philosophy. The room hums softly like a sleeping dragon. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse of ink in rhythm. The candle's light sways, creating a lullaby of shadows. You imagine the ink as a sleeping child, waiting to sleep. The page presses gently against your chest, It feels like a heartbeat, steady, reassuring, echoing your own respiration. There is no rush, no noise, just ink, flame, and breath. Your thoughts settle into a soft trance guided by candles' glow. You feel gratitude toward ancient craft, humble quill, ink. The ink's color, deep black mirrors, depth of forgotten memories. With each stroke, you add to that lineage, a new leaf in a vast book. You close your eyes again, letting the candle's flame guide you through dream. The world fades, only ink, flame, and your mind remain. The ink feels like a companion walking beside you into unconsciousness. You sense the quill's tip humming, its own soft lullaby. It sings softly, telling you how stories can be born from paper. You smile at the quiet harmony that cradles your mind. A calm voice, your own, reminds you to breathe slowly. You inhale deeply, then exhale, quietly allowing the ink to settle. The study breathes like a contented animal, relaxing all tension. You feel the ink pulse steady, matching your own rhythm. The light dims, turning into a soft amber, mirroring twilight. You feel warm, like being wrapped in a blanket. The room becomes a cocoon of silence, protective, gentle, kind. You imagine yourself slowly drifting into sleep, ink still humming. The candle's flame, no longer bright, stabilizes into faint glow. You feel the study's heartbeat, soft, steady, constant. The pages hold the words you wrote, etched, timeless, alive. You close your eyes, letting ink take you deeper. You are carried by a gentle river of ink, flame, and thought. A quiet, rhythmic pulse, like distant drums, accompanies your dream. You remember just before how ink felt like a living thing. The script ends soft, gentle, and restful, like a lullaby. I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. You lean closer to the quill, feeling its weight settle upon your palm. The parchment whispers softly, like a moth drawn to a candle's glow. You breathe in the faint scent, a dry perfume of old ink. A gentle hum swells from the book, echoing through the quiet study. The echo grows like a wind in a silent room. You feel the quill poised, eager, as if guided by unseen fingers. Ink gathers at the tip, forming a curve like a smile. You write the word hello, a simple greeting to the ink's ancient memory. The quiet study feels like a sanctuary, an intimate cocoon of imagination. You step back, taking a wide view, its shelves a galaxy of thought. The dust motes dance in stray light, like tiny planets orbiting words. You pause, letting silence be as complete as a night sky. You realize the study is breathing, its pulse syncs with your breath. You listen for subtle variations, each a story awaiting unfolding. You feel the room's pulse sync with your breathing, both slow, both steady. You feel the page's weight warm beneath fingertips as ink remembers you. The scent lingers like a sweet, old-fashioned book club. A faint giggle escapes because a quill tip is a quiet guide. You feel a gentle pull, words beckon like a soft tide. You lift the quill, ready, capturing the parchment's secret. Your hand moves, steady but eager, as if guided by a hidden hand. Ink spreads slowly, absorbing meaning, like a sponge soaking stories. You watch letters solidify, each syllable forming a tiny star. The quiet cheer rises, like applause from within the page. You feel the echo of language. Language itself might be sentient. You chuckle, imagining dictionary arguing with thesaurus. The room hums, steady, like a lullaby. You feel grateful ink taught patience, quiet wonder. The window opens, cool air touches page, breathing fresh silence. Whisper of wind mingles, creating soothing symphony with ink. You smile, quill, and wind louder than any orchestra. The study feels intimate, a cocoon just for imagination. You realize every whisper of ink echoes a past memory. You think of moons, giant egg theory, science, folklore, ink intersecting. You leave the room humming, carrying quiet into night. Outside sky turns indigo, stars whisper like distant ink droplets. You pause, listen to quiet's next call. You feel ink soften like a promise written in air. Room hums like contented cat content with quiet life. You smile, quiet adventure with ink as guide. Notice walls, faint pattern etched in history. An unspoken poem. Think stories may travel beyond quiet study. You feel urge to preserve moments like a diary of ink. Silence in pocket feels warm, keeps soft glow. Stand by doorway, feel studies, pulse merge with night. Take deep breath, quiet returns like wave. Step into evening, memory of ink humming inside. Feel newfound calm, steady as tides of time. Hands lighter, as if ink carried worries away. Think quiet is gift, return soon. Night closes around you, breathing softly, just like ink on page. You reach out, letting your fingertips trace the ink's surface, still, unruffled. It shivers a trickle, like a sleeper who forgot to set the alarm. You lean closer, tasting the coolness spreading across your skin. The room hums, but the ink remains still like a secret. You feel the faint vibration, an echo from across 1,000 years. This ink holds a mirror, reflecting the dust and sighs of the past. You remember the first time the quill met the page, a thunderclap of words. Now the surface stays motionless, like a pond after a storm. It seems almost rebellious, refusing to obey gravity's usual dance. The silence is thick, thicker than a VHS tape stored for decades. Your breath is the only thing that stirs the quiet. You whisper to yourself, what is the ink story? The ink does not answer, but it offers a reflection. Feel the depth, a pull drawing you deeper into memory. Like a well, its bottom is dark but alluring. The ink's sheen glimmers, 1,000 tiny stars trapped in water. A gentle sigh escapes from the page like a sleepwalking cat. If you close your eyes, the ink glows in your mind. You start to imagine it as a portal, a slow-moving tide, a whisper of a language old but alive, waiting. You recall the library of Alexandria's loss in 48 BCE, a tragedy sung by historians. Historians still argue whether the Maya calendar can predict solar eclipses, an open debate. In the same breath, a stranger told me cats once served as portable stethoscopes. A quirky tidbit. The ink seems to understand the absurdity of that claim. It smiles, silent, and invites further questioning. You take a breath, steady, letting the silence fill the room. The light from the lamp drips, warming the air around you. An old watch ticks, but the ink does not move its hands. Your ears hear a faint rustle, a tiny wind in the study. You lean forward, feeling the weight of the page between your shoulders. The ink remains unmoving, as if respecting your presence. You wonder, are you drawing your life deeper or deeper you? The ink's surface feels cool, inviting you to touch again. It responds with no ripple, no quiver, but a stillness that is alive. You joke, at least it's not a jellyfish. The quill's weight feels heavier, like a secret waiting to be released. You realize that every line of black ink is an echo of 1,000 voices. You recall the first Hebrew scholar whose breath sang like wind through parchment. The room's temperature steadies, the flame flickers, the ink holds its calm. You feel a rhythm, a slow undulation, not of waves, but of thoughts. Your hand shakes slightly, the quill trembling at the tip. The ink does not respond, but it keeps time with your heartbeat. You let the quill sit, feeling its steady pulse. It seems to whisper, "Take your time." You smile, the sound almost like the hum of a distant refrigerator. The silence deepens. The study seems to inhale along with you. You breathe in the scent of old ink and leather covers. You remember the smell of the sea from a childhood beach trip, a contrast. You chuckle softly at that nostalgic comparison. The ink's surface becomes a mirror of your thoughts, reflecting them back. You feel both the weight of history and the gravity of future words. It feels as if the ink remembers a promise made by a scholar in 1800 when the original Library of Congress opened. That fact rings in your mind like a doorbell in an empty house. You laugh, then let the laughter quiet. The ink remains serene, like a still lake in winter. It reflects the light from the lamp, brightening like a phosphorescent rock. You wonder why the ink hasn't moved. Sometimes, a sudden thought, like a storm, breaks the surface. Yet every time the ink stays steady, you feel the pull deeper, like a magnetic field. An invisible force draws you toward the past. You feel a pull that is gentle yet undeniable. You feel the pull of stories, the pull of voices that time has not silenced. You think about the old manuscripts, the fragile parchment that crumbles. You think about the fragile page that will one day split open. The ink stays motionless, almost stubborn. It is an invitation, an offering of peace. You lean in, feeling the ink's coolness, the texture under your palm. You imagine the ink as a living thing, whispering secrets. The silence deepens, pressing gently against your thoughts. Your mind flickers to the sound of a distant train, a lullaby. You laugh at the absurdity of hearing a train in a quiet study. You feel the quill's tip poised, as if waiting for a word to form. You feel yourself drifting, like a small boat on still waters. The ink reminds you of old maps, of seas charted by hand, maps that were drawn in ink, quiet, patient, deliberate. You think of the ancient scribes, the people who chronicled history. Their ink never moved, forever waiting. You feel an odd kinship, as if you are part of their lineage. The ink remains still. The only movement is yours. You pause, looking at the faint curve on the page. The curve catches the light like a crescent moon. It reminds you of the way a candle flame dances. You recall that the candle burned steadily, refusing to choke. You smile at that image. The quiet ink feels like a doorway to the past, but it's locked with a simple gesture, a breath. You inhale, and the ink seems to exhale at the same time. The study smells of mildew, but also of possibility. You feel the scent in your skull, the smell of history binding your bones. The ink is a mirror, a reflection of ancient silence. You feel drawn deeper, like a river to the sea. The quill's weight seems to anchor you further. You recall a conversation about the Voynich manuscript. Some think it's a prank. That quirky tidbit sits next to the quiet ink like a puzzle piece. You feel the ink's depth, like a black hole swirling soft stars. Your heartbeat sinks with the gentle thrum of the book. You feel the book, the ink, your pulse all in harmony. The study's walls echo faintly. A distant bird sings, a gentle reminder of life beyond stone. You chuckle. I almost expected a cat to appear. The cat remained absent, the silence complete. You feel the quiet ink like a guardian, protecting memories. You imagine each drop of ink as a story sleeping within a cage. The cage is solid. Its iron is the paper. You want to free them, but the ink insists, stay still. You feel respect for that order, for the ink's stillness. The narrative of the ink is a quiet rebellion against motion. You feel the call of the unknown. It beckons you to explore, to write, to understand. You take a breath. Let the cool line run. Your thoughts wander to a time 400 years ago when a scholar used ink from a quill. That scholar believed every drop was a universe. You find that belief resonant in this moment. You sense the ink's pulse with your pulse, a subtle rhythm aligning. You realize that the silence of the ink is not emptiness, but fullness. It is a container of all that was and all that could be. You feel a tug, like a gentle magnetic field, pulling at the edges of memory. You remember the moment when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, how history shifted, the world moved, yet the ink stayed still, an emblem of time's fragility. You smile sadly with that knowledge, the irony of stillness amid change. The silent ink seems to hold on to all these moments, a witness. You sit, letting the quiet fill your mind like a bowl of soup. You feel the ink's gaze, steady, patient, unhurried. You are now in sync with the page, no words yet, no sound, just patience. The page feels like a warm hand, a gentle reassurance. You feel the quill's tip rest in your palm, a weight of expectation. You wonder, will you write something that will stand the test of time? You wonder if this ink will carry your words beyond your breath. The study seems to hold its breath, waiting. The ink remains as silent as a sleeping dog. You recall a story of a monk who carved a verse into a stone. That verse had no echo, but stood still for centuries. You think of your own quiet moment as one of those. You feel a deep sense of belonging, like the page is home. You feel the quiet ink like a soft pillow, supporting your thoughts. You close your eyes, and the ink's surface mirrors the dim lamp. You feel a sense of peace, as if you are part of a larger story. The quiet in your head syncs with the room, the ink's own hum. You sense the quiet as a presence, breathing alongside you. You feel the pull, like a tide pulling you toward the sea of knowledge. The ink stays motionless, a steady core amidst ripples. You know this silence is precious, a still pond in a rush of time. You watch as the lamp shadows flicker, and the ink remains untouched. The quiet echo makes the room feel like a sanctuary of whispers. You are humbled by the ink's endurance, its ability to stay still. You think maybe the ink holds a secret you can't yet read. You feel the depth of ink, a black ocean under a quiet sky. You inhale the scent of mildew. It feels like an old lullaby. You exhale, releasing a breath that the ink seems to carry. You feel a pulse in the paper, as subtle as a heartbeat. You feel the study wrap around you, a blanket of history. You smile at the absurdity of the thought that ink could feel. The ink's stillness is gentle and deliberate, like breathing. Your fingertips trace the line again, feeling the coolness settle. The quiet is a quiet, but it fills a vast space. You wonder if the ink might ever move, if fate demanded it. You think of the quill, the ink, and the centuries they cross. The ink is static, yet its presence is dynamic in your mind. Your imagination roams through the layers of old manuscripts. You feel the pull deeper, like a magnet pulling iron filings. You realize the ink could be a mirror, reflecting past and future. The ink becomes a storyteller, speaking in silence. You feel the pull of history as a gentle wind across your skin. You let a single breath shape the quiet, as if you were a conductor. You pause, the world quiet but alive. You are one with ink's silence, with the past and present. The ink's motionlessness is both a promise and an invitation. You feel the study's breath align with your own. You find a moment of calm, a pause between thoughts. The ink's stillness is a gentle, deep exhale. You close your eyes, letting the quiet sound seep. You feel more connected to the room than to your phone. You notice the dust motes that float without wind, drifting. Each mote reflects the faint light, a tiny star. The quiet ink feels like a living memory, breathing softly beneath your palm. You feel the tug pulling you toward the past, toward stories unsaid. You feel the ink's depth, like a river, deep, slow, constant. You think of the idea of a quill that writes itself, just as a dream. It feels more like a whisper than a roar. You realize the ink is not just ink, it is a vessel of silence. You find yourself waiting patiently for a word to appear. The study hums, the lamp flickers, The ink remains unmoving. The silence is not empty. It is filled with unseen voices. You listen to your own heartbeat, matching the ink's calm. You feel as if the room is giving you a gift of stillness. The quiet ink becomes a reminder of patience, of waiting. You feel your body relax, your mind drifting. You inhale again, letting the scent fill your chest. You exhale slowly, feeling the quiet spread. The ink stays still, a silent witness to your sighs. You smile, knowing that silence can be a teacher. The ink feels like a deep well, a source of endless thoughts. You think of a time a friend called you, and you paused to breathe. You found that silence was more comforting than noise. The ink remains, a steadfast presence in the room. You feel the study as a living being, breathing, holding you. The pages seem to breathe too, as if exhaling the past. You feel a subtle pulse on the paper, matching yours. The ink feels like a mirror reflecting your own calm. You are in the presence of a quiet universe, one that never talks. You feel that pull, a quiet tug that invites reflection. You close your eyes for a moment, listening. The quiet is a whisper of infinite stories. You understand that the ink is patient, waiting to be written upon. The study feels like a quiet lighthouse, guiding your thoughts. You notice the quiver in your hand, a trembling anticipation. You let the quill sit. The ink remains still, ready. You take a final breath, feeling the room settle. The ink continues to mirror, as if it holds the secret of eternity. You slide your palm across the thickened cover. The paper hums with a faint sigh. Light spills along the edge, tracing the texture like a soft tide. You feel the parchment, warm, like a hand reaching for comfort. It presses against your fingers, breathing in the quiet. The book sighs back, a gentle reply to your touch. You trace the fibers, feeling each tiny groove sing. Your breath mingles with the dust that lives between them. The room smells of old leather, of memory's spice. You pause, letting the scent seep into your thoughts. A chuckle escapes. It smells like a library, not a gym. You wipe a stray mote. The surface stays as smooth. The cover is papered with a hand-stitched pattern. Its edges curl like a shy bird taking flight. You press a thumb to the center, feeling the weight. The weight is steady, like a promise wrapped in ink. The book cradles your palm, its warmth a soft whisper. Every breath feels like a tide, rising and falling. You slide your hand to the title, a rusted emblem. You whisper the name, as if saying a secret. A soft hum rises, and you think, oh, the silence is loud. You settle into the chair, feet resting on the floor. Your eyes wander, finding a corner of the ceiling. A flicker of light dances, like a distant star. The page feels cool, contrasting the warm cover. You explore the top margin with fingertips, feeling the grain. Each line of ink looks like a small river. The ink glistens, almost as if drinking the light. You imagine the ink carrying stories through centuries. The book feels alive, breathing beneath your palm. You hear the faint creak of the old wooden desk. The desk creaks softly, a partner to your quiet. You close your eyes, and the world dims. You feel the paper's pulse, a rhythmic thrum. Your pulse beats slightly faster, matching its calm. A tiny laugh bubbles, the pages beating. I thought it was a drum. You shake your wrist, feeling a slight tickle. The tickle vanishes, returning to the book's serenity. You feel the ink's surface as a smooth canvas. You imagine painting thoughts, each stroke a word. Your thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle breeze. The room holds the silence, like a quiet library at dusk. You lean forward, touching the spine again. It feels like a sturdy bridge to times long lost. The spine creaks a faint note, like a hidden lullaby. You listen closely, letting the sound fill the space. The sound dissolves, leaving only a soft hum. You open the book. The cover rustles like a feather. The rustle invites more exploration, a gentle invitation. You flip to the first page. The paper smells faintly of citrus. A hint of lemon lifts, surprising the old scent. You smile, thinking, even old books need fruit. The page has a faint watermark, a subtle swirl. Your fingers trace it, feeling the ancient hand. The swirl seems like a constellation in miniature. You look at the letters, counting by the page number. The page number sits calmly, a small detail in the vast. You pause, letting the quiet anchor your mind. Your thoughts drift toward the future, then to the past. The book holds both, a timeless conversation. You feel a deep breath, releasing the day's tension. The air moves, carrying tiny specks like tiny fireflies. Each speck glints like a moment in time. You watch them dance, then settle as if sighing. The calm deepens, inviting you to listen. The book breathes, exhaling slow, rhythmic quiet. You imagine breathing with the pages, in sync. You feel the synergy, a quiet partnership. The page is old, but its surface remains supple. You run your fingertips over the edges, feeling resilience. Resilience feels like a quiet promise, steady and enduring. You think of history, of countless hands before yours. In 1800, the Library of Congress opened, a hub for scholars worldwide. You feel the weight of that tradition in your palm. A joke pokes at you. I hope the desk matches the library's grandeur. The desk matches, offering comfort and a steady base. You hear the faint ticking of an antique clock nearby. The time feels ancient, a reminder of epochs passing. You imagine a scholar in the past, hunched over a page. The scholar's breath sounds like a distant drumbeat. The book embraces you in that quiet reverence. You feel a sense of belonging to a lineage of readers. The lineage stretches across centuries, across borders. You feel the book's warmth like a hand in a hug. The hug feels gentle, not forceful, with a silent promise. You sense the book's embrace deepening as you read. The ink spreads silently, like a secret waiting. The ink stays calm, like patience in a storm. You feel the ink as a dark ocean, quiet and vast. Your mind swims, guided by the depth of ink. A quirky tidbit flickers in your thoughts. Some claim cats once served as portable stethoscopes during medieval fever trials. You chuckle, imagining a feline listening to a heartbeat. The thought of cats on instruments makes you giggle. You pause to let the laughter settle into silence. You notice the paper's texture again, the fibers intertwining. You imagine those fibers as threads connecting people. The threads weave stories across time, connecting moments. You feel the continuity under your fingertips. You hear a distant chime, faint as a thought. The chime seems to echo through the library's halls. You close the book gently, the cover's weight grounding you. The weight feels like a comforting hand on your shoulder. You breathe slowly, syncing with the page's pulse. The pulse is steady, a calm rhythm, a quiet drum. You feel your thoughts settle like dust in still air. You feel the book's embrace wrapping around you. It's a subtle hug that fills your chest with peace. You open your eyes, looking at the dim glow of the lamp. The lamp's glow feels like amber, soothing and mellow. You think of the lamp as a companion, a quiet friend. You didn't need that lamp, you say to the silence. The lamp stays, providing a steady, gentle light. You feel the warmth of paper against your cheek. It feels like a soft sigh from an old friend. You let your mind drift across the story's arc. You imagine words forming like clouds in a quiet sky. You feel the book's breath align with yours. The alignment feels like two dancers, moving in sync. You feel the rhythm of the ink, slow, deliberate. Historians still argue whether the Maya calendar can predict solar eclipses, an open debate. The debate echoes, reflecting the quiet tension in the room. You feel the weight of these questions in your thoughts. You close eyes again, letting them deepen like a sea. You listen to a quiet heartbeat, matching your own. The book's quiet heart beats steadily, calm and true. You feel the book's presence as a subtle, comforting pressure. You imagine the pressure as a steady rhythm of history. You feel your hands resting on the paper, calm and steady. The hands feel steady, as if holding a secret. You feel the secret, a gentle weight of possibilities. The book feels like a silent mentor, teaching patience. You feel a gentle smile curl at your lips. You laugh softly. I could start a podcast about this in my sleep. You imagine the podcast as a whispering wave. The wave seems to carry the ink stories. You feel a breath, slow and deep, and breathe into the book. The breath seems to lift the dust, clearing the air. The air clears, and the room becomes more still. You feel the book breathe, like a living organism. You imagine this organism, rooted in paper and ink. The paper feels warm, the ink almost glowing in the amber light. You notice that warmth as a gentle, reassuring hand. The hand cradles your thoughts, offering solace. You feel the warmth of history, present and future. You hear a soft hum, the hum of a distant world. The hum is like a lullaby, wrapping around your mind. You feel the lullaby pull you into its rhythm. You feel the rhythm guide your next thought. You think of a scholar writing, fingers tapping like drums. The tapping feels like a heartbeat in the page. You feel the heartbeat pulsing under the paper. The pulse is silent yet vivid, like a whispered conversation. You feel the conversation with the past, gentle and deep. You feel a sense of connection across time. You imagine the ink as a map, showing a trail. The trail leads to forgotten stories, silent voices. You feel the ink guiding your hand, as if inviting. You let your hand move, following the ancient path. It moves calmly, as if time were easing. You feel the path as a gentle road, smooth and wide. You feel the road as an invitation to explore. You think of a path that never ends. It keeps winding. You laugh quietly. Maybe there is a twist at the end. The twist feels harmless, like a joke you keep in your mind. You pause at the twist, feeling anticipation rise. You breathe, letting the anticipation soften. The pause feels like a moment of meditation. You think of the book as a meditation cushion. It cushions your thoughts with a soft, steady support. You feel the cushion as a warm, comforting place. You imagine your thoughts resting on this cushion. They rest as gently, like feathers on a bed. The feathers light and weightless, like a gentle sigh. You feel the sigh in the paper's creases. The creases feel like old scars, yet tender. You feel a tenderness around those scars. You notice the corners of the book, worn and polished. The polishing mirrors the history's gentle erosion. You feel the erosion as a slow, loving process. You think of how time shapes everything soft and gentle. You feel the shape of your fingers as they trace this shape. The tracing feels like a soft massage. You feel a massage under your fingertips. You enjoy this massage, the gentle pressure soothing. You feel the paper's softness like a cushion for your palm. You think of a cushion with a secret inside. The secret feels like a treasure hidden in a book. You imagine this treasure as a story yet untold. You feel the promise of that story in your pulse. You pause, letting the pulse settle into a slow rhythm. You feel a deeper rhythm, matching the page's quiet beat. You feel the page's quiet beat as a lullaby in itself. You think of a lullaby that never ends. You think of a lullaby with a gentle, endless rhythm. You feel your mind drift in that rhythmic lullaby. You feel the lullaby coaxing you into sleep. You feel the sleep as an invitation, a safe harbor. You smile, knowing that safe harbor exists within ink. The ink feels like a harbor for restless thoughts. You feel the harbor as a soothing, warm place. You breathe again, exhaling slowly like a wave. The wave rises, then falls, like the pulse of ink. You feel the wave's strength in your chest. You feel strength, like a subtle tug of destiny. You imagine destiny as an invisible hand. The hand is gentle, guiding, not pushing. You feel guided, safe in this hand. You think of a quiet night in a library where ink waits. Ink waits like a patient friend, ready to listen. You feel the listening ink, quiet and open. You sense the silence as an open, inviting canvas. You imagine the canvas as a stage, ready for a thought. You sense that stage is set for your ideas. You feel your ideas arrive, gentle and patient. You sense them settling, forming a steady stream. You inhale, feeling each breath like a story, quiet. You exhale, letting the story spread. You feel the spread like ink spreading across a page. The spread spreads, painting a quiet masterpiece. You see the masterwork as a blend of time and thought. You sense this blend as a comforting embrace. You feel the embrace as a soothing lull, gentle. You sense the lull as a gentle whisper, soothing. You think of the whisper as a soft voice. The voice reminds you of a quiet mentor. You recall that mentor, a gentle guide. You feel the guide, a whisper in your mind. You hear the whisper, gentle and steady. You feel its weight as a quiet pulse in your chest. You feel it echo through the room's walls. You feel the echo as a slow heartbeat. You feel the beat deepening within you, steady. You notice a flicker of candlelight at the corner. The flicker adds a shimmer to the quiet. You sense the shimmer as a tiny, bright star. You feel the star twinkle like a hidden promise. You feel a promise, quiet, that ink will never change. You feel the certainty of that promise in your breath. You breathe, feeling the certainty fill your lungs. You think of a book as a keeper of that certainty. The keeper keeps in silence, strong and pure. You feel the strength of that silence. You feel it as a supportive embrace. You feel the embrace as a gentle, warm hug. You feel the hug as a place to rest. You rest your head on the book's cover. You feel a warm, comforting pressure against your skin. You feel the pressure like a soft pillow. You feel the pillow as a nest of quiet. You think of a nest for a tiny, restless bird. You think of that bird as a thought in your head. You feel that thought resting in a nest. You feel the nest as a quiet sanctuary. You breathe in, taking in the quiet. You feel the quiet filling each cell in your body. You feel it as a gentle, steady flow. You feel the flow as a gentle, warm tide. You feel the tide as a blanket for your mind. You feel the blanket as a calm, cool shade. You feel the shade as a soft hush. You feel the hush as a whisper in your ear. You hear that whisper gentle, like a lull. You feel your heart aligning like two beats together. You hear your heart steady with the page. You feel the page's heart in your chest. You feel a pulse that is steady, rhythmic, quiet. You feel that pulse inviting you to rest. You rest, and the rest feels like a gentle wave. The wave carries you to a place of calm. You feel that place as a quiet garden. You feel the garden in the room with books. You feel the books as plants, growing roots. You feel the roots deep, holding firmly. You feel firm, steady under your foot. You feel the foot on solid ground. You feel the ground as silent, solid, supportive. You feel that support as a quiet, steady hand. You feel the hand guiding you to a new thought. You feel guided like a gentle tide. You think of a tide that never rushes. You feel the tide as slow, steady, gentle. You feel the gentle tide in your chest. You think of the tide as a memory lane. The lane looks like ink flowing quietly. You see ink, steady, forming lanes of memory. You feel those lanes as a quiet road. You feel your step on that road. You take a step, feeling it lead somewhere. You feel the somewhere like a hidden door. You feel the door as a quiet, unspoken promise. You know that promise, that it opens to stories. You sense stories whispering, patient and bright. You feel the whispering story like a breath of fresh air. You feel fresh air on your skin, soft, cool. You feel the cool as a gentle, bright breeze. You feel the breeze humming with old songs. You feel those songs as a tune in your mind. You feel the tune as a soft lullaby. You rest, and the lullaby calms. You feel calm, like a sleeping cat on a bed. You close your eyes. The cat would be there. You imagine the cat napping, silent. You imagine cats purr as a gentle vibration. You hear the vibration, subtle, steady. You feel that vibration as a soft rhythm. Those rhythms echo the book's quiet beat. You smile, feeling safe in this rhythm. You smile, knowing your thoughts rest here. You feel your thoughts rest in the quiet. You close your hand, feeling the paper soften. The paper feels like a soft, warm blanket. You hear the blanket's hush when it meets skin. You feel the hush as a gentle, patient wind. You feel the wind carry your breath to the page. You feel the breath like a note in a song. You feel the song as a long, soft chord. This chord ends, but the silence fills. The silence feels like a blanket, thick and full. You sit, the silence settling like a soft pillow. You feel the pillow on your back. You feel the back feel steady. You sense the steadiness as a gentle, slow pulse. You feel that pulse as a calm wave. You feel wave like a quiet ripple. You think of a ripple as a small, slow motion. You imagine this motion, steady and gentle. You sense the motion as a quiet presence. The presence is comforting and safe. You feel comfort in the stillness. You laugh gently, imagining your mind as a silent drum. You hear the drum soft, like a lull. You feel the lull as a deep whisper. You hear the whisper in your ears, a small secret. You feel the secret as a whispering voice. You feel the voice as a gentle invitation. You feel invited, and your mind hums. You hum. It feels like a quiet train. You feel the train, slow, patient, calm. You feel the train like a gentle heartbeat. The heartbeat feels steady, like the book's soul. You feel the soul as a quiet, deep pool. You know the pool is a reservoir of history, a well of stories. You feel the reservoir as a wide, quiet ocean. You breathe, letting the ocean's breath fill you. You feel the breath as a soft, warm tide. You feel the tide as a calm, deep hum. You feel the hum as a gentle, slow hum. You feel that hum guiding your thoughts in a gentle river. You feel the river as soft, but steady. You feel steady river inside you. You know the river is gentle, moving. You pause, feeling the river in your chest. You feel the river's flow deep and pure. You feel pure, like a clean, cool stone. You feel the stone as a quiet, silent marker. You feel the marker as a reminder of trust. You feel trust in the silence. You laugh softly, noting your heart as a quiet drum. You hear the drum steady and calming. You feel calm, wrapped by silence. You think of silence as a blanket over thoughts. The blanket is thick, warm, and steady. You feel the blanket soft, hugging. You feel hugging thoughts, close and calm. You feel close, like a gentle, steady tide. The tide moves, a quiet, slow pulse. You hold this pulse like a safe, quiet hand. You feel a hand in the room, steady. You feel the hand guiding your breath. Your breath flows, matching the rhythm quietly. The rhythm is a silent song. You sing, but it is silence. You feel a whisper, a memory. The memory is sweet and quiet. You feel an echo that lifts you. You feel that lift as a gentle, warm breeze. You feel breeze carrying your thoughts. You feel thoughts riding that breeze. The breeze is gentle, slow. You are calm, your thoughts calm. You end your mind, feeling a gentle, quiet glow. You feel the glow as a soft, warm, quiet flame. You feel the flame as a steady, soft whisper. You hear the whisper, gentle. The whisper is a promise that ink will stay quiet. The ink's quiet is a lullaby for your soul. You feel the soul, calm and sure. You feel sure that your dream is safe. You whisper a final line, good night. The candle flame stirs, a soft breath that wakes ink's hidden pulse. You lean closer, the lamp's glow slipping around your fingertips. Your hand hovers over the page, feeling the paper's warm sigh. The ink waits, patient as a whispered secret. You trace a line, watching ink blossom into a story that sighs. Each stroke feels like a lullaby, soft and enduring. The page shimmers, a starfield of dark thought. You smile, remembering the cats used as stethoscopes. A quirky tidbit flutters through. Early 1909 German inventors turned chocolate into ink. The idea tastes sweet. The parchment feels like a laboratory of history. Your laugh twinkles, echoing a candle's gentle hiss. The flame sighs, accepting the joke as a friendly draft. Historians still argue whether Sumerian tablets were crafted by hand or by presses. The debate paints the flame with questions about origins. Each spark becomes a probe, a test of ancient craft. You feel the flame answering with a slow, patient glow. The flame whispers, weaving secrets into ink's dark river. You feel ink absorbing light, a black heart expanding. Each droplet glows like a lantern in night. The ink hums, a lull that guides your breath. The room hums softly, a symphony of paper and dust. The lamp's heat curls into a halo, sheltering the words. You sink deeper, surrendering to the hush. Each exhalation unspools the flame's quiet lull. Across your skin, the flame's whisper becomes a steady pulse. Your heartbeat syncs with the paper's silent rhythm. You breathe, feeling the ink's soft vibration through your bones. The world shrinks into a quiet circle. The ink's dark veins hold history, art, engine hums. You read silently, watching words form stars. You recall that the Library of Congress opened in 1800, a beacon for scholars. The quiet hum mirrors voices long silenced. The flame rises in a tiny drumbeat, steady and ancient. You let the rhythm guide shoulders and mind. Your body feels light, the pulse of ink through bone. A promise glows, waiting beyond the page. The paper sighs, a lull that speaks of longing. The scent of old ink wraps your lungs like a blanket. You close eyes, letting the aroma lead to dreams. The lamp flickers, casting ember fire into silence. The flame's whisper grows louder, a promise of hidden chapters. You lean in, heart thudding with eager curiosity. The page glows with a new line, lantern bright. You read, feeling time weave beneath each word. The ink whispers secrets, stories older than parchment itself. Each letter carries a breath, a story in miniature. You chuckle softly, recalling cats as stethoscopes. The laugh dissolves into the flame's sigh. The paper trembles, releasing a faint aroma of cedar. That scent envelopes you like a cloak. Your mind drifts into a dream of ink and night. The flame exhales, a final lull. Your fingers trace the margin, feeling texture. It hums, capturing every heartbeat of forgotten tale. You inhale, a breath of parchment, exhale a sigh of darkness. The night thickens, a velvet cocoon around thoughts. The candle light quivers, following the rhythm of your mind. You sway slightly, letting the flame's song cradle you. Your bones feel a pulse, ink thrumming through. The dream deepens, ink guiding. The whispering flame becomes a lantern that draws hidden narratives. You sense the glow, a gentle pulse, resonant with breath. The rhythm aligns like an ancient drum. Your heart follows an echo, steady and soft. The paper crackles, ink spreads like a slow river. You gaze at its splendor, a marvel across ages. Ink carries dreams over centuries, a vast sea. You surrender to its tide, endless lull. The flame's last breath cools the room, inviting sleep. Quiet settles, a blanket over thoughts. Your eyelids flutter, glow fading to blue. Ember flickers one final time, echoing heart. You lean back, chair embracing, lamp humming lullaby. Flame's whisper hums into hush that fills corners. Warmth wraps mind like blanket. Ink's depth hums, echoing to floor. Floor vibrates, a subtle rhythm following flame. You inhale warm cedar scent. Each breath matches flame's pulse. Lull guides to restful space. Flame's whisper recedes, leaving silk like silence. Your ears sense page's soft breath. Silence drapes, gentle, unyielding. Breath out, exits room silently. Candle remains, ink and flame merge. Flicker against shadow, beacon for dream. Thoughts fold into quiet quilt, page silent, breathing, ink bright. Quiet persists, conversation between lamp and parchment. Trace line again, path to sanctuary. You step into silence, air thick with meaning. Flame's final ember dissolves, hope whisper, small alcove, ink scent hugs air. Wall-lined scrolls, each whisper waiting. Touch scroll, feel chill, then warmth. Warmth replaces chill, flames kiss. You feel ink's glow, lighthouse guiding distant shores. Mind sails, guided by flame and ink as one. Journey ends where ink meets flame. You close eyes, letting dream carry to sleep. The cool air brushes your eyelids as you sink deeper into the sanctuary of ink. You let the dim glow drift over your shoulders like a soft blanket. Your fingertips hover, tasting the faint hum of ancient parchment. The candle sputters, a quiet drummer at the study's edge. Every breath you take syncs with the soft rustle of paper. You feel the dust motes dance, dancing like tiny fireflies. A whisper of cedar fills the room, reminding you of old libraries. Your mind drifts to the scent of time itself. You smile, remembering that quirky rumor about frog liver sunscreen. A laugh slips out, low and amused. The candle light brightens, as if replying to your mirth. You pause, letting the sound wash over your ears. In the silence, a single question hangs like a feather. The ink seems to pulse, almost breathing with you. You watch the dark droplets gather, glimmering like hidden starlight. Your pulse quickens. It's almost an encore of curiosity. Historians still argue whether the Sumerian cuneiform began as pictographs or a spoken script. You note the debate, but the ink takes center stage. A mainstream fact flickers in your thoughts. The Roman Colosseum could seat 50,000 spectators. The idea is oddly comforting in a quiet study. You lean in, following the line as it snakes across the page. Each stroke feels like a lullaby for your senses. Your gaze tracks the curve, seeing ancient rhythm reflected in modern ease. You tap the page lightly, feeling the faint vibration of old whispers. A subtle laugh echoes in your head, acknowledging the absurd. The candle flickers, dancing to a beat only you perceive. You hear a faint ticking in the corner, like the heart of an old watch. The rhythm matches the steady flow of ink. You inhale, letting the scent of ink mingle with cedar smoke. Your thoughts turn to the quirky claim that early Greeks used crushed opaline to mimic the sky. You chuckle, thinking of bright blue sky painted on a tiny bowl. The candle's flame sways, echoing that tiny bowl's hue. You close your eyes, but the picture remains vivid. The ink's dark river seems to whisper, "Keep going." You follow, tracing deeper into the script's veins. A small, almost unheard, ancient rhyme twinkles in your mind. Ink remembers every word. You let the rhyme settle like a gentle hush. The candle sputters softly, a friendly hiss in response. You breathe slowly, matching the flicker's rhythm, making it a meditation. Your mind begins to feel lighter, as if the ink is pulling away the day's weight. You imagine the ancient scribes, eyes glinting with knowledge, guiding the quill. The ink is a bridge between past and present, linking centuries. You feel that bridge under your fingertips, cool and reassuring. A quirky little fact surfaces. The oldest known poem is etched in clay, over 7,000 years old. You think of the clay's damp, heavy texture. You place your hand gently on a nearby stone, just to remember. The candle's glow catches on the stone, creating a tiny halo. You imagine a scholar, candle in hand, carving history into clay. You hear faint whispers of the clay's voice beneath your senses. The sound feels like a lullaby, a lullaby. You nod off, but the ink keeps whispering secrets. You remember a joke about a cat that could read ancient runes. It made you giggle, the joke being that the cat loved tuna, not runes. You smile, a half-closed, sleepy grin. The candle continues to flicker, a steady pulse in the darkness. You feel the tiny tremor, almost as if it's trying to sing you to sleep. You let your breath slow, the air around you is still. The ink's surface ripples slightly, a ripple of memory. Your fingers slide along the curve, following the story's flow. You imagine the ancient scribe's hand, steady and careful. It's an image that makes your own hand feel more confident. You hear the story murmuring, "Write, and we will remember." A quiet voice in the background reminds you that a manuscript cannot be forgotten. The voice feels like the candle's breath. You think of the Roman Colosseum again, remembering its massive stone arches. The memory of it makes you feel immense, like the weight of 100 statues. You take another breath, inhaling the mingled scents of ink and cedar. You watch the candle's flame dance, a living flame beneath the night. The flame's dance feels like a quiet conversation between you and the ink. You feel the space around you softening, melting into a warm pool of sound. You realize that the ink's whisper is a reminder of ancient stories. Historians still debate whether the Sumerian cuneiform began as pictographs or a spoken script. You listen to that debate, but the ink keeps singing. You feel a subtle weight lift from your shoulders, like a feather falling. The candle's wax drips slowly down the side of the box. The drip sounds like a soft tap, a heartbeat. Your mind relaxes further as the sound settles. A quirky tidbit floats by about how some cultures believed that ink could capture souls. You think of the soul capturing ink dripping onto parchment. You laugh softly, amused by the ancient mysticism. The candle continues to flicker, the flame whispering again. You feel your body loosening, the tension melting away. The ink's color deepens, growing richer as you stare. You find a line where the ink meets the white, forming a subtle seam. The seam is a seam of memory, connecting days. You trace it, feeling its warmth. The rhythm of your breathing matches the rhythm of the candle. You imagine ancient storytellers listening to the soft crackle of parchment. The crackle echoes the same as the candle's whisper. You feel the story's pulse in your bones, subtle and steady. The candle's flame flickers, drawing a bright spot on the wall. The spot feels like a portal, an eye opening into history. You stare into the portal, letting your mind drift. You think of the ancient library in Alexandria, a wonder of its age. Its memory is wrapped in a gentle sigh. You find a small inscription hidden in the ink. To those who read, we speak. You feel the inscription whisper, soothing. You let the words settle, like dew on a leaf. You inhale the scent of old books and burnt paper. You exhale, releasing the stress of the day. The candle's flame grows steadier, a heart of the room. You notice the flame's little sparks, a tiny aurora. The sparks seem to mimic stars falling into ink. You feel awe, feeling small in the vastness of it all. You let the awe fill your mind, quiet and still. You smile again at the quirky story of a philosopher who used ink to write an entire philosophy. It reminds you that ink can be more than writing. The philosopher's notion is a joke, but the message is deep. You feel the ink's pulse under your hand, a steady drum. You feel the rhythm, like a heart that beats inside. Your breath slows, syncing with the drum of the ink. You hear the flames hum rising, a lullaby. You feel your eyelids heavy, but you remain awake to listen. The quiet stills. The page breathes under your gaze. You close the page, as if closing a door to another world. The candle's glow dims slightly, a subtle farewell. You feel the room settle, a soft, warm blanket. You hear your own breath as a steady, calming thump. You imagine the ancient scribe breathing the same as you. The scribe's breath is a soft whisper. This story will stay. The ink, once a silent witness, begins to hum softly. You feel the hum as a gentle wave, a sound that calms. You let your mind wander into the world of ink, a place of quiet magic. You hear the flame's last whisper, a farewell from the candle. You feel the world slip by slowly, as if a tide is pulling. You hear the slow ticking of a clock, the hands moving in circles. The circular motion echoes the cycle of ink and flame. You feel your thoughts aligning, like threads braided into the same tapestry. Your mind becomes a quiet river, flowing beside ink's river. There's a small crack in the wall, an old wall. You imagine the wall's old memories, a whisper of 1,000 voices. You taste the cool air, the old world smells of dust. You breathe in, letting the scent carry you to a place less frantic. You exhale, letting go of the day's clutter. The candle's flame moves like a tiny bird, fluttering in the darkness. Its flutter echoes a soft lull that wraps around your head. You sense a rhythm in the flame's motion, a soft poem. You follow the rhythm, letting it guide you to sleep. The flame's motion slows, a steady heartbeat. You close your eyes, allowing the candle to keep whispering. You feel the room pulse with ink's quiet strength. You listen as the ink speaks in a gentle, almost humming tone. A new sound emerges, a soft, unsteady breath. You realize that ink, like life, has its own breathing pattern. You follow that breathing, letting it lull your thoughts. A quiet hush follows the breath. The room sighs with ink. The whispering continues, a lullaby for tired brains. You feel a soft warmth, the candle's glow warming your chest. The warmth is a blanket of calm, covering all edges. You see faint shapes in the dark, shapes of words, shapes of history. You feel the shapes soften, melting into a single color. You see the color merge, an old green of parchment. You feel a gentle push, a reminder that every word matters. You sense the ink's strength, a quiet, unyielding force. You feel your mind slowly drifting, calm content. The candle flickers, a final kiss before darkness. You let the flame's energy settle, a quiet anchor. You feel the anchor hold you, a steady base beneath you. You become one with ink, candle, and the quiet room. You lean into the cushion, feeling your body relax. Your heart beats in sync with the gentle pulse of ink. You hear the soft rustle of the page turning. You smile to yourself, amused and grateful. You hear a final whisper from the candle, good night. You let the whisper sink into your chest, a soft, calming tone. Your ears close to the world of ink, leaving the day behind. You exhale slowly, feeling the breath release. You inhale again, steady, mindful, present in this quiet space. You close your eyes, letting your body drift, letting the ink guide you. You slip inside a dream where ink becomes a gentle ocean. The ocean calms your mind. It sings a lullaby in soft waves. You feel your thoughts ebb, like tide slipping away. You feel the quiet final breath of the candle. The flame sighs, a soft goodbye to the night. You lie still, surrounded by ink's gentle voice. You feel the peace of the study, quiet as a prayer. You let the ink guide you into a restful, endless sleep. You open the study's heavy door, letting the evening dusk seep through the crack. Soft whispers of parchment greet you, like an old friend returning after a long day. Your hands, though slightly clammy, are ready for the ritual that follows. You settle onto the cushion, the worn velvet sighing under your weight. A single candle flickers on the desk, casting a warm glow. You lean forward, the light dancing over the pages before you. The manuscript lies open, its script inviting you to participate. Your finger grazes the first line, feeling the vellum's subtle give. A calm hum settles in your chest, the study's heartbeat. You take a deep breath, allowing the scent of ink to fill your lungs. The flavor hits earthy, deep, like a well-tended garden. You remember the quill's feathered, but not feathered. Your joke lingers, gentle and playful. Silence becomes a companion, a soft blanket wrapping around your thoughts. You feel the smooth curve of the nib against the paper. It is almost a caress, soft, deliberate, reverent. Your fingers trace a line, the ink beginning to join. In the quiet, you wonder what the first ink ever touched. The parchment whispers back, a subtle rustle that says, "Let's go." You lift the pen, ancient currents whispering beneath its tip. Your mind flickers through the centuries of scholars who rested like you. A mainstream fact surfaces: the Library of Alexandria, burned in 48 BCE. That image of burning scrolls feels almost cinematic in the dim room. You chuckle softly, a joke about a cat reading ancient runes. The cat never learned the runes, but it was still a cat. Your laughter echoes, lightening the room's weight. A fringe tidbit flickers. Some cultures believed ink could capture souls. The idea of ink as a vessel, a portal, feels oddly magical. You pause, letting the thoughts settle into the paper. Now the writing resumes, words rising like dawn in a sleepy field. The ink flows, a river of history, steady and true. Its color deepens, taking on a gentle midnight hue. You listen to the nib sliding, a tick-tock rhythm on parchment. The sound is comforting, like a distant campfire. Your heart keeps pace with the subtle thrum of ink. Historians still argue whether the earliest writing was primarily pictographic or phonetic. The debate hums in your mind, a soft question. You ignore it for a moment, focusing on the ink's glow. You write, each character a promise of patience. The page fills slowly, with strokes that speak of reverent intent, a joke about a writer who lost his nib in a storm surfaces. The writer found it in a mailbox. It turns. You smile at the absurd image of lost tools finding new homes. Your ink spills a tiny dot, a minor imperfection. Instead of frustration, you applaud the quirkiness. The room sighs, a supportive whisper. Your breaths sync with the flicker of the candle flame. The flame wavers, a visual metronome for your thoughts. You feel a gentle wave of calm washing over you. The study feels like a cocoon, familiar, but ever-changing. You take a sip of tea, the steam curling into the air. The aroma mingles with ink, creating a fragrant symphony. You notice the dust motes dancing like tiny lanterns, drifting lazily. Each mote adds to the tapestry of the room's slow breathing. You feel the quill's weight, it's steady, like a loyal companion. Your fingertips glide over the ink, feeling its grain. The pressure is just enough to trace without smudging. The ink settles, becoming part of the page's memory. You glance at the page's edge, a line awaiting your touch. You slide the pen, feeling the ink's rhythm. The words you write become an echo of distant scholars. A quiet laugh escapes. Who needs Google when you have a feather? Your words dance, forming images and ideas. The ink on the page shimmers when the candlelight hits it. You catch this shimmering, noting the subtle interplay of light. The study feels like a library where time folds into a single breath. You write another sentence, the rhythm smooth and measured. The ink feels like a song, soft, yet profound. A joke about ink stains, an unintended paint job on the rug. You picture the rug, now dotted with dark, artistic spots. Your laugh is a gentle echo in the silence. You pause, noticing the page turn under your finger. The action is almost meditative, like a slow dance. Your thoughts drift to ancient scribes, their quills poised. The quills were often feather, sometimes bone, but always precious. Your fingers wrap around the pen like a lover. The ink fills the page, a living narrative. You watch the nib, turning the pen like a secret handshake. The ink's journey begins, a story told through strokes. The room feels alive with the quiet energy of history. You write, and the ink remembers every careful movement. The ink's memory is like an old friend, trustworthy, patient. Your breath deepens, syncing with the flicker again. You let the pen hover, poised over the next line. The anticipation builds, a small, thrilling pause. You release the pen, and the ink flows in a quiet cascade. Each droplet is a whisper, a word arriving, soft and earnest. You feel the ink's ancient currents guiding your hand. The writing flows, a smooth river of curiosity, a joke about ink misplacements. Once a writer misplaced his quill in a hat. The image of a quill in a hat is oddly charming. You laugh, enjoying the absurd but harmless anecdote. The ink spreads, covering the page with its dense, dark hue. The study's atmosphere feels both intimate and vast. You notice a faint scent of old wood from the desk. It blends with the ink, producing a sense of stability. The room feels like a nest, built for contemplation. You write another phrase, each word a step forward. The ink's texture shifts from wet to dry, a silent progression. You sense the ritual's sanctity, a sacred act. Your breath slows, aligning with the candle's pulse. You sense the pen's weight, a tangible presence. The weight anchors the writing, steady and reassuring. The ink takes shape, forming curves that echo past scripts. The paper's fibers embrace the ink, a respectful partnership, a thought, a joke. Ink has its own gravity. It's quite sticky. You smile, the mental image brightening your mood. You sense each stroke is a prayer to forgotten tongues. The ink becomes a conduit of stories, yet untold. Your mind travels back centuries through manuscripts and monasteries. A quiet chuckle arises. I wish my inbox had ink. The phrase sticks, a reminder of your modern world. You continue writing, the ink flowing obediently. Your hand steadies, finding rhythm in the quiet space. You observe how each word sits, balanced like a feather. The study's silence welcomes each addition, like a patient audience. A brief thought, ancient scribes likely used quill tips dipped in soot. You picture soot-laced feathers, humming with potential. The image feels almost cinematic, with a flicker of flame. You let the thought settle, returning to the ink. The ink's dark surface glistens in the candle's light. You trace the curves, feeling their geometry. The sense of precision comforts you, encouraging deeper focus. Your pen moves like an orchestra conductor, guiding each note. The ink's flow is like a melody, soft, yet distinct. A joke about a calligrapher losing his voice. He lost his ink instead. The image of a calligrapher without ink is oddly humorous. You chuckle, feeling lighter. The pen glides effortlessly, guided by ancient traditions. Your thoughts find a rhythm, harmonizing with the ink. You write another sentence, the ink weaving connection. The page fills, a canvas of history and imagination. Your breath remains steady, a metronome matching the ink's pace. You inhale, letting the scent of old books envelop you. You exhale, feeling the stress melt away in the room. The candle's flame steadies, a steady companion. You see the flame's tiny sparks, like tiny stars. The sparks flicker against the ink's surface. You feel a sense of awe at the connection between light and ink. The room feels warm, almost like a gentle chest. You let the warmth soothe, each molecule a balm. The ink's darkness contrasts with the soft lighting. It forms a visual balance, calming the eye. You are drawn to the ink's quiet presence. The ink seems to hold breath, waiting for your next stroke. Your fingers tap, a light rhythm, almost a tap dance. The tapping echoes softly in the quiet. A joke about quills that play hopscotch, though no one needed that skill. The mental image is funny, brightening the scene. You write, each line adding to a quiet masterpiece. The ink's journey is a story in itself, a microcosm. The study becomes a vessel, holding time in its walls. You feel gratitude for this ritual, a moment of connection. Your hand moves in sync with the candle's breath. The ink settles, forming a soft, black ribbon. You view the ribbon like a dark thread woven through time. The feeling is comforting, like a warm blanket. You let the room settle into its own quiet lullaby. The candle's flame slows, as if breathing slowly itself. You taste the faint aftertaste of burnt wood. It lingers, a subtle reminder of the study's age. You close your eyes for a moment, savoring the silence. The silence becomes a guide, an unspoken mentor. Your mind wanders calmly toward distant eras. The ink appears to hum soft, deep, gentle. That humility touches your soul as the candle whispers. You smile, amused by the quiet interplay. A final joke, ink never gets a coffee break, but it gets a good rest. You chuckle softly, feeling the words settle. Your heart beats in sync with the ink's rhythm. You feel the pen's weight, steady in your hand. The pen becomes a talisman of focus and calm. You continue writing, each stroke a new breath. The ink fills the page, completing a circuit of creation. You observe that the ink's texture changes as it dries. The drying process is almost a ceremony, a ritual of completion. You pause, letting the ink dry under the candle light. The paper becomes a quiet witness, holding the words. The study feels whole, every element in harmony. You reflect on how ink connects us across time. Each line is an echo, resonating through centuries. You realize that ink is a living archive, alive and breathing. Your presence here is a small part of that archive. You feel proud, humbled, and entirely at peace. The candle's flame steadies, one last flicker. Your breathing deepens, slowing to match the flame's glow. You inhale, letting peace permeate every cell. You exhale, releasing all tension. The ink remains patient, waiting for the next day. The study closes its doors of thought gently. You feel the calm settle, a soft blanket over the heart. With each breath, your mind quiets, ready to travel to other worlds. The rhythmic inhale and exhale become a lullaby for the soul. You watch the ink settle, smooth and undisturbed. You pause, feeling the satisfaction of finishing the page. You sit back, the cushion yielding like a loyal friend. The candle burns low, but still bright. You feel the light soften as if it knows you are safe. The ink's black depth is like a deep ocean. You imagine waves rolling softly against the shore of parchment. You let the imagination drift, guided by ink and flame. Your thoughts settle into a gentle trance. The room remains quiet, supportive, and serene. You take one last breath, a slow inhale and a gentle exhale. You feel the ink's patience, a gentle, silent promise. The study is a sanctuary where ink meets breath. Your heart beats in rhythm with the ink's slow pulse. The candle sighs, the final lullaby in low tones. You feel the ink's quiet energy wrap around your thoughts. You smile, a tender smile, content and relaxed. The study breathes, as if acknowledging the moment. Your mind becomes still, filled with ink's ancient silence. You let the silence carry you into the night. The ink stays, timeless, faithful, ever waiting. You close your eyes, content, and rest under the quiet glow. You open your eyes slowly, the study still humming with the last lullaby. The candle flickers, a steady pulse, as if breathing with you. You exhale, letting the cool ink scent creep over your eyelids. Your hand drifts toward the edge of the worn parchment, yearning for touch. The paper feels alive, its fibers trembling with anticipation. You settle back, the cushions sighing like a contented cat. The silence wraps around you, gentle and weightless. You lift the quill, feeling its familiar weight, a loyal companion. The nib glistens, dust, motes dancing on the surface, tiny lanterns in twilight. You pause, letting the quiet settle around your thoughts. A mainstream fact surfaces. Roman marble columns stood beside these ancient scrolls in 1500 BCE. The image of stone towering over ink feels almost cinematic in the dim light. You chuckle, imagining a marble statue sipping tea with a quill. You continue, letting the quill kiss the parchment, forming a silent bond. The ink spreads a slow, dark river seeking its own path. Each drop is like a whispered secret, falling into the paper's embrace. The study's scent thickens, old leather, dried ink, and a hint of citrus. You inhale deeply, absorbing the layers of history, almost tasting knowledge. A quirky tidbit flickers. Some cultures believed ink could trap a dream you whisper. The idea feels oddly magical, like a ghost writer living in ink. You set the quill down, the nib resting on the paper's edge. The page now glows faintly, its letters breathing softly with each turn. A silence ripples across the room, each cell of the study listening. Historians still argue whether the earliest writing was pictographic or phonetic, and you hum along. You smile, the debate echoing like a distant drum in your ears. You re-engage the quill, the tip glistening in the lamplight. The ink settles, a shallow lake of black forming a mirror. The reflection shows a tiny world where thoughts swirl like planets. You follow its ripple, feeling your mind drift with ease. The study seems to stretch, as if the walls breathe along with you. The candle sputters, a small firework of shadows dancing across the page. You stare, letting each flicker guide your finger to the next word. Your breath syncs with the flames, a slow rhythm matching the night. The page expands gradually, a slow painting unfolding into the dark. The ink's darkness feels like a cradle holding secrets tenderly. A joke bursts. An ink bottle fell in a bathtub, forming a fountain of words. You giggle, picturing the splash that could fill a hallway with poetry. The study laughs softly, the sound of parchment creaking. You feel your shoulders relax, the tension melting away. The ink takes a breath, ready to paint another line of history. You lift the quill, a silent salute to the ancient scribe below. The nib slides, each stroke a soft whisper on the paper. The letters dance together, forming shapes that echo forgotten alphabets. You inhale, feeling a surge of ancient knowledge flow through your veins. The study's silence hums, a choir of quiet breaths. A memory flickers. An old librarian once recited a poem about ink. You laugh softly, and the candle flickers a more tender heartbeat. The ink continues, slowly drying into a smooth, matte surface. The paper feels almost wetly cold, like a river at dawn. You adjust your posture, ensuring each line stays crisp. The quill tip dips into ink, gathering color anew. You exhale, trusting that your strokes will remain faithful. Historians still argue whether the ink of kings was truly pure or a blend. The thought lingers, a grain of dust on a thought. You turn the page, the parchment sighing with old stories. The light grows softer, reflecting like a pool of memories. The ink's dark veins pulse, a rhythm echoing the study's heartbeat. You breathe in the scent of wet ink, a scent of time. A faint note hums, a distant drum in the walls. The quill steadies, a faithful instrument for the night. The page feels like a canvas, each stroke a brushstroke of thought. You close your eyes, imagining the world outside the study's walls. The candle's flame breathes, a small universe in your palm. The ink on the page glows faintly, like stars on parchment. You let the silence grow, filling the room with soft contentment. A gentle breeze whispers across the desk, shushing you into content. The page's surface ripples, mirroring the candle's flicker. Your breathing slows, a steady lullaby guiding your mind. The ink remains patient, a reservoir of stories yet to bloom. The study, like a temple, closes its doors slowly. You open your mind, letting the ink's voice echo in your thoughts. The silence returns, but now it feels like a companion, quiet and steady. You inhale, savoring the scent of ink and old wood together. You exhale, the calm spreading across your shoulder blades. The candle's flame sputters, a sign of the evening ending. You whisper a blessing to the ink, grateful for its patience. The ink remains, as steady as a heart beating in silence. You sit back, the cushion yielding like a supportive friend. The room's temperature drops, a gentle coolness embracing the study. The ink's darkness still glows softly, a lantern in the dim room. You close your eyes, letting the glow wash over your skin. Your mind drifts, guided by the quiet hum of ink. The study seems to exhale, a breath that lingers like incense. The soft hum settles, and you feel the night complete. You feel the room become a quiet cradle, holding your whispered thoughts. A gentle breeze stirs the pages, rustling like paper waves. The ink, still wet, glistens like dew on early grass. The candle's flame flickers, trailing smoke like a shy ghost. The whisper of ink grows louder, echoing inside your own heart. You inhale, feeling its energy thread through each fiber. The study, silent as a cathedral, invites you to rest. In the dim glow, you sense a connection older than your own life. The ink's darkness, a soft blanket, covers the page, protecting its secrets. You feel your heart beat in rhythm with the ink's hum. The candle's flame blinks once more, sealing the night. You sit in peace, the study breathing softly behind you. The ink remains, a silent witness to your quiet adventure. The last words of your story dissolve into the air like dust. You breathe, feeling nothing but the faint whisper of ink on paper. The study ends its vigil, and you lie back, letting the silence fill you. The scent of ink lingers like a memory, binding past and present in quiet synergy. You imagine ancient scholars, ink-stained fingers dancing across parchment like a choreographed ballet. The page's texture under your touch feels like a secret handshake between mind and material. A soft chorus of paper rustling fills the room, a lullaby for unwary thoughts. You lean closer, your ear a portal to the quiet symphony of ink. The candle's flame dances, casting shadows that play hide-and-seek on the walls. You watch, mesmerized, as these fleeting silhouettes weave stories of the night. The ink begins to cool, setting its memory into the fibers of parchment. Each droplet marks a heartbeat, a pulse in the manuscript's quiet chest. The study feels ancient, as if it has seen countless midnight musings. You pause, feeling the page's pulse sync with your own slow breath. A gentle sigh escapes the books, a sigh of contentment and acceptance. You laugh softly, a secret smile shared with the ink and quiet. The candle flickers once more, a brief pause in the night's breathing. You let the silence deepen, a blanket that cocoons your thoughts. The study's walls seem to pulse gently, keeping time with your heart. You feel your awareness expand, stretching into the ink's silent depths. A distant echo of a quill tapping against wood carries a rhythm, a lullaby. The ink's surface becomes a mirror, reflecting your own quiet glow. You close your eyes, content, and rest under the quiet glow. You open your eyes again, feeling the room pulse like a quiet storm rolling in. The quill trembles in your hand, its nib quivering as if alive. The ink gathers at the tip, thickening into a shadow that drizzles onto the page. You watch the droplets cascade, each one a tiny comet in the dark. Historians still argue whether the earliest writing was pictographic or phonetic. A quiet storm of words begins, each stroke a breath of possibility. The room fills with the sound of nibs tapping, a gentle percussion echoing through the shelves. You breathe in, swallowing the scent of old paper mingled with fresh ink. A memory surfaces. A monk once said ink could trap a word forever. You chuckle at the thought of a pen that doubles as a karaoke microphone. The ink flows smoother now, each line forming a soft bridge between past and present. The quill dips, then rises, as if dancing to an unseen rhythm. The words begin to shimmer, their meaning glinting under the candle's glow. A joke slips through your mind. Why did the quill go to therapy? It had ink sights. You smile, feeling the quiver turn into confidence, the ink solidifying into narrative. The parchment warms slightly, reacting to the ink's presence, soft as a whispered secret. You hear a distant murmur outside the study, a wind that sighs through the library's eaves. Inside, the storm quiets, but the ink remains an active storyteller, ready to speak. You notice a line forming that reads, "Ancient astrologers believed ink could capture a comet's tail." The oddity of such a claim makes the ink feel almost mischievous, teasing your curiosity. You lean closer, the candle flickering, painting dramatic shadows on the page. The ink lines bend slightly, echoing a celestial curve that could only belong to a comet. The page sighs, a low hum that carries the weight of centuries, as though the study itself breathes. A quiet storm of pens continues, each stroke a microcosm of imagination. The quill's motion slows, settling into a rhythm that matches the heartbeats of the room. You close your eyes briefly, letting the ink's subtle glow seep into your thoughts. A faint whisper travels from one corner of the parchment to the other, like wind over dunes. You feel the ink's temperature shift, a testament to the study's timeless nature. A joke about the ink, you remember. The ink splatter was so tiny it fit between pages of a tiny book. You laugh, imagining a microscopic spill scattering secrets across a miniature library. The quill hovers, as if deciding whether to stay on the page or to drift away. The ink's sheen brightens, reflecting the faint glow that steadies your mind. You open your fingers to the page, feeling the parchment breathe with each pressure. A soft rustle rises, a whispered breeze through leaves of knowledge. The storm outside quiets, but inside the ink roars like a quiet thunderstorm of letters. The quill moves again, each motion a testament to disciplined grace. The ink deepens, its texture thickening as if a river settling into stone. The words whisper themselves, forming a dialogue between past scholars and present imagination. You hear the faintest hum of a distant clock, ticking slowly through time. The story grows, expanding beyond the page, into the creases of the mind. The storm of pens continues, each whisper a brush stroke on a silent canvas. You feel the ink's energy hum in your hands, a lullaby that soothes. A playful quibble arises. Does the ink prefer silence or the sound of writing? You smile, noticing the answer might be both, like a quiet rain that sings. Your breathing syncs with the pen's motion, a shared rhythm of creation. The ink solidifies, each line a promise whispered into the ages. Historians still argue whether the ink of kings was truly pure or a blend. The ink glows faintly, a moonlight on paper that invites introspection. You feel the steady murmur of the page, a mantra for the night. A gentle sigh escapes the desk, as if the furniture are holding their breath too. The room remains a sanctuary, the ink a guardian of forgotten tales. You observe how every stroke pulls you deeper into a quiet tide of thoughts. The storm outside has settled, but the ink still roars within. A quiet hum builds, like a choir of faint pages turning in twilight. You close your eyes again, letting the ink's glow lull you to sleep. But first, the quill remains poised, patient as a dragon sleeping before a feast. You listen to the faint crackle of the candle, a metronome to your calm. The ink's surface shimmers like a miniature sky, reflecting the soft glow of possibility. You imagine each letter as a star, slowly arranging itself into constellations of meaning. The story's heartbeat syncs with the ticking clock, a gentle cadence that calms. You let the world fade, but the ink remains a beacon in the dark. A light breeze brushes the page, as if the study exhales one last sigh. The quill settles, resting against the margin, like a tired traveler at dawn. The ink story continues in silence, awaiting the next curious hand. You feel the warmth of the parchment, a steady companion that has seen centuries. A quiet gratitude fills you for the ink's patient persistence in sharing its secrets. The study seems to breathe, its walls humming softly, a lullaby to your mind. Your heart settles, feeling the steady rhythm of ink and ink-stained thoughts. The quill remains poised, waiting for the next whisper of inspiration. You look at the page once more, noticing each line seems to breathe. The ink still hums softly, a lullaby that keeps the room safe from noise. A final whisper echoes, soft as a feather landing on a page. You feel the study close its lid, sealing stories into night's velvet. The quill, patient, lets you drift into sleep, trusting the ink. The ink's presence comforts, a lullaby written in strokes of dark. Behind you, a feathered quill waits, ready for the next sunrise of ink. The candle dims, but the ink flame within burns steady, like a tiny beacon. You smile softly, amused at the tiny drama unfolding on the page. A rustle of paper interrupts the quiet, but the ink remains undisturbed. The world outside is soundless, like an ocean far beyond your reach. The quill dips, gathering another swirl of ink, a fresh wave of mystery. You feel a thrill as the ink spreads, like color blooming on a canvas. The strokes become a map, guiding wandering thoughts back to roots. Historians still argue whether the ancients could have measured the ink's chemical composition. The ink's depth deepens, forming layers like sediment in a slow river. You sit back, letting the ink flow like a gentle waterfall through a canyon. The quiet storm of pens continues, each line a ripple across an endless sea. A feather falls softly, landing beside the quill, a subtle reminder of nature's hand. The candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls, a visual duet. You inhale the scent of ink, a deep, comforting odor that lingers. The ink seems to whisper, promising a future of untold pages. A chuckle escapes you, imagining the quill practicing its own choreography. The study remains hushed, the only sound a faint sigh of paper. You feel every breath synchronizing with the quill's steady quiver. The ink's curve, soft as a crescent moon, guides your handwriting. You think of a myth that ink could write through time, a legend whisper in taverns. The quill trembles slightly, a subtle reminder that magic exists in ordinary strokes. The candle's glow softens, painting the page with warm amber hues. You close your eyes, letting the ink's hush embrace your thoughts. The study's silence deepens, a blanket that cushions the mind like a pillow. A faint rustle of parchment reminds you that the pages are alive with possibility. The ink's rhythm flows like a melody, steady and inviting. You feel the quill's warmth against your palm, a gentle comfort. The study becomes a sanctuary, its walls holding whispered secrets of ages. You allow yourself to drift, guided by the ink's endless tide. A soft lullaby rises from the quill, a soothing hum that soothes the night. The ink continues, steady as a heartbeat that never pauses. You hear the faint click of the quill's nib as it rests. The study exhales, its air heavy with the scent of aging parchment. Your mind floats, carried by the gentle current of ink. The quill's ink settles, becoming a dark river that flows into eternity. You feel the peace, a quiet gratitude for the silent story. The study's silence is a lullaby that cradles the night. The ink remains, patient as the moon waits for the sunrise. You look once more at the page, seeing it glow with unseen stars. The quill, resting, waits for the next whisper of inspiration. The study breathes, and you, too, breathe in serenity. The ink's darkness sings softly, a lullaby for the curious. You feel the rhythm of the night settle within, a gentle lull that soothes. As the last ember dies, the study sleeps, ink waiting for another story. You trace the dust trail. It whispers a quiet lore. Your fingers feel the fine fibers, each particle a tiny, forgotten page. The air thickens with history, as if the study itself sighs. You pause, listening, dust settling like a choir of whispered secrets. A faint vibration pulses through the desk, as if the dust remembers a hymn. You smile, the trick of a quiet cosmos trapped in grain. You lift your hand, the dust lifts too, dancing like small lanterns. Each mote glows a faint ember of forgotten parchment. A gentle hum rises. The study hums back, a friendly echo. You breathe in the scent of ancient silence and a hint of citrus. You exhale, the dust settles closer, like a hush of applause. You hear a soft whisper, as if the dust is telling a joke. The joke lands, dust particle cracks up, echoing your chuckle. You laugh, the absurdity of grains debating, like tiny philosophers. You straighten, a new line of dust forms, a map in miniature. You follow the line. It curls toward the desk's shadowed corner. The dust trails whisper stories hidden beneath dust, like buried treasure. You feel a pull, The study seems to beckon you deeper. You pause. Dust forms a question mark, a prompt to explore. You giggle. What question, dust? Did you write the punctuation? You slide your glove. The dust swirls, offering a tiny, crisp sigh. A faint note hangs like a bell struck by a flea. You tilt your head. The bell seems to bow. A polite nod. You chuckle again. The bell's courtesy is oddly endearing. You straighten. The dust settles into a neat trail. You trace the last thread. It leads to the forgotten drawer. You open the drawer. Dust swirls open, revealing a parchment. The parchment bears an ancient script, letters that glow faintly. You inhale. The ink's scent mingles with dust, a fragrance of time. You brush a fingertip. Dust falls off as if waving goodbye. You stare. The script speaks, but the voice is faint. You listen. The whisper echoes. Dust remembers stories. Write them. You smile. The words feel like a gentle nudge. You tilt your head. The dust forms a question. Is it true? You laugh. The question feels like a cosmic meme. You breathe. Dust settles slowly, a slow lullaby for the mind. You feel the dust's touch, like a gentle hand guiding a story. You turn a page. The ink swirls, revealing a message. You read. The letters appear, forming a poem of silence. The poem whispers, "In dust we keep, in ink we speak." You smile. It feels like a secret handshake with the past. You lean closer. The dust swirls around your ear, humming. You listen. The hum turns into a lullaby, a soothing lull. You close your eyes. The lullaby drifts into your dreams. You wake. The dust has faded, yet its memory lingers in skin. You feel a warmth. The desk humming softly, as if whispering a good night. You turn the lamp off. The room darkens to a gentle hush. You breathe. The hush feels like a blanket. You lie down. The study's vibrations follow your pulse. You feel the dust, a fine dust, a faint scent of cedar, still present. You close your eyes. The scent lingers, a fragrant lullaby. You let the dust settle. Its silence is a steady music. You feel the study's heart beating like a quiet drum in night. You sleep. The dust's pulse becomes your dreamscape. You dream images bloom in color of ink and dust in swirling tides. You wander. With every step, dust sings a lullaby to your feet. You listen. The lullaby grows deeper, a voice from the past. You taste the air, a hint of old books, a whisper of time. You wake again. The dust still waits at the edge of your eyelids. You pause. The dust glows faintly in the soft morning light. You stretch. The study is still breathing, humming at your touch. You smile. The dust has carried 1,000 stories, now yours. You stand. The dust sighs, and the study bows, reverent. You step outside. The dust settles on the garden floor like glitter. You breathe. The air is pure, carrying the scent of cedar and night. You walk. The garden is quiet. Your footsteps echo in a soft thud. You pause again. Your heart beats in rhythm with a quiet drum. You gaze. The sky above glows amber, an unending horizon. You sigh, a soft exhale, as if the universe listened. You know the dust, the ink, the study, all part of a quiet dance. You return back to the study, where dust waits patiently. You sit. The desk feels familiar, like an old friend. You open a new page. The dust rises, eager for fresh ink. You dip the quill. Its tip glows like a lantern. You begin to write, each word a small victory, a gentle step. You feel the ink feels warm, as if it smiles back. You write a verse about dust, ink, and time softly whispering. You finish. The page settles, a testament, like a tiny sunrise. You breathe. The study exhales, content with the story. You smile. The dust settles on the paper, a gentle applause. You recall that the Library of Alexandria was a hub of learning, a beacon for lost knowledge. A fringe idea says dust particles may hold star memories, carrying cosmic whispers across time. Some say old streets in a forgotten town are brushed with powdered ink to preserve ancient letters. You tap the desk, feeling the old wood pulse beneath your fingertips. The ink on the parchment glows faintly, as if it knows your pulse. You notice a small mote of dust hover above the ink, waiting. The mote shimmers lightly, catching the lamp's weak light. You smile, realizing dust can be a silent storyteller in this room. You inhale, smelling the faint trace of cedar and wet ink. You exhale. The scent mingles with the dust's quiet hush. You feel a chill ripple down your spine, a subtle invitation. You sit back, listening to the silent rhythm of the room. The hum of the old fan sounds like a soft lullaby. You chuckle quietly. If this study had Wi-Fi, I'd still lose connection. You remember the library's past, where scholars whispered secrets. You recall that the Library of Alexandria was a hub of learning, a beacon for lost knowledge. You note a mainstream fact. The library burned in 48 BCE. You marvel that centuries ago, ink still carried dreams. You look at a page, and the letters seem to breathe. You trace the outline of a word, feeling its curve. You hear your own breath sink with the paper's sigh. You feel each line settle, finding silent harmony. You sense the study breathe as if with a heart. You hear a faint creak, the desk shifting slightly. You wonder if the desk counts your breaths. You laugh, sure, it has more patience than most people. You place your hand gently on the inked sentence. You feel its warmth, like a steady campfire. You notice a thin crack forming over a line. The crack shimmers like a silvered ribbon in moonlight. You wonder whether the crack holds a secret message. You touch the edge of the ink. It tingles. You feel the ink's flow, a quiet river of time. You think of scholars who once sat here, ink on their fingers. You imagine their thoughts echoing across centuries. You feel the room grow still, as if holding its breath. You recall a quirky tidbit about ink. Some used starlight to fill bowls. You pause, noting the story feels oddly scientific. You remember a fringe idea that dust can carry quantum information. Historians still argue whether the library was one building or a network. You breathe, letting the idea settle in your mind. You smile at the academic tug of war that never ends. You hear the faint rattle of a loose screw. You tighten it, feeling the satisfaction of a job well done. You feel the dust settle around the screw head like tiny applause. You stare at the text, mesmerized by its cadence. You discover a phrase written in mirror, reversed. You trace it with a fingertip, feeling its echo. You giggle, realizing you're reading a secret code. You wonder if the code mentions a hidden stash of ink. You decide to search for missing ink instead of hidden treasure. You flip the page again, eyes scanning for clues. You find a faint blot, a marker of a prior owner. The blot glows when the lamp angles just right. You realize the lamp's beam is a slow-moving spotlight. You lean in, watching the beam flicker across words. You feel a gentle push, like a breeze from a distant window. You notice the window is small, a tiny oval above the desk. You look up, seeing the dark sky outside the study. You feel the room become a cocoon of ink and light. You think of the ancient scholars who once paced here. You hear a distant thud, perhaps a forgotten footstep. You imagine the thud was a candle being struck. You inhale again, tasting ash and sweet ink. You close your eyes, letting the fragrance lull you. You feel the world shrinking to a single line of text. You realize the line is a question, silent but urgent. You look again, seeing the question mark subtly carved. You smile. The question feels like playful mischief. You wonder if ink remembers the questions it forms. You feel the ink pulse, a steady heartbeat below. You feel each breath match the pulse, in perfect sync. You notice a faint shimmer on the parchment surface. You think the shimmer is a sign of latent meaning. You feel the ink ready to reveal a hidden story. You hear a soft click, an old lock releasing. You slide the small drawer open quietly. You see a stack of parchment, stacked like firewood. You lift one, feeling the weight of old knowledge. You open the parchment, revealing a map of inked paths. You trace a line, feeling its depth. You sense the path leads to the study's heart. You follow, eyes fixed on the ink trail. You see a faint symbol, a star, slightly faded. You realize the symbol is like a tiny compass. You trace the star with your finger slowly. You feel a sudden warmth, a faint electrical charge. You notice that warmth is nothing more than dry skin. You laugh, no electricity, just a clever trick of light. You feel the room calm, as if the study sighs in relief. You hear the soft thrum of the floorboards beneath. You feel the thrum as a gentle background hum. You wonder if the hum keeps time with the ink's rhythm. You decide to trust the hum, following its cadence. You step slowly, each footfall a muted drum. You notice the floorboards creak, each sound a note. You feel the notes mingle to create a soft melody. You realize the melody is an ancient lullaby. You feel your eyelids grow heavier. You hear the faint ticking of an old clock above the desk. You feel the clock count, a steady metronome. You hear the tick as your breath deepens. You inhale, exhale, letting the rhythm calm you. You feel your mind drift toward the quiet lines. You listen to the ink's breathing, a subtle pulse. You feel it sync with your heart, a subtle match. You think of a legend about ink that could write itself. You remember a fringe notion that writing flows from the cosmos. You smile, amused at the idea of cosmic scriptors. You feel the ink begin to glide across the line. You watch as the words fill slowly, without your hand. You notice the letters forming a phrase. You read silently. Ink remembers those who write. You feel a chill of reverence run through you. You remember scholars chanting to preserve knowledge. You feel the line deepen, the ink thickening. You hear the quiet sound of ink setting. You listen, feeling the setting like a gentle hug. You realize the ink is a quiet promise. You feel the heart of the desk beat under your palm. You feel the desk and ink become one entity. You see dust gather like applause on the desk. You feel dust as a quiet fan, a silent applause. You realize the study holds a quiet, living pulse. You smile at the absurd idea of a living study. You notice a subtle scent of pine appears. You trace the scent, following the paper's edges. You find the scent hidden between corners of ink. You follow it to a hidden compartment. You open the compartment, revealing a small journal. You feel the journal's texture, old and soft. You open it, the paper whispering a greeting. You find a note written in a looping hand. You read. Do you hear the silence that writes? You feel a ripple, a soft, hidden current. You recall that the silent current is the study's soul. You feel the soul echoing back, a gentle murmur. You breathe, letting the murmur settle within. You notice a quiet shift in the room's temperature. You feel a coolness brushing at hair. You look up, seeing the lamp dim slowly. You realize the lamp is winding down. You hear the lamp's transformer hum taper. You hear it fade to a low whisper. You feel the room grow cooler, like wind at dusk. You feel the line of ink still forming slightly. You notice each new ink drop glimmering for a heartbeat. You marvel at the fleeting sparkle. A tiny star's glow. You laugh softly. A star on your desk. That's cosmic chic. You feel the ink begin to solidify, resting. You feel the solid ink resting like a calm pond. You hear the final click of the lamp shutting. You feel the silence settle, a deep, heavy hush. You feel the study breathe, a slow exhale of peace. You notice the faint glow of moonlight filtering through. You watch the moonlight caress the ink's edges. You feel a sudden calm, like being wrapped in a blanket. You wrap your hands around the parchment. You feel the warmth of ink against your palms. You feel the ink keep holding its promise. You think the promise speaks softly. You feel the promise ripple across the paper. You find a second sentence, whispered like a secret. You read, "History is ink, memory is parchment." You feel the words bloom like a quiet garden. You taste the words, almost tangible on your tongue. You notice the taste lingering, as sweet as old books. You breathe, letting the taste fade peacefully. You realize the whole room is a slow, soothing song. You feel the song's tempo, matching the ink's steady beat. You hear the song in your heart's quiet corners. You feel each pulse, a step toward restful sleep. You let your thoughts drift to the slow rhythm. You feel your muscles relax, the tension melting. You hear the gentle rhythm of ink and breath. You close your eyes, listening to the ink's murmur. You feel the world narrowing to the ink's glow. You stay there, a moment immersed in quiet harmony. You notice the faint echo of your own heartbeat. You feel that echo join the ink's sigh. You watch that echo drift away with the breath. You hear the silence fill with calm, almost audible. You feel the silence as a blanket. You feel your mind slow, like a page turning. You realize the study is a guardian of calm. You feel the guardian whispering, "Stay, rest." You feel the rest beckoning, soft and inviting. You surrender, allowing the ink to guide your sleep. You taste the last flicker of ink on your tongue. You feel the ink's final word, sleep. You feel the word wrap around you like a hug. You feel the study exhale, a final sigh. You feel the room ink, and you all sink. You feel the peace seep into every cell. You accept the tranquility, knowing it will stay. You feel the study's heart beating gently behind the ink. You feel the pulse match your own heartbeat. You feel the world dim outside the tiny window. You feel the world dim as if the stars are closing in. You feel the night wrap the room like a blanket. You feel the blanket warm, but not hot. You feel the blanket calm, like a lullaby. You feel the blanket of ink settle. You feel the blanket of silence wrap around you. You feel a gentle pressure, comforting and strong. You feel a quiet certainty that your thoughts are safe. You feel the safe, silent study waiting for you. You feel the quiet study waiting. You feel your breathing slow, matching the silence. You hear the silence respond softly. You feel the silence speak. Soon, dreams arrive. You feel the dreams ready to unfurl. You feel your eyelids grow heavier. You feel the eyelids closing, fluttering down. You feel the quiet ink waiting to accompany you. You feel your last conscious thought drifting. You feel it drift like a feather on wind. You feel your mind settle into a gentle orbit. You feel the orbit pulling in soft whispers. You feel the whispers turning into lullabies. You feel lullabies cradle your thoughts. You feel the study's pulse wrap itself around you. You feel the study become a bed of ink. You feel the ink soothe like water on stone. You feel stone, ink, and you meld. You feel your head sink into the quiet. You feel the quiet pull you into a deep nap. You feel the nap embrace your weary hours. You feel the study's echo echoing, a gentle chorus. You feel the chorus of ink lull you into rest. You feel your brain's chatter quiet away. You feel your breathing calm, deep, slow. You feel the calm spread from head to toes. You feel the toes cool under the light. You feel every limb relax, dissolving tension. You feel you are at peace with ink. You feel ink's promise kept, gentle and steady. You feel a final gentle sigh from the study. You feel the study's heart close its eyes. You feel your eyes close, surrendering. You feel the world, ink, and heart sing softly. You feel the hymn of calm wash over everything. You feel this moment an eternal hush. You feel sleep's tide rise, carrying all. You feel the tide cradle your thoughts. You feel the study watch over the tide. You feel the tide slip into the ink. You feel the ink whisper, "Good night." You feel this last line, a gentle final verse. You feel you're ready to rest, the ink and study holding you. You close the page, letting the last whisper seep into the paper. You feel the ink's breath soften, almost like a sigh, before it curls around your fingertips. You lift your hand from the parchment, feeling the residual warmth still linger. You watch the light dance across the words, a slow, amber ripple. You hear the faint tick of the clock, steady, patient, a lullaby of time. You let your thoughts fold into the rhythm, drifting like candle wax. You notice a single dust mote settling, glowing softly, a tiny star. You trace it with your thumb, feeling the texture under light pressure. You feel the dust vibrate tiny, almost invisible, like a gentle heartbeat. You wonder if the dust remembers the ink it once met. You laugh softly. Dust might be the study's memory keeper. You hear the whisper of a page turning, a subtle crackle. You realize the floorboards speak in a low, warm tone. You place your hand on the wood, feeling its grain, almost alive. You feel the wood call you back, like an old friend. You notice a faint scent of oil from old varnish. You inhale, tasting the past, the ancient scent of knowledge. You see the light cut across the corner of the table, sharp, precise. You feel the corner hold a secret, the ink's final promise. You read the final line again, sleep repeating like a mantra. You let the word settle, resonant, like a soft drum. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, each beat a slow drum. You breathe in, deep, slowly, breathing in the ink's hush. You breathe out, soft, letting go of the day. You hear your heart beat, slow, matching the ink's rhythm. You feel the beat echo in the study's pulse, steady. You listen to the quiet, the room breathing in sync. You spot a small glass orb on the desk, like a tiny lantern. You lift it, noticing the glow inside. You observe the light reflect like tiny stars. You wonder if the orb holds stories, stories written in invisible ink. You think of the theory that ink could glow under moonlight. You chuckle. Maybe it writes itself. You whisper to yourself. You feel the orb warm, nothing wrong, still just glass. You feel the silence deepen, like a quiet ocean floor. You sense the ink's final whisper, gentle as a feather. You feel the whisper slide across the page, slow, deliberate. You feel the ink's last word cradle your thoughts. You feel an almost tangible breeze brush your cheek. You hear the fan whir, a subtle, reassuring hiss. You let the fan's sound carry you deeper. You notice the lamp dim, its glow fading. You feel the light shift to a pale, silver hue. You feel the darkness grow, but comfortingly still. You recall a quirky tidbit. Ancient scribes believed ink could guard against spirits. You smile, spirits might need a quiet room to rest too. You feel the study embrace you, a gentle blanket of ink. You feel your body relax, tension melting like wax. You breathe again, slow, rhythmic, steady. You feel your mind unwind, edges softening. You notice a faint humming underfoot like a distant sea. You listen, letting the hum carry you away. You feel the hum grow, a low tide. You feel your thoughts ride the wave, carried forward. You feel the wave crest, gently lifting. You feel the study's pulse, rhythmic, grounding. You feel the pulse align with your heartbeat. You feel the rhythm draw you to rest. You sense the ink's final whisper as a lullaby. You hear the ink breathe quiet, almost audible. You feel its breath, like a sigh of contentment. You close your eyes, letting the breath soak in. You notice a faint glow on the page, soft, gentle. You feel the glow like a warm napkin. You feel the glow cradle your cheek. You feel the glow dissolve into darkness, gentle. You feel the ink finish its song. You feel the silence grow thick, tender. You hear your pulse steady, calm. You feel your pulse sync with the study's beat. You feel the beat lull you deeper. You remember that the Library of Alexandria burned in 48 BCE, but knowledge lived on. You find comfort in that resilience. You chuckle, even when it burns, stories survive. You feel the warmth of old books embrace you. You feel the study's story, written in ink. You sense the ink story, looping, endless. You feel your mind slip into a soft dreamscape. You hear ink whisper again, gentle, soothing. You feel ink embrace the page like an old friend. You feel a tiny crack form a subtle fracture. You trace the crack, feeling its edge. You imagine the crack as a whisper of time. You feel the crack hold a hidden word. You feel the word echo softly, sleep. You feel sleep seep into your bones. You feel the study exhale, gentle, final sigh. You sense the sigh, like a curtain closing. You feel the curtain fall, releasing you. You feel the room soften, the light dim further. You sense the darkness settle, quiet peace. You feel your body sink, calm, like a feather. You feel the feather touch the floor. You feel the floor support you, steady, sure. You feel the support keep you safe. You close your mind, letting thoughts drift. You feel the drip of ink as gentle rain. You hear rain fall, slow, rhythmic. You feel each drop a gentle tap on your mind. You feel the taps sync with your heartbeat. You feel the taps relax you further. You feel the taps lull you into tranquility. You hear your thoughts calm, slowing to a whisper. You feel your mind slip into stillness. You feel the stillness pull you deeper. You feel a sense of gratitude, grateful for ink, grateful for study. You feel the gratitude wrap around you. You feel it cradle your heart. You feel the heart beat softer. You hear the heartbeat slow, steady. You feel the beat echo through your body. You feel the echo like a distant lullaby. You feel the lullaby bring you to sleep. You hear the lullaby finish, soft, tender. You feel the final note fade into silence. You feel silence, warm, enveloping. You feel the silence cradle your dreams. You feel your dreams forming, gentle, bright. You feel your eyes close, gentle. You feel your eyes close. A deep, restful closure. You feel the eyelids flutter. You feel the flutter soften, vanish. You feel the body surrender, all weight melting. You feel the body merge with ink. You feel ink, the study you won. You feel unity, like an ocean and shore. You feel the shore cradle, the ocean pull. You feel the pull grow gentle. You feel the pull bring calm. You sense the calm embrace the whole room. You feel the room breathe deep. You feel your breath follow the room's sigh. You feel the breath slow, endless. You feel the breath carry you off. You notice the last sound, the page's soft crack. You hear the crack echo softly. You feel the crack, a final promise. You feel the promise settled, soft, final. You feel the ink's last whisper speak, sleep. You feel sleep cradle you patient, gentle. You feel the study's final whisper echo, like a lull. You hear the lull fade. You feel the fade, a gentle pull into darkness. You feel darkness, velvet, comforting. You feel the velvet wrap your thoughts. You feel your heart stop, or merely pause. You feel the pause, a breath of eternal calm. You feel the calm seep into your cells. You feel your cells glow warm. You feel the glow like a quiet fire. You feel the fire burn small. You feel the fire warm your bones. You feel the bones steady, firm. You feel the steady and release all. You feel release as ink does its final work. You feel ink finish, ink sighs. Ink breathes a last note. You feel that note, a warm, gentle hug. You feel the hug stretch across the room. You feel the room expand, soft, forgiving. You feel forgiveness, like a breeze. You feel the breeze touch your skin. You feel your mind float on the breeze. You feel float, drifting, weightless. You feel weightless like clouds. You feel clouds, soft, embracing. You feel embrace, gentle, safe. You feel safe inside the ink's love. You feel love, the silent kind. You feel love wrap around you. You feel wrap, like a blanket sewn from ink. You feel sewn, tied, calm. You hear the last echo, low, soft. You feel the echo vanish into silence. You feel silence return, full, deep. You feel deep, restful, eternal. You feel eternal like the ink that never dries. You feel your mind calm, ready to rest. You feel the rest, warm, inviting, like a bed. You feel the bed formed by parchment. You feel the parchment cradle your body. You feel your body sink deeper. You feel each breath sink, slow, quiet. You feel slow, quiet, comforting. You are ready, ink ready, study ready. You have reached the very last breath, the ink's final whisper, and you are enveloped in its eternal hush. You let the hush fall like velvet over the desk, each corner, softening with ancient breath. Your fingers trace the faint script, feeling ink's memory pulse beneath the paper. Memories whisper in curls of silver, echoing the stories of old rulers and scholars. You remember stories of Alexander's empire, its rise and burn. Yet the dust carried hopes. The library of Alexandria burned in 48 BCE. Yet its legends survived in quills and whispers. You sense the ink still knows the fire, its darkness still glowing in silence. Your breath slows, matching the measured cadence of ink dripping onto parchment. You hear the distant rustle of dried leaves, a quiet applause from centuries past. Historiologists still argue whether ink once possessed a mind of its own. Some claim the quill spoke back, guiding penmanship with unseen will. You chuckle softly and picture a feather scribbling its own manifesto. The page feels alive, its fibers humming in perfect sync with your heartbeat. Your mind drifts to a fringe notion that ink molecules might hold memories. One scholar whispered that in the dark, ink glows with the ghost of a forgotten word. You imagine the letters flickering like fireflies trapped within a glass jar. The study breathes again, its walls humming a low, ancient lullaby. Your eyes grow heavy, each blinking slow like a moth taking a final breath. You let the last sentence sink, as if letting a whisper dissolve into air. You feel the room exhale, a gentle sigh that reverberates in the rafters. Each brick, each beam joins the breath, creating a chorus of silence. You inhale the scent of paper, a perfume that has aged with centuries. The scent rises like incense, soothing your mind, calming your thoughts. Your mind feels like a ship sailing on a sea of paper, guided by ink. You watch the inks dance, a subtle whirl of color that never sleeps. Silence surrounds you, a blanket woven from the fibers of parchment. Your heart sinks with the study, each beat echoing a quiet drum. You feel the rhythm of the ink, slow and steady, like a breathing organism. You close your eyes and let the darkness paint your thoughts in soft colors. Each color feels like a memory, faint but present, like a distant lull. You drift, your mind a traveler between ink and night, guided by quiet currents. The ink's final whisper slips into your sleep, a lullaby that floats on paper. Your eyelids heavy, you feel the study shift, a subtle shift of energy. The lights dim, the candle flickers, then subsides to a quiet ember. Your breath slows, a single breath that matches the quill's last stroke. Your mind surrenders to the paper, to the ink, to the silence that remains. You imagine the ink dissolving into dust, a quiet return to dust. Perhaps the ink will rise again, waiting for another hand to stir its pulse. You feel the promise, the quiet vow of ink, the promise to endure. Your eyes close, the blackness deep, but the study glows with a gentle pulse. You breathe, feeling the echo of the ink's last sigh in the air. The whisper lingers, a faint echo that clings like dew to cobwebs. You let that echo become part of your breathing, your dream drifting into night. Every breath draws you further, the room breathing with you, breathing as one. There is only the ink, the book, and you, wrapped in the world's quiet hush. You feel the last of the light fade, the shadows stretching into a curtain. The curtain lifts slightly, a new page awaiting the next story. You inhale the quiet, the scent of ink, the promise of tomorrow. You imagine the study's heart beating, the ink flowing like blood in veins. Your thoughts settle like a calm pond, ripples fading into stillness. You rest your head, the desk a shoulder, the ink a soft lull in time. The ink hums a last lull, a gentle chime resonant within your skull. You feel the study's pulse, slow, steady, a rhythm that lulls you to sleep. Sleep calls quiet, like a long-lived friend arriving at your side. You drift, the ink's whisper wrapping you, carrying you into a dreamscape. You feel the study's breath, a deep inhalation, exhaling across your mind. The wind of memory slips through cracks in the old walls. You close your eyes, letting ink become a tide that washes away restlessness. Each stroke of silence is a brush stroke on the canvas of your sleep. Your heart slows, the study a cradle of quiet. You feel the ink's voice, a lullaby that has stayed through centuries. You drift deeper into a place where ink becomes sky. The sky is a sheet of paper, the clouds a spread of ink marks. Soft light pours through, turning the study into a sanctuary of stillness. The world outside fades, a whisper of wind, a distant church bell. Your breathing deepens, matching the gentle pulse of the candle. You let the silence wrap you, a blanket of ink and history. Your thoughts soften, each one folding into one another like pages. You let the study's humming become part of your heartbeats. Slowly, you succumb to the stillness, to the ink's quiet, endless song. You taste the night, the ink's sweet scent lingering on your tongue. You feel the study's arms cradle you, a gentle, relentless embrace. The ink's last whisper echoes in your dreams, a soft chime before dawn. You awaken, the first light of dawn filtering through, soft and warm, but the memory of the study lingers, a constant, a quiet echo that keeps you. But the memory of the study lingers, a constant, a quiet echo that keeps you. You feel the subtle stir at the page's edge, like ink waking a sleepy tea kettle. The quill slides, leaving a faint trail of black as a moonlit shadow in a quiet room. A soft whisper ripples through the fibers, and you wonder if the ink remembers your dreams. You laugh lightly, because who doesn't have a secret ink diary? The ink's gentle churn feels like a lullaby made of graphite and memory. You notice the faintest tremor, as if the parchment is breathing between two sighs. You wonder if the ancient scribe, perhaps a recluse, whispered these strokes while sipping tea. A distant humming creeps in, matching the subtle pulse of your own heart. Historians still argue whether the ink of the first codex influenced the rise of written law. Meanwhile, a quirky legend swears that ink can keep a ghost of the color of a forgotten lover. You pause, feeling the paper's weight like a friendly old friend, asking if it knows your favorite song. A dry chuckle rumbles through the room, as if the silence is being tickled by a mischievous cat. The ink glimmers faintly, reflecting a forgotten sunrise behind a stack of books. Each droplet sways, a tiny dancer twirling to the rhythm of your breath. You inhale deeply, imagining old parchment, scent mingling with lavender, and distant bell hum. Your eyelids flutter, each blink a soft wave washing over the room's cobwebs. The gentle stir intensifies, as if the ink is conducting a miniature orchestra inside the pages. You feel a tiny warmth, not from heat, but from the ink's lingering story energy. A memory, perhaps of a desert traveler or a forgotten lullaby, hums beneath your thoughts. A soft giggle bubbles because your mind playfully doubts whether ink can truly remember. The pages shift, not physically, but with a subtle tremor that feels like distant waves. You hear the faint tick of a clock, or perhaps it's just the ink's heartbeat. Historians still argue whether this heartbeat is a natural chemical reaction or a portal to another era. The quill hovers, poised to dip again, its tip glowing faintly like a lantern in a cave. You almost taste the ink, a bittersweet flavor reminiscent of midnight libraries and midnight snacks. The scent mingles with the soft rustle of pages turning silently, creating a symphony for your senses. You sigh, as if letting go of a weight you never noticed you carried. The ink's gentle swirl pulls you deeper into a dreamscape where words float like jellyfish. Your voice lowers, slipping into a murmur that seems to blend with the ink's own whisper. You feel the study's pulse, a rhythm that matches the cadence of your breathing. This pulse, gentle and steady, is like a lullaby composed by ancient quills. A quirky rumor claims that each ink droplet contains a tiny galaxy of memories encoded in black. You snort softly, amused by the image of ink orbiting unseen planets. The silence deepens, but the ink's vibration feels like a whispered prayer. You realize that this gentle stir of ink is not just ink, it is a vessel of longing. As the night folds around you, the ink seems to cradle the edges of your dreams. A quiet chuckle escapes from deep within, acknowledging the absurdity of ink holding memories. You imagine the ink as a soft blanket, wrapping around minds weary from the day's grind. The gentle stir continues, a slow dance of micromolecules choreographed by a timeless hand. You drift like moths, attracted to the ink's bright, subtle glow. An old proverb says, "Ink never forgets, but it does forget the writer." The room sighs, releasing a sigh that sounds like a lullaby wrapped in paper. You reach for another quill, its feather soft, ready to whisper more secrets into parchment. As you dip the quill, the ink pours like a river, but never rushes. The silence speaks louder than any sound, an echo of centuries in quiet. Your breath aligns with the ink's cadence, a gentle syncopation of mind and craft. You feel the study's warmth wrap softly around your chest, like a lullaby in a hammock. The gentle stir of ink, a whispering companion, nudges your thoughts toward a tranquil horizon. A tiny laughter opens as you realize ink may be the most patient tutor you've had. You settle deeper, letting the ink's whisper seep into the marrow of every rib. The study hums, a soft background hum that feels like a blanket of quiet. Your eyelids grow heavier, each one a sheet of paper that folds upon itself. The ink's gentle swirl draws closer, a slow orbit around the center of the room. You feel a wave of calm washing over you like a tide of ink, soothing and soft. The final stir, gentle as a sigh, settles like a blanket of night over the study. The last ink drop lands silently, a quiet punctuation on the page. You inhale, feeling the room inhale too, breathing in the quiet of the page. The ink's whisper travels through your fingertips, a soft current carrying knowledge. You let the study breathe, the walls exhaling a contented sigh. Historians still argue whether the softest sounds carry the deepest truths in history's quiet corners. You feel the room close itself softly, as if it were a cocoon waiting to release a dream. The gentle stir of ink invites you to drift into a universe where words are stars. You smile, because there is nothing more intoxicating than a quill's subtle whisper. The study's pulse slows, matching the gradual hush of the night outside. A faint lull of wind brushes the curtains, a gentle reminder that the world is still out there. You let your thoughts sink further, each one a feather drifting between ink and dream. The ink's final whisper hums like a tiny lullaby, guiding you toward sweet slumber. Your hands grow heavy, resting on the quill like a tired traveler to sleep. The study, now a sanctuary, lulls you into an endless sleep that feels like a calm ocean. You dream of ink rivers flowing through cities of parchment, soft as silk. The ink's gentle stir, a quiet compass, points you toward the horizon of your own mind. You rest, knowing the ink will be there when you wake, whispering new tales. The study sighs, a breath of contentment curling over its ancient floorboards. You inhale, feeling the ink's memory settle like dew upon a quiet leaf. As dawn tips near, the ink's glow dims, but its stories shine in your mind. The final paragraph ends with you smiling, a quiet triumph of ink, memory, and rest. Codex Sinaiticus was found in 1844 by Constantine von Tischendorf. The quill's tip glimmers, reflecting the faint glow of ancient ink. You hear a distant tick, like a clock held in a pocket of time. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying scent of parchment and distant seas. You chuckle softly, remembering childhood tales of ghostly books. The room hums, a lullaby stitched by old ink and whispered wind. The ink's swirl gathers, forming shapes that feel like tiny galaxies. You imagine each droplet holding a secret, like a pocket of midnight. The study's silence deepens, folding over you like cotton. You notice a tiny feather, still half wet from an ancient storm. You touch it, feeling the coolness of history in your palm. A playful thought nudges you. Maybe the feather is a messenger. You laugh, because ink and feather could form the best duo. The quill dips again, swirling darkness into the parchment. The ink spreads, dancing like a slow waltz across the page. Your eyes trace the lines, following a silent, shimmering path. The room feels warmer, as if the ink is giving kisses. You breathe deep, inhaling the quiet and the ink's faint perfume. A distant note rings, faint as a memory in an old hall. You feel the ink's pulse, syncing with the rhythm of your heart. The story flows, like a river that never forgets its source. The ink glows, not bright, yet soft as a candle in twilight. You find your fingers guided by unseen hands, steady and kind. You pause, letting the ink settle into a tranquil lull. The whispering pages sound like a choir of soft breaths. You feel the study's walls breathe alongside you, synchronized. A tiny voice murmurs from the corner, the ink itself speaking. You smile inward, the sound pleasant, a gentle crackle like a campfire. The quiet settles, like velvet on your eyelids. The last drop lands, a final sigh upon the page. Historians still argue whether ink silence can cure the restless mind. You let the ink absorb, a quiet act of surrender. The quill lifts, leaving a neat line, a mark of moment. The room holds, breathing, the ink's stillness, a gentle lull. You feel a sense of completion, the study's silence a final hug. The last breath of ink fades into a quiet echo, softly lingering. You drift, guided by that echo toward dreamland's gentle fold. A wave of calm washes over your thoughts, smoothing them like parchment. The ink's final whisper curls, curling the ends of letters, sweet and mild. Your mind slides, a soft slide into a night of stories waiting. The quiet lulls you further, a blanket of dark ink hugging your senses. You notice the room light dimming, stars peeking through dusty windows. You breathe, noticing the air crisp with the scent of old ink. The study's silence is a promise, a covenant of rest and creation. The morning light creeps through stained glass, spilling amber across the worn desk. You lift the open page, feeling the faint rustle of its fibers, whispering. A quiet thrill runs along your spine, teasing each thought into gentle reverie. Remember the first codex you read, filled with prayers that felt like lifelines. Historians still argue whether the ink of the first codex influenced the rise of written law. Your fingertips trace faint letters, each a bridge between centuries. The world outside sleeps, but your mind stirs in quiet curiosity. You notice the ink seems to breathe, slow pulse echoing your own heart. Its luminescence is faint, more like a sunrise through glass than a flare. You breathe in the scent of old paper while the world outside becomes distant. You laugh quietly, thinking of that quirky legend about ink, keeping the hue of a vanished lover. The myth says the ink remembers color, but it also remembers words. That makes it feel alive, like the page is a sleeping companion. You feel a gentle tug, coaxing you to write more. You lift the quill again, the feather cool against your palm. It is not a modern quill, but a relic that hums when you touch it. The sound is like a distant tide, muffled through parchment. Your breathing sinks, matching the gentle rhythm of the quill's touch. Each stroke is a word, a doorway to a different sunrise. You find yourself walking through a garden of letters, the air scented with ink and honey. A gust of wind carries the smell of old libraries across the room. You pause, listening to the quiet thrum of the books. They seem to hum through the fibers, a hum that keeps the page alive. You recall childhood, a bedtime tales told over a flickering lamp. Those stories carved habits in your mind, like fingerprints on skin. Now the ink writes its own tailies, weaving them into the fabric of your thoughts. A river forms its line gentle, yet persistent. As light brightens, the shadows retreat, revealing tiny symbols on each page. You lean closer. The edges of the page seem to lean back toward you. The words glide beneath your fingertips, a butterfly in flight. You smile, a feeling a little ridiculous, yet oddly content. Another quill tip drips. The ink appears to glow softly. Its luminescence is faint, a sunrise through glass rather than a flare. You breathe in the scent of paper, while the world outside becomes distant. The study feels like a nest built of memory and quiet. You turn the page and hear a soft chime, as if a tiny bell inside the book. It's not a real bell. The sound carries meaning. You recognize the pattern, a subtle echo of your breathing. Each breath punctuates the rhythm, guiding your hand toward the next line. The ink spreads across the page like a careful splash of inked silk. It follows the edges you trace, respecting the curves of your thoughts. You feel the page breathe in with each stroke, a living witness. The narrative grows. The study listens intently. You think of the library of Alexandria, its books lost in fire 48 BCE, and wonder, does the idea of a vast library echo in the ink silence? You smile at the memory of scholars debating its fate. They were a mix of awe and grief, a storm inside a quiet room. The ink keeps records, subtle swirls and shadows. Each swirl reflects a whisper of history, a fragment of a forgotten hymn. You feel the past breathe next to you, warm and comforting. It is not oppressive. It is a companion to your nightly reverie. Your mind wanders, and you see a faint outline of a figure in the margin. Its shape is vague, a suggestion of a form beyond the page. The ink seems to pull it upward, as if it wants to be seen. You feel a surge of intrigue, a gentle push toward the unknown. You continue writing, letting words flow freely like a river through stone valleys. The rhythm of ink and breath syncs, creating a lullaby of language. The quiet hum of the candle beside you is like a soft drum. You notice the flame flickers, casting shadows that dance across the page. These shadows echo the letters themselves, as if the page is alive. You lean back, breathing deeper, allowing the study to whisper. You think of a quiver of myths from inks that could hold stars. Someone once said they could taste the ink, but I never had to try. The idea is odd, but your mind paints it as a color swirling in a glass bowl. It is a gentle joke that lulls the edge of your skepticism. You laugh softly, the sound echoing back at you from the walls. The room seems to lean in, as if listening to your chuckle. You feel a gentle tug along your fingers, as if the ink nudges you back. The quill dips again, the feather touching the page in the same careful rhythm. This rhythm is a slow dance, the ink moving like a calm sea. You almost feel it pulse with the study's heartbeat. Your thoughts shift, drifting toward stories you'll write tomorrow. Yet you hold the ink, a faithful companion that whispers its own history. The line before you continues, a bridge between your present and the past. You breathe, feeling the coolness of the quill's feather against your skin. Your fingers glide, guided by unseen hands of old writers. Their whispers drift through the fibers, a hum that keeps the page alive. You notice the ink's sheen, a faint glow that reminds you of twilight. It feels like a promise that the day ends with a gentle sigh. You feel the study's walls breathing, the wood creaking softly under history's weight. All of this makes you wonder how stories survive in quiet places. It is the small, subtle moments that hold the most weight, a quiet anchor. The ink continues, the journey a winding path through time. You pause, noticing a tiny speck settling on the page like a secret. It draws your eye, a gentle reminder that nothing is lost. The study feels like a living journal, every word a breath. You keep writing, letting the ink carry your thoughts into night. The flame dwindles, but the ink glows softly with the rhythm of your heart. You feel a final pulse, a gentle wave of light through the page. The words swirl, forming a constellation of thoughts, guiding you to sleep. You let your mind drift, a leaf on a slow river. The ink's final whisper settles like a blanket over your thoughts. You close your eyes, feeling the page's quiet pulse against your cheek. The study's hush lingers, a gentle lull that keeps the dream alive. You exhale softly, letting the ink's memory carry you toward dawn. As night fades, you feel the promise of new stories waiting. You lift the quill one last time, leaving a final line of gratitude. Its ink drips quietly, sealing the night's tale in the page. The quill's feather sighs, a small applause to the night's work. You feel the weight of ink settle, a soft pillow against your palm. The study's walls hush further, a guardian of old stories. You breathe deeper, the sound of the page turning like a distant tide. The ink's glow fades, but the feeling stays within your hands. You know that every line written is a promise to return. You stand feeling the study's quiet heartbeat along with your own. It feels like the book is breathing a sync with your pulse. You feel a final surge of gratitude, a bright dawn over ink. The quiet in the room is now a lullaby for your eyes. You close the book one last time, sealing the day's memories. You stand, the study's silence hugging you like a warm blanket. You shuffle to the window, watching the sky glow with the first blush of sunrise. The light is soft, washing the study in a gentle golden wash. You feel the edges of your mind soften like waking from a dream. A sense of renewal curls around you like a warm hand on your back. The ink's final whisper lingers, a faint song in the corridors of your thoughts. You begin to feel the morning's promise unfolding like an open scroll. The world outside hums, but inside the study is still a place of calm. You step back feeling each page alive, a living tapestry of ideas. You linger a moment, letting the scent of ink settle in the air. The room feels like a sanctuary, a safe harbor in a storm of noise. You know that whenever you return, the ink will be waiting, The study is quiet, but the words inside are louder than ever. You smile, feeling the warmth of ink on your fingers and the coolness of dawn on your skin. This feeling, the gentle stir of ink, promises a day of whispered learning. You open your eyes to a new morning, ready to write your next chapter. The ink, the book, the quiet room all await your touch. You step back into the study, the air smelling like old parchment and promise. Your fingers graze the desk, feeling the faint vibration of ink settling. A soft hum rises from the stacks, like distant bees in a midnight garden. You notice a subtle shimmer along the edge of a blank page, as if a star has landed there. It feels like a secret pathway, inviting your hand to follow. You reach out, and the light bends around your palm, creating a gentle halo. The glow is warm, not harsh, as though the ink itself is a bedside lamp. You pause, letting the quiet murmur fill your thoughts like a lullaby. There is a gentle crackle, like the pages of a well-loved book turning. You smile, thinking of how ink has carried stories across centuries. The study feels like a cathedral of silence, yet bustling with unseen life. Your breath slows, synchronized with the rhythmic pulse of the quill. You lift the feather, its feathered tip cool against your skin. The tip is old, yet it glides seamlessly, a partner in a silent conversation. You dip the tip into the black reservoir, watching the ink splash like midnight rain. It spreads across the paper in slow, deliberate strokes, like a careful painter. Every line is a bridge, a ripple connecting past to present. You hear the faint whisper of old words, as though the parchment itself is speaking. The words are ancient, yet they feel present, a living reminder of human breath. You continue writing, letting curiosity guide your hand, gentle yet sure. A small flare of light darts across the page, mirroring a star on a clear night. You check your timer, noting you've spent 15 minutes breathing in silence. You feel the ink thicken, embracing the paper like a soft blanket. Your mind drifts to myths, to the idea that ink can capture a soul. Some say coffee mugs can hold tiny worlds if you stare long enough. You chuckle, imagining a tiny universe inside your morning brew. The quill hums softly, a gentle reminder that you are not alone. You hear a low hum, like the hum of a distant radio station. You realize you are part of a larger narrative, a hidden chorus of scholars. The study seems to breathe, expanding and contracting with your own rhythm. You feel your heart sink with the ink's slow drip, a subtle beat. You remember that old library in Alexandria that burned in 48 BCE. Historians still argue whether the Voynich manuscript is a hoax or a hidden code. You write a question above the line, curious yet playful. The ink gathers around the question mark, forming a soft swirl. You stare at it, and the swirl becomes a tiny galaxy of letters. The page feels alive, pulsing like a living organism. You decide to write a joke about ink, because why not? The joke lands softly, a gentle tickle in the room's silence. You laugh, feeling the sound cushion against the quiet walls. The humor keeps the study's mood light, almost like a whispered joke at night. You write the next sentence, letting the words flow like water. The ink moves as if guided by invisible currents. You sense a presence, a gentle guiding hand from those who wrote before you. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the ink guide your breathing. Your breath deepens, aligning with the quill's steady motion. You open your eyes, noticing a faint sheen on the page. The sheen glows like dew on a blade of grass. You feel the study's walls lean in, as if the books are listening. You notice the faint scent of sandalwood under the candle's glow. You think about how scent can trigger memory, even in quiet spaces. You write another line, a simple sandalwood drifting like a sigh. The ink captures the scent, translating fragrance into visual form. You feel the parchment's fibers tickle your fingertips. Your hand steadies, drawn by an invisible current of history. You notice the desk's top creaking slightly, a soft creak in the quiet. It sounds almost like a sigh from the room itself. You smile, realizing the creak is a friendly nudge. You set the quill aside for a breath, listening to the quiet stillness. The stillness feels like a gentle cloak around your thoughts. You look at time on the wall clock, a ticking reminder. It clocks 13 minutes of ink and curiosity. You wonder how many pens have rested on this same desk. Some say coffee mugs can hold tiny worlds if you stare long enough. You recall the old proverb, "The ink is the voice of the dead." You feel the voice faint, a subtle hum in your mind. You return to the task, letting the ink shape itself. The ink forms a small shape, like an abstract constellation. You imagine it is a star guiding the story. You pause to listen to the whisper of the page. It seems to say, "Write, and I will hold the night." You feel your pulse slow, matching the whisper's rhythm. You write a small line, a quiet thank you to the pages. The ink absorbs the gratitude, darkening the line. You lean back, feeling the desk's warmth against your back. You hear the faint creak again, a reassuring comfort. You feel a gentle draft through a cracked window, carrying dust. You smile at the dust, like a tiny breadcrumb trail of history. You imagine each grain carries tales from distant lands. You close your eyes, feeling a soft sigh of relief. You open them and notice the edge of the page twinkling. The twinkle is subtle, like a distant campfire glow. You write a line about the twinkle, letting imagination roam. The ink becomes a soft glow, as if a lantern in the dark. You feel the page's texture shift, more tender than before. The feel echoes the soft patter of rain on a tin roof. You think of how rain encourages silence, pulling focus inward. You write another line, a simple observation about rain. The ink settles, a gentle pause in motion. The study feels deeper now, as if it holds a secret. You glance toward the window, spotting a bird in the distance. The bird's shadow flickers, like a living ink stroke across the floor. You smile, realizing even shadows can dance with ink. You continue, letting the ink capture each fleeting moment. The ink becomes a living map of the study's quiet. You pause again, feeling the room's gentle pulse. You breathe, noticing the scent of old paper mingle with candle wax. Your mind drifts to memories of childhood libraries. You recall the smell of glue and stories. You write a sentence about glue, letting nostalgia seep. The ink curls around the word like a hand. You feel the pages breathe with each breath you take. You realize the study is a living organism, slow and steady. You write a line about the organism, feeling a playful connection. The ink flows, an obedient servant to the hand. You feel a small weight on the desk, a book closing softly. The book's soft thud sounds like a polite greeting. You smile, allowing humor to permeate your craft. You look at the quill, feeling its ancient weight. It feels like holding a piece of history, a tiny relic. You write a line about the quill, letting the memory surface. The ink darkens, a steady river carving its path. You hear the faint ticking of the wall clock, a gentle metronome. You match each stroke with the metronome, a tiny duet. The room feels like a sanctuary of thought. You notice a droplet of ink hanging between two lines, suspended. You hold your breath, letting the droplet sway like a tiny bead. You imagine the droplet as a tiny star caught in the page's gravity. You write a line about stars, letting imagination roam free. The ink paints the stars, a subtle glow beneath the black. You close your eyes, feeling the ink's warmth against your palm. You open them and see the page glowing like a small lantern. You think of how light can guide lost travelers. You write a line about guiding, the ink reflecting that idea. The ink flows, a steady river leading to nowhere far. You feel the study's quiet settling, like a blanket over your thoughts. You listen to the faint sigh of the building, the slow breath of a house. You imagine the house's walls as ancient storytellers. You write a line, acknowledging the wall's story, letting ink serve as witness. The ink solidifies, a subtle testimony. You pause to look at the window, watching the dawn light creep. The light is gentle, like a soft caress of gold. You write a line about the light, letting it merge with ink. The ink brightens, faintly capturing the first rays. The page feels alive, eager to share its glow. You feel your heart slowing, aligning with the ink's patient flow. You feel a sense of calm, a quiet joy settling in. You write a line about joy, the ink reflecting your serenity. The ink deepens, solid and soft, a gentle harbor. You let your breath slow, matching the quiet rhythm. You feel the study's heartbeat, steady and reassuring. You write a line, letting ink honor this rhythm. The ink becomes a record of this shared pulse. You pause, listening to the quiet outside. A distant dog bark appears, like a note in a lullaby. You smile, feeling the outside world can join the silent symphony. You write a line about the bark, letting the ink mimic its tone. The ink swirls gently, echoing the bark's rhythm. You feel the study's energy shifting, growing calmer. You think of the old phrase, "Still waters run deep." You write a line about stillness, letting ink capture it. The ink spreads softly, a ripple across black. You feel your mind drifting toward the floor. You notice dust settling on the desk, tiny grains of history. You write a line about dust, letting it become a gentle lullaby. The ink takes dust, weaving it into patterns. You close your eyes, feeling the dust's weight on the page. You open them and see the page illuminated by ink. You feel the study's silence deepen, a cathedral of thought. You write a line, feeling the cathedral's echo. The ink listens, absorbing the quiet. You hear a faint rustle, like fabric against wall. You think of the old library building, walls whispering. You write a line about whispers, letting the ink speak. The ink glows softly, capturing whispers' color. You feel a gentle tug from the quill, pulling you forward. You write a line, letting ink carry the tug. The ink becomes a steady guide, like a lantern on a path. You feel your hand guided, confident, calm. You write a line, a final thank you to the ink. The ink darkens, completing the page. You breathe, feeling the quiet of the room. You feel the study's pulse, a steady heartbeat. You feel ready to leave, but the ink lingers. You sense a gentle invitation to return. You close the book one final time, a soft thud echoing. The room sighs, a final breath of ink settling. You stand, feeling the study's quiet heart. You step towards the door, the light outside brighter than before. You carry the ink's warmth with you, a gentle companion. You walk away, knowing the study will wait. The ink, the book, the quiet room, each one a promise. You carry the ink's warmth with you, a gentle companion. You walk away, knowing the study will wait. You breathe in the lingering scent of dry ink, like a whispered promise. You pause, feeling the pulse of the room echo in your ribs. You sense a subtle rhythm under the surface, a quiet throb that calls you. You align your breath with that pulse, letting the inhale sync with the beat. You notice the quill's feather cool against the skin, still humming softly. You dip it into a black reservoir, watching droplets form like tiny moons. You flick your wrist, and the ink spreads in slow, deliberate arcs. You feel each line whisper, like a secret carried across a sea of parchment. You think of a Roman bath, the water swirling just like your ink. The Romans celebrated Saturnalia, a playful tradition, swapping roles for a week. You chuckle, picturing senators laughing, wearing sandals, as if they were gladiators. You pause to let the silence settle, the ink absorbing the echo of laughter. You remember that quirky belief that cats can write poetry when they stare at dust. You smile at the absurdity, though you imagine a feline drafting a sonnet in your study. You reach out, and the invisible pulse under the ink seems to pulse in answer. You feel the pulse like a heartbeat that belongs to the paper, not to your skin. You notice a droplet hanging between lines, suspended like a tiny planet in orbit. You breathe in, and the droplet seems to swallow the exhale, a tiny black pocket. You think of myths that ink can carry lives, like a bottle of memories. You pause, letting the story rest, then pick up the quill again. You write a question mark on the page, letting its curve mimic the pulse. You watch the question mark twist, forming a miniature galaxy of inked thoughts. You feel the galaxy shift, as if the ink's universe is listening. You remember that study is a cathedral, and the pulse is its quiet choir. You think of the quiet hum of your laptop, a modern echo in the night. You chuckle, knowing that even digital devices crave that old, steady pulse. You drop the quill briefly, and the ink falls like rain on thirsty parchment. You watch droplets settle, each one carving a brief canyon in the page. You feel the ink's weight gentle like a hand resting on a shoulder. You think of a lighthouse keeper guiding ships with the same steady beam. You notice the candle flicker, the flicker casting soft shadows that dance together with ink. You breathe in, and the flicker seems to inhale the room's silence. You let the silence rise, then fall like a sleepy tide. You remember that callback, remember that crocodile dung sunscreen, and you smile. You smile again, the absurdity echoing gently in your ears. You take a moment to notice the old desk, its wood grain like a map. You feel the dust motes dancing, each a tiny artifact in time. You pause, letting the dust settle like a breath at midnight. You hear a distant laugh from the old library, an echo of scholars. You recall that the library of Alexandria burnt, a tragic flood of ink. You feel the memory seep into the page, an inked lament. You think the room is a living archive, keeping whispers for the next reader. You draw a line like a heartbeat marker. You let the ink flow, watching it trace the line like a river. You feel the water of ink glide, soothing like a lullaby. You align your breath with the line, inhaling calm, exhaling tension. You notice the ink settling into a crystalline structure, a tiny starfield. You wonder if each star is a thought, a fragment of your own mind. You chuckle, imagining stars writing postcards to each other in the dark. You feel the pulse, steady as the beat of a distant drum. You close your eyes, letting the quiet sounds of ink become music. You hear a soft tick, a clock ticking in a library. You smile, feeling the tick align with a distant heart. You open your eyes, and the ink glistens like dew on leaves. You feel the pulse beneath all the ink, the steady rhythm of history. You think of a time when ink was precious, a treasure worth gold. You imagine scribes guarding their ink with fierce devotion. You let the ink settle like a quiet ocean at night. You feel the pulse sink with the ocean's hush, slow and deep. You sense the study's walls breathing, as if they hum with ink. You see the walls light up with a faint glow, a ghostly pulse. You breathe in, and the glow seems to swallow your thoughts. You feel the glow echo back, a gentle invitation to stay. You notice the ink has formed a tiny spiral, a compass for your mind. You smile, thanking the ink for its silent guidance. You think of the ancient practice of writing the day's date for posterity. You write today's date, each numeral a promise of continuity. You let the ink dry, the paper humming softly to its completion. You feel the pulse complete its cycle, like a day ending in sleep. You close the study's door, and the world beyond feels loud. You pause, feeling the memory of ink in your pocket, a lull. You walk away, knowing the study will wait and welcome you again. You hear the soft thud of the door closing, a final whispered echo. You feel the pulse still echoing, a promise kept. You step into the hallway, the cool air brushing your cheek. You smile, grateful for the silent companion that stays with you. You remember the pulse, steady under ink, steady under life. You carry the ink's warmth, a gentle companion that will always be there. You feel the night whisper, and you feel ready to rest. You let your mind drift, the ink's pulse humming in your dreams. You breathe in the soft hush that wraps the study like a blanket of quiet. You hear the whisper of ink settle, a gentle sigh against parchment. You feel the paper pulse beneath your fingertips, as if it knows your heartbeat. You let that pulse guide your hand, a silent metronome in this dim room. You pause to listen, to hear that quiet whisper calling your name. You close your eyes for a moment, and the world seems to fall away. You recall that the Library of Alexandria burned in 48 BCE, an ink catastrophe. You ponder the fringe claim that Moon-Jupiter alignments turn ink into hidden portals. Historians still argue whether the moon's pull directly shaped medieval calligraphy. You let that debate settle like a gentle tide against your thoughts. You focus on the quill's feather, feeling how it quivers with each breath. You notice that quiver echoes the room's rhythm, slow and sure. You dip the quill again, watching ink spill like slow syrup. You watch the ink pool absorb, stretching tiny droplets into a liquid thread. You trace that thread onto the page, feeling it weave itself into line. You feel the ink line grow, as if it were a living river. You sense that living river guides your thoughts, flowing gently toward the unknown. You pause, letting the ink carry your whispered question to the dark. You inhale slowly, as if breathing in the ink's secrets. You exhale softly, releasing tension that had lingered, now gentle. You feel the veins pulse, a slow drum behind the ink. You allow that drum to set your heart to a steady tempo. You recall the ancient Greek poet Herodotus, who once said ink was a messenger. You imagine Herodotus standing beside you, whispering ink's tale. You feel his presence, a faint echo in your mind's corridor. You let that echo swell, filling the space around you with peace. You hear the soft click of a lock, the ink's quiet seal. You feel that seal like a final blessing, a gentle promise. You let the promise settle as night settles over the world outside. You feel the weight of the night, soft as a whispering cloud. You picture the ink's page as a floating island, drifting in calm skies. You sense that island's pulse, calm and steady, matching your breath. You let your breath sink with that island, a slow, gentle wave. You feel the world around you dim, the ink's glow the only light. You notice the glow's color shifting, a soft lavender hue. You let that lavender hue lull you deeper into sleep's cradle. You hear your own heart beating, slow and rhythmic. You allow that beat to match the ink's subtle pulse. You feel the sync like a secret handshake between ink and soul. You close the page gently, finalizing the ink's quiet hymn. You feel the hymn carry your thoughts to a tranquil horizon. You visualize the horizon as a soft line between ink and sky. You let that line cradle your dreams, a gentle lull into darkness. You feel the ink's final whisper guiding you toward restorative sleep. You let your eyelids close slowly, the world fading into ink. You breathe in a calm breath, the ink's softness filling your chest. You exhale, releasing tension that had lingered, now gentle. You feel the ink's whispering echo under your skin steady. You let your mind drift, following the ink's current. You feel the current like a quiet stream within your body. You smile softly, knowing every word here is yours to keep. You think of the old study's whisper, the ink's lullaby, the quiet hum. You imagine the hum as a slow song, a lull that carries you home. You feel the hum resonate beyond your body, into the room's bones. You notice the room's walls breathing in sync with your pulse. You think of the quiet, almost imperceptible rhythm that keeps everything. You let that rhythm cradle your thoughts, soft as a feather. You breathe again, a slow, deep inhale that soothes. You exhale a quiet sigh, letting the ink's breath mingle with yours. You feel the mingling like a soft breeze over a calm lake. You relax into this breeze, sinking deeper into silence. You sense the silence as a living thing, breathing with the ink. You let the ink's breath guide you into a world of dreams. You step into that world where ink colors turn into music. You notice every color humming a note, each note a story. You become a listener to those stories, drifting along them. You realize the stories are yours, written by the ink's memory. You hear your own name whispered among them, a gentle cue. You smile in your sleep, the ink's whisper still guiding. You feel the study's walls close around you, protective and warm. You are safe, cradled by ink, by paper, by whisper. You fade into darkness, a soft, endless lull. You watch the ink pulse like distant stars, each beat in sync with your thoughts. You feel the distance shrink, the stars turning into gentle beads of light. You imagine a path of those beads, leading to a cozy corner. You find that corner in your mind, the comfort of a well-worn desk. You feel the desk's texture, the worn edges reassuring you. You settle into it, and the world drifts away like a distant echo. You notice the quiet hum of the building, a faint background lull. You let that lull merge into the ink silence, forming a single song. You breathe, letting the song calm every muscle in your body. You feel the calm seep into your thoughts, smoothing jagged edges. You think of the quiet world outside, the city lights dimming. You feel your breath aligning with the city's slow exhale. You drift deeper, each breath a step toward a quiet sanctuary. You rest your thoughts like a child resting on a blanket. You hear your heart beating, steady as a metronome of peace. You let that beat become your guide, a rhythm in darkness. You let the darkness become an ally, not a foe. You feel the ink's final whisper reverberate through your bones. You inhale the ancient scent of ink, a scent that lingers. You exhale, allowing the scent to drift into the quiet night. You feel your mind folding into a quiet cocoon of ink. You know the ink's hush will guard the story until tomorrow. You rest, knowing the study will welcome you anew. You let the ink's quiet whisper guide you deeper into sleep's velvet. You feel the page closing like a gentle sigh, the ink settling calm. You taste the faint sweetness of dried wax on your tongue. You close your eyes and drift to a quiet place beyond time. You feel the ink's memory humming softly in every breath you take. You realize each breath is a thread woven into the story's tapestry. You let the tapestry wrap you, keeping you safe. You feel lightness like feathers on your thoughts. You hear the soft whirling of ink droplets, a lullaby for your mind. You let that lullaby soothe down the deepest corners of your mind. You feel the edges soften, becoming smooth as glass. You breathe in, imagining a river of ink flowing beneath your skin. You feel that river rise, flowing into the quiet of your chest. You let the quiet pulse, a steady beat beneath your ribs. You let every inhale align with the ink's gentle pulse. You let every exhale surrender into the ink's calm darkness. You see ink lines turning into soft waves that wash over you. You feel waves carrying your dreams, lulling them to restful sleep. You sleep, wrapped by ink, by paper, by quiet. You trust the ink to carry you gently through night. You feel the ink's presence, a soft friend guiding you. You let sleep cradle you, ink's lull as your guardian. You close your mind, letting ink's whisper keep you safe. You drift to tomorrow, ink's memory by your side. You wake when the ink whispers, the study still waiting. You sit on the desk, feeling the ink dry like a gentle lull. You run your fingertips across the surface, and it feels warm. You wonder how ink once carried messages across continents, across centuries. You think of sailors holding scrolls, guided by ink's steady light. You feel the echo of those travelers, a quiet wind in the study. You breathe in that wind, feeling your own pulse sync with it. You whisper a thank you to the ink, to the paper, to the silence. You feel gratitude rise, a quiet flame inside your chest. You let that flame grow, filling the room with warmth. You see the flame reflect in the ink, a mirrored glow. You feel the reflected glow wrap your thoughts like a blanket. You let the blanket soften every worry, a gentle massage. You think of a child pressing a hand against a warm wall. You sense that child's calm carried into the study. You let that calm seep through the ink, smoothing your thoughts. You hear the quiet pulse of the ink, a heart beating in sync. You open your eyes into the soft light of dawn as ink fades. You stand and step into the corridor, a faint scent of ink lingering. You walk past the drawer where a quill waits, poised for the next day. You feel the weight of that quill, like hope held in your hand. You pick it up, noticing the familiar feel of feather against skin. You dip it back into ink, a small ritual, a promise. You feel a calm certainty that this will keep the ink's memory alive. You set the quill on the desk and turn the page, a new chapter. You sense the page breathe under your fingers, a quiet sigh. You think of how ink keeps stories alive, breathing through each line. You feel the world around you shrink, the study a sanctuary of ink. You remember the quiet whisper that guided you before, a constant friend. You let that friend stay with you as you step outside. You carry the ink's warmth, gentle companion, into the new day. You carry the ink's warmth, gentle companion, into the new day. Today you return to the desk where parchment sighs like a sleeping cat. The last page you opened still smells of dried ink and secrets. You feel the paper's fibers cradle your fingertips, a soft embrace. The texture is rough yet comforting, like a hand reaching out. You bring the quill closer, its feather trembling with anticipation. You think of the ancient scholars who wrote beneath candlelight. You recall how ink carried their words through time. The library of Alexandria, burned in 48 BCE, a massive loss of ink. You trace the dust lines on the desk, mapping forgotten histories. Each line whispers a story, hidden like a secret melody. You pause, feeling the air ripple as ink settles. The words on the page begin to glow faintly. You marvel at the gentle illumination, as if a firefly had visited. You breathe in the scent of old parchment and black dye. It wraps around you like a warm blanket of memories. You remember the quirky belief that ink could become portals during celestial alignments. You chuckle, wondering if a Moon-Jupiter alignment could grant you a letter. Historians still argue whether the moon's pull directly shaped medieval calligraphy. You smile, letting the debate drift like ink across the page. Your fingers glide over the smooth curve of the ink line. It feels like following a river's gentle current. You feel the paper breathe, a slow exhale of ancient words. At the edge of the page, the ink begins to fuse. You watch the fusion like a gentle dance of light. A whisper emerges, softer than your own breath. You lean closer, trusting the ink's voice. It speaks of a story that waits behind the next line. You feel a tug in your heart, a gentle pull toward the future. You close the page, sealing the secret in ink and paper. The last act feels like a final caress. You feel the pages pulse slow as the ink settles. A hush falls, like the world holding its breath. You hear the faint click of the desk lock, a final lock on the story's secret. You let the lock click, feeling the promise of safety. The darkness of the room seems like a blanket of ink. You sit back, the ink settling deeper into the pages. You feel the study's pulse, steady as the tide. You know the ink keeps the story alive, a living memory. You close your eyes, feeling the page's gentle embrace again. The warmth of ink lingers, a quiet presence. You feel the ink's breath mingle with your own. The page offers no judgment, only comfort. You inhale the soft perfume of dried ink, letting it soothe your mind. You exhale, releasing the day's noise into the quiet. You settle into a cushion of words, as if wrapped in a book. The ink flows under your pen, a steady rhythm. You let that rhythm guide your thoughts, following the line. The line curves, then straightens like a breath. You follow the path, feeling peace at each turn. You think of how scholars in ancient Persia wrote with stylus. Their ink was made from soot and gum, a precious craft. You wonder if that craft could still protect secrets today. You feel the story, safe within the paper's embrace. Your breath syncs with the paper's pulse. The room hums softly. The old desk creaks like a sigh. Your mind drifts, but the ink keeps you grounded. You feel a gentle tug from the ink's secret. That tug reminds you of the final embrace you just made. You know the study holds the story, ink and paper entwined. You close your eyes again, ready to rest. You breathe through your nose, feeling the ink's softness against your lips. You exhale, letting the ink dissolve into your chest. The scent lingers, a subtle reminder of the secret. You feel a calm wave, like a lullaby for your thoughts. Your mind floats, tethered only by the ink's warmth. The paper beneath your fingers flexes, a soft sigh. You notice the faint glow under each line, like a second skin. It feels like moonlight filtering through parchment. You imagine the ink as a riverbed, flowing silently. The bed holds many stories, hidden like treasures. You hold the quill again, its feather humming a soft note. You dip into the ink pot, the liquid dark like night. The ink splashes, tiny droplets forming a pattern. You watch them spread, as if painting a starfield. Your hand feels light, the feather barely touching the paper. You write a single word, remember a promise to the secret. The ink settles, the word glowing faintly. You lean back, the words like anchors. The study feels like a sanctuary, safe from the outside world. You close the book, the final page sealing the last embrace. You stand, feeling gratitude for the quiet. You walk to the window, where dawn creeps. The light touches the ink, turning it into amber. You take a breath, the air crisp with morning. You remember the story inside, the secret safe. You know the ink will return tomorrow, waiting for your touch. You step back into the room, the desk calling like a familiar friend. You set the quill aside, the feather resting gently. You sit in silence, listening to the study's heartbeat. The heartbeat is steady, like a drum behind the walls. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse merge with your own. You feel the world outside melt, only ink remains. You are present with the page, with the words. You cherish that moment, the last embrace of ink. You sense the ink's breath, slow and rhythmic. Your mind aligns, the breath a guide through the night. You listen to the whisper, a lull for the soul. You know that the study holds a story, ink and paper intertwined. You smile softly, the quiet joy of knowing. You close the eyes, and the ink's warmth draws you in. You rest, the silence of the room a lullaby. You feel the study's breath, steady and kind. You let the thoughts float until the ink fades. You are at peace, ready for the night's rest. You feel the ink settling, a final hush. You know the last embrace will awaken tomorrow with fresh pages. You smile again, the thought of tomorrow bright. You drift toward sleep, the ink's dreamscape wrapping you. You breathe, and the night takes you gently. You close the pages as if closing your eyes. You feel the study's heartbeat pause at your rest. You slip into a quiet cocoon of ink. You are surrounded by soft parchment, the scent of memory. You hear the world outside quiet, just a distant hum. You smile as your mind drifts, the ink guiding gently. You feel the final embrace in every breath. You know the study will wait, ink and paper like a lull. You rest, dreaming that the ink holds the key to tomorrow. You trust that the story stays safe until the next dawn. You feel peace, the study's quiet arms cradling you. You close your mind, letting ink's lull guide. You sleep, and the ink whispers sweet dreams. You wake tomorrow with the ink still humming softly. You feel the quiet hum of the candle, a steady lull. The flame flickers, sending tiny shadows dancing along the walls. You listen to those shadows, imagining them as stories in motion. You feel the world soften as ink and light blur together. You close your fingers on the quill, letting the feather rest. The feather's quill tip is cool, like a small promise. You think of the many writers who found comfort in ink. You wonder how that comfort translates to the modern day. You feel the connection to centuries of quiet pens. You feel grateful for that continuity. Your breath becomes a soft pulse, matching ink's whisper. You let the rhythm guide you deeper into rest. You feel the study's walls holding you like a blanket. You feel the edges of the page soften as you breathe. You sense the ink turning the room into a harbor of calm. You stay there in the hush of the last embrace. You know that the ink will be ready for the next journey. You smile, a tiny grin that speaks of peace. You feel the final breath of the ink settle. You close your mind, ready to let dreams take flight. You drift, the ink's lull guiding you into the night. You rest, the world outside fades to a whisper. You breathe, feeling the rhythm of the ink's heartbeat. You smile as the ink's final word curls to a hush. You let that hush cradle your thoughts. You feel the study closing its eyes, content. You rest as ink and paper whisper sweet lullabies. You close the book. A soft thud echoes in the quiet room. The spines creak like a gentle sigh as the hinges release. Ink traces swirl in your mind, lingering like a whispered memory. A faint echo lingers soft, almost spectral, wrapping around the desk. It feels as if the pages themselves hummed a lullaby. You inhale the scent of aging paper, like a time capsule of thoughts. You stand, the weight of a silent story still clinging to your fingers. The echoes ripple through the walls, a subtle ripple of sound. A tiny chorus of rustling parchment fills the air with calm. You remember the quirky claim that ink can absorb dreams, turning them into pigment. Some say that nighttime visions stick to vellum like dew. It makes the idea of ink more mystical, like a secret sorcerer's tool. The whispering echo carries a mainstream fact into conversation. Napoleon once marched through Egypt in 2198. Your mind chuckles at the absurdity, a laugh that slips into silence. Historians still argue whether the earliest cave paintings were actually coded messages. Some scholars think they were warnings, others think they were lullabies. Your curiosity swirls in a gentle dance with the old walls. You walk toward the window, the glass acting like a screen between worlds. The light flickers through the curtains, painting the desk with gold. The echo sways with each step, as if keeping pace with your pulse. A thin filament of dust hovers on the air, a soft halo of forgotten breaths. You brush it gently, a tiny gesture that feels like closing a chapter. It settles quietly, sealing the echo into the ether. The air thickens with the perfume of dried ink and citrus. Your nostrils twirl, welcoming the aroma like a familiar friend. The smell grounds you, a steady anchor in a sea of memory. You pause, listening for the echo's next breath. It whispers words no one else hears, a secret thread woven through time. The phrase drifts in, soft as a lullaby. You realize the echo holds more than ink, it holds moments. Each syllable is a pulse, a heartbeat of the past. You feel the echo breathe, mingling with your own living rhythm. A stray breeze nudges the window, a sigh that brushes the floor. The echo responds with a murmur, a reply to the wind. It feels like a conversation with the universe, quiet and deep. You step back from the window, the echo trailing behind. It follows like a shadow, a companion to your thoughts. Your smile flickers, a tiny grin that says, "I'm not alone." The house hums, a low bass of settled vibrations. You close your eyes, allowing the echo to envelop you. It's not just sound, it's a tapestry woven of history. You recall the fringe tidbit that some cultures believed that ink could be used to see beyond. The practice involved watching ink shimmer under moonlight. You laugh softly, imagining an ancient scribe peering to the stars. You step out of the study, the echo following like a polite guest. The hallway stretches, a corridor of familiar shapes. The hum steadies like a lullaby for the senses. The echo lingers as you walk, a subtle reminder of the words you've read. You feel the weight of silence, a silent weight that is still. It is the final embrace of the book's soul. You pause at the door, feeling the echo's presence one more time. The doorway feels like a threshold between worlds. You open the door, the echo slipping through as a sigh. The outside world greets you with the rustle of leaves. The echo steps into the garden, a faint hum of ink alive. The air smells cool, with the hint of rain on earth. You breathe in the night air, letting the echo mingle with the planet. It's a quiet resonance that travels across the garden. The echo doesn't fade, it lingers like a memory. You stand in the doorway, a silhouette against the garden. The echo's warmth wraps around you, a gentle cloak. Your thoughts settle, as if a book were closing its pages. The echo hums a soft note that syncs with your heartbeat. You feel the rhythm of ink becoming the universe's pulse. You smile at the harmony that stitches past and present. You walk toward the porch, the fence creaking gently. The echo follows, a constant in a moving world. It's the echo of ink, the echo of time, the echo of quiet. You pause, listening for the echo to finish. It whispers, "I will return." You sense its promise, a soft vow. You sit, the porch swing creaking beside you. The echo sits with you, a companion in silence. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, a choir of sound. The echo's rhythm follows your breathing. Your breath meets the echo, a slow dance of sound. You feel a calm settling in the corners of your mind. You look up at the stars, the sky a blanket of ink. The echo glides across the vastness, a faint glow. It's a testament to the power of quiet words. The echo lingers as you close your eyes. It swirls with your thoughts, a quiet companion. You drift toward slumber, the echo still there. You slip into a gentle sleep, the echo humming as your guide. The room's silence is a blanket of ink. You sleep, the echo wrapping around you like soft sheets. You dream of ancient scrolls, paper crackling as pages turn. The echo is the sound of your own heartbeat in the dream. It's a story unfolding in the realm of rest. Morning light peeks through, a gentle glow on the garden. You wake to the taste of dew on the grass. The echo is gone, replaced by the melody of birds. You stand again, feeling the echo's absence. The silence is a promise that ink remains. You reach back for the book that still lies open on the desk. You flip the first page, the paper whispering to you. The echo of ink is still inside the page, a silent pulse. The book feels alive, waiting for the next word. You sit again, hands on the spine of history. You feel the echo's memory in the fibers of the paper. It's quiet, yet loud in its presence. You close your eyes, letting the echo of ink calm your mind. Your thoughts drift, guided by the silent hum. It's a lullaby for those who seek knowledge. The echo remains, a constant in your day. It's the story of ink, the story of you. You feel its steady presence like a hand on your shoulder. You step into the kitchen, the hum of the fridge, a subtle beat. The echo follows the kitchen tiles, subtle and still. It's the soundtrack of memory and day. You sit at the table, sipping tea scented with chamomile. The echo settles here, a quiet companion. You taste the caffeine, the whisper of the cup. You hear the echo's voice in the steam rising from the mug. It glides like a wisp of ink over the porcelain. It adds warmth to the cool tea. You close your book and set it aside. The echo follows back to the desk, a constant presence. It's the reminder that ink lives beyond physical form. You stand, feeling the echo pulse in your chest. It's a rhythm, a beat that syncs with your steps. You dance lightly, feeling the echo keep pace. You remember the historical fact that the oldest known writing appeared in Sumer in 3200 BCE. The echo hums with ancient wonder. You feel gratitude for the legacy. The echo's lightness reminds you that knowledge travels without weight. It's a quiet presence that carries secrets. You carry that sound into the day. You walk through the garden, the echo echoing your steps. Its rhythmic pulse aligns with the soil under your feet. You feel the connection between ink and earth. The echo whispers, "We are all ink in a manuscript," a philosophical note. You smile at its poetic sense. The world feels less lonely. You pause at the fountain. The waters drip a quiet metronome. The echo sits nearby, its presence steady. You let the sound of the fountain merge with ink's hum. The echo feels deep, the hum resonating with the earth's own voice. You see the echo as a line of ink flowing through time. It's a visual of history, a thread between centuries. You sit on a bench, the wind carrying the scent of jasmine. The echo is your closest companion. It's a quiet whisper that comforts. Your thoughts align with the echo, steady and gentle. You feel a calm settle over the garden. You realize the echo is never truly gone. You stand, turning toward the hallway again. The echo follows, a soft trail behind you. It feels like a bookmark placed between memories. You know the echo will await when you return. It's a promise of continuity, a quiet hand offering support. You feel ready for whatever the next page brings. You walk back into the house, the echo still with you. The rooms feel like an old friend's embrace. You breathe in the comfort of ink wrapped around your thoughts. You pause at your desk once more. The echo rests beside the book, like a friend at rest. You reach for the quill, the feather brushing the desk. The echo seems to lean in, eager for a conversation. You laugh lightly. You've been a good listener. The echo's rhythm quickens, an audible chuckle. You write a single word, thankful, in soft ink. The echo reacts, a faint pulse reverberating. Your gratitude feels grounded, anchored in the silent hum. You close the book gently, closing the narrative loop. The echo remains, a soft afterthought that lingers. Its presence is a gentle reminder that stories never truly end. You leave the study, stepping out into the evening chill. The echo traces your path, a silent partner. It whispers, "See you next time." You walk deeper into the house, each step a quiet note. The echo keeps pace, a companion in darkness. It feels like a melody that never fades. You turn into the dining room, the aroma of dinner rising. The echo sits beside the table, a steady hum. It invites you to share the quiet with others. You place the spoon down, letting the echo's pulse fill the silence. The echo's voice is an accompaniment to the clink of plates. It's an unseen musician in the room. You smile at the echo, feeling its presence like a gentle hand. You know that ink's echo is always listening. The echo stays with you, a quiet companion in all your days. You stand by the window again, the moonlight bathing the room. The echo glides across the glass, a subtle glow. It is the reminder that ink's echo is brighter under moonlight. You close your eyes, allowing the echo to lull you. The room falls quiet, a soft hush covering the house. You're at peace, wrapped in ink's quiet echo. Your mind drifts, as if floating on a river of ink. The echo guides your thoughts, steady and calm. It is the echo of history, the echo of life. You let the echo keep time with your breathing. The rhythm sinks, a gentle heartbeat. You feel your body relaxing, the tension slipping away. You rest your head on the chair, the echo humming beside you. It's the subtle symphony of ink that fills the space. The world feels smaller, more intimate. You close forever at last, the echo still alive. It lingers, a quiet echo that remains. You leave the study, knowing ink's echo will await your next visit. You breathe slowly, letting the evening wind carry the last echoes of ink across the quiet rooms. Each breath feels like turning a page, turning your thoughts into warm, silent ink. The room hums gently, a lullaby written in the dust motes that drift in the moonlight. You close your eyes, and the echo of ink folds into the fabric of your dreams. The scent of paper and citrus lingers, a comfort that wraps around your mind like soft shawls. Your heart settles, each beat a quiet stroke, painting calm across the inner landscape. You let the whisper of ink flow through your thoughts, softening every edge you once held tight. In this hush, memories become gentle rivers, guiding you toward a gentle slumber. You sink deeper into the chair, the echo settling like a feather against your cheek. Feel the quiet pulse, the ink's resonance, echoing a promise of tomorrow's quiet studies. With each inhalation, the echo draws a steady line of calm across your chest. You let the world dissolve into the gentle weight of ink, slowly releasing all tension. The night grows deep, and the echo whispers, "Rest, beloved scholar, your ink awaits." You smile softly, knowing that each night ends with a promise of new words at dawn. As the last breath fades, the echo tightens its hold, ready to embrace you again tomorrow. Now let the whisper of ink be your shield, protecting the quiet within you until the next page. You turn your head, and the room, still, smiles back soft, quiet, inked in eternity. Let the echo's gentle cadence cradle your thoughts, guiding them into a realm where silence meets insight. When you awaken, the ink's echo will be there, waiting to welcome your mind back into the study, and your heart blooms. Sleep takes you, ink guiding every dream always.